Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Waited in the town for nearly 4 hours. Members of the Akatsuki organization lived up to their trust and sent over maps of surrounding casinos and other areas. On this distribution map, in every circled place, there's a time when a combination that must lose in gambling will appear. Looking at the dotted circled casinos on the map, Uchiha couldn't help but feel that the number was much higher than the number of casinos in the Land of Fire before. But think about it, this is a borderland. Maybe when the 5 major countries go to war, this place will turn into ruins, and I will be relieved. Let's get started. The most important thing now is to find Tsunade first. Uchiha put the map in his arms, transformed into a middle-aged businessman, and quickly left the town. After searching all morning, I finally found Tsunade in a casino. But it was different from what I expected. At this time, Tsunade and Kato Shizen were being collected for debts and looked very embarrassed. "Tsunade-sama." Uchiha Yufeng suddenly appeared in front of them. Tsunade's eyes lit up. "It's you, little brat. Do you have any money with you?" Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. "Then what's the use of you, kid? Hurry up and crawl for me." When Tsunade saw this, her eyes widened with anger. She threw away Uchiha Yufeng's arm, jumped up, and left quickly with Shizen. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Tsunade's skillful movements of leaving and was a little shocked. "I have only been away from the village for a few days, so why am I so skilled in my movements? This means that you may not have such proficient skills, even if you train every day, right? Hey, pay me back. Don't you pay back the money you borrowed today?" A lone shark looked at Tsunade, running away, became anxious for a moment, and shouted loudly. Uchiha Yufeng knew that this place was not a place to stay for a long time. Looking at the direction Tsunade left, the soles of her feet were also greased. "Tsunade-sama, how about we go back and pay the money back?" Kato Shizun, who ran 10 miles away, was panting. When she regained her composure, she looked at Tsunade. "Pay back the money? Pay back the money. He's just a sneaky old man. When he borrowed money before, he tried to drink me and take advantage of me. How could I suffer such a loss? Let's give him the money to pay for free." Since Shizen left the village with Tsunade, Tsunade will teach herself medical ninjutsu in her spare time at night. But as I learned over time, in Shizun's heart, Tsunade's image has collapsed. Like gambling, like drinking. Even so, every time I go out to play, I just do whatever I want. Shizun saw the money scattered in the casino box by box. Even a ninja like Shizen felt a little sad that the money was wasted. You can only play if you lose, but you can stop playing if you win and change places. I don't know what kind of strange hobby this is, but the time Shizen saw Tsunade winning before, the cautious and complicated and painful look in her eyes, any words of dissuasion will be swallowed down. Presumably, even Tsunade-sama, one of the Sannin, has hidden a lot of sad things over the years, and her life has been hard, right? Tsunade-sama. Before Shizen could finish speaking, Tsunade frowned. What a fuss. He waved his hand randomly. "I'll just play less next time." Hearing this assurance, Shizen breathed a sigh of relief. "Kid, don't hide when you come." Tsunade took out the wine bottle in her arms, took a sip directly to her lips, and looked to the side of the attic with a blush on her face. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng showed his body. "You brat, you're already wearing a Chunin vest. That's good. You've only graduated a few days ago, and you've already been promoted to Chunin. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +2. After hearing this, Shizen noticed the Chunin vest that Uchiha was wearing. "Sigoi, Yufeng, have you passed the Chunin exam?" Uchiha Yufeng smiled at his old deskmate Shizen. "Pinch it with your hand. It's just Chunin. Just pass it by." Upon hearing this, Tsunade snorted coldly. "Kid, your tone is quite serious. Look away." But the corner of his mouth curled up. Obviously, he was in a good mood. "Tsunade-sama, I came all the way here. Why don't you treat me to some local delicacies?" "Local food?" Tsunade turned her head and looked Uchiha Mikaze up and down. You can't eat local delicacies at your age. Besides, your body probably doesn't have the ability to enjoy it, even if it's for you. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy fragment +3. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly. I'm making a fool of myself. My special code is still underage. What are you talking about? Shizen on the side, then reacted, glanced at Uchiha Yufeng. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head in shame. Ahem. Tsunade-sama. I mean the local delicacies. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yufeng with contempt in her eyes. Huh. It's not like I don't know you, little brat. When you were in the ninja school, you hooked up with that Yuhi Kurenai. This incident made Shizen sad for a while. Shizen became anxious when she heard that Tsunade had spread rumors about herself. Tsunade-sama, what are you talking about? When did I feel sad? Yufeng, this is not true. Tsunade looked at Shizun's shy and embarrassed look and laughed heartily without shying away. When Uchiha Yufeng saw Tsunade laughing excitedly, her chest trembled. He quickly raised his head and glanced aside. If he were a step slower, the internal injuries would accumulate and nosebleeds would come out. Uchiha Yufeng is now young and in his prime of life, so naturally he cannot bear to see this. Even Uchiha Yufeng, who has integrated many ninja cards, can't withstand the taijutsu tremors exerted by these two big thunders with his own physical fitness, let alone others. Come on, kid, you finally came here today, and I'll treat you to a big meal. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy fragment +2. Today, why is the explosion rate so high? Uchiha Yufeng only felt that the collar on the back of his neck was pulled up by a huge force. Before he could struggle, he was caught by Tsunade under his chest and ran forward. Struggle? No. This is Tsunade-sama, one of the Sannin. How could Uchiha Yufeng escape with the power of a big thunder that can't be held in one hand? The three of them came to a restaurant. Tsunade let go of Uchiha Yufeng with a blushing face, and the three of them sat down separately. You kid, why do you come to see me when you have time? Tsunade grabbed the wine bottle on the store shelf and poured it into her mouth. Something big is going to happen in the village. Uchiha Yufeng looked more serious and replied to Tsunade. He knew that Tsunade didn't like hearing him say this, but Uchiha Yufeng said it anyway. Is this what you came here to talk about? Tsunade's voice was much lower, her head lowered and her hair covering her face. Did the teacher ask you to come? Tsunade's teacher, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That's right. Uchiha Yufeng did not deny it. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go. Tsunade immediately raised her head, her eyes filled with longing, fear, and other complex emotions. Staring at Uchiha Yufeng, the mouth escape technique prepared by Uchiha Yufeng got stuck in his throat. Tsunade's boyfriend is dead now, her brother is dead, and all her relatives around her are also dead. If at this time, Tsunade was tricked and her bloody scars were revealed, she might not be able to bear it and would collapse, right? Tsunade-sama, these are some braised pork ribs that I made when I was in the village. They were sealed with a scroll before I came here. I think they can still be eaten now. Just treat them as a greeting gift. After finishing his words, Uchiha Yufeng channeled the scroll to reveal the sealed braised pork ribs. He handed it to Shizun, who was worried about Tsunade. He turned around neatly and disappeared around the corner. As for the mission to bring Tsunade back to the village, whatever. At worst, I'm just exposing my medical and nursing capabilities so I can just take the lead. Although he may be worse than Tsunade, but with the two cards of Shippuden Yakushi Kabuto and Noera Rin, his medical level will not be too bad. It is not a problem to deal with some ordinary medical patients. If you want to tell me why you helped her, when you were in the ninja school, you didn't try your best to teach her medical skills because of your status as Uchiha, right? This time, think of it as returning a favor. Uchiha Mikaze thought so. The next day, in the hotel, Uchiha Mikaze came to the room for two people. Looking at Tsunade, who was sleeping soundly, he covered her with a thin quilt. His gaze fell from Tsunade to Shizun, who was holding on to a yawn. Shizun. Hearing the sound, Shizun immediately shuddered. He took out a kunai in his hand. When he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Uchiha Yufeng, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade, is this how she spent her time these days? Kato Shizen looked at Tsunade carefully and looked at Uchiha Midakase seriously. Tsunade-sama has been drinking and getting drunk almost every night since she left Konoha. Seeing Shizun's depressed mood, Uchiha sighed. Uchiha Yufeng took out some money from his arms, passed it to Kato Shizen. Take good care, Tsunade-sama. I'm leaving first. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +2. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. The fragments fell a bit randomly. Can Tsunade still get ninja fragments in her dream? Uchiha Yufeng didn't think much, glanced at Tsunade, and then left from the window. Wait until the room becomes calm again. 100, 200, 5 million? That much. Kato Shizen counted the money left by Uchiha Midakase and expressed surprise. Suddenly, a jade hand stretched out directly. He directly snatched the money from Shizun's hand. Tsunade-sama, are you awake? Shizen followed her gaze and saw that Tsunade had already sat up sleepily. I woke up when that kid came in. Tsunade put the money in her arms and whispered. Then just now. Shizen, what do you want to say? Why don't you say goodbye? Shizen nodded. What's the point of saying goodbye to a kid? Anyway, we'll meet again soon. When she heard about the meeting, Shizen was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses, with a touch of surprise on her face. Tsunade-sama, do you mean to return to Konoha village? Tsunade patted Shizun on the shoulder. Let's go to the casino to make a lot of money today. As for returning to Konoha, it depends on your mood. Shizun had an excited smile on her face, because this time, Tsunade did not explicitly refuse to return to Konoha village. I think I want to go back. Today is another day of good luck in gambling. Facing the rising sun, Tsunade said softly with a look of enjoyment on her face. The image of Uchiha Yufeng suddenly flashed in my mind. What a brat. It's really annoying to see yourself in trouble every time. On the other side, inside the Konoha Hokage office, transferring to bed Koharu, Maidamonian, and other high-level officials from the village are here, each expressing their opinions. The disappearance of Kazekage and Sunagakure village has transferred the increasingly fierce self-conflict in the village to the war with our Konoha village. It's really a good plan. I just don't know if the ninjas in Sunagakure village have this strength. I think the disappearance of Kazekage is all an excuse. Sunagakure village has only had a truce with us Konoha for a few years, and it is starting to attack our Konoha again. I really don't know what to say. If there is a war, I must go to the battlefield and teach those people a lesson, Sunagakure ninja. We in Konoha are the strongest ninja village among the 5 major countries. This Sunagakure village has been provoking one after another. It's time to teach them a severe lesson. Listening to the high-level official's verbal dissatisfaction with Sunagakure village, 3rd Hokage sighed deeply. Is this war really unavoidable? Shikaku, please tell me your opinion. 3rd Hokage's eyes fell on Nara Shikaku, who was silent at the side, and said in a deep voice. Hearing the 3rd Hokage speak here, everyone closed their mouths in unison and looked at Nara Shikaku. Yes, Master Hokage. Nara Shikaku also didn't expect that 3rd Hokage would ask him directly. After thinking for a moment, Kaido, the Sunagakure village has declared a full-scale war on our Konoha village. It must have been planned for a long time. I think we can't avoid it at this time. If we avoid it at this time, the Sunagakure village will definitely pursue the victory and invade our fire country. After hearing Nara Shikaku's words, some of the senior executives who agreed couldn't help but nod their heads. But once we start a war, there will be more forces to be wary of. Tell me more about it. The 3rd Hokage coughed and motioned for Nara to continue. The first thing to watch out for is Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure village who started the war last time. Secondly, there are Awagakure village and Kirigakure village. The 2 villages once invaded the Land of Fire with sneak attacks during the war. In addition, the news came back recently that the border area where Yuhi Jinhong Jonin was located was attacked by the Jonin team led by Sunagakure village. but was secretly intercepted and killed on the way. From the intelligence point of view, the chakra with thunder attributes of that size was most likely the work of the ninjas of Kumogakure village. Obviously, Yunin village is also ready to fish in troubled waters. The Jonin team was arranged in advance and wandered around the border. Unexpectedly, they ran into the Jonin team from Sunagakure village, and a fight broke out. Hearing this, the older elders nodded. I just mentioned the tricks of several great ninja villages to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of people's danger, and several elders have a deep understanding of it. I remember that it was when second-generation Senju Tobarama led them to Kumogakure village to sign the alliance document. Iwagakure village and Kirigakure village took this opportunity to invade the land of fire and approach Konoha village to snatch the spoils. The two forces came together to share the spoils of war, and the two shadows, who were already at odds with each other, started fighting. The final result was that the two elites led by Ingha perished together in the land of fire. Well, these ninja villages have to be guarded against. Among them, Yunin village. I think we should pay more attention to it. Mito Munin agreed with Nara Shikaku's point of view, stood up, and added, Yunin village is in the northeast of Konoha. The environment there is harsh, and the living conditions are poor. It has long been coveted by us, the Fire Nation. During the second Hokuto-sama's reign, the two villages formed an alliance, and the war faction in their village directly attacked us in Konoha. It was precisely because of that alliance that we lost Lord's second Hokage, and, similarly, their cloud-hidden village also lost their shadow. Hatred has long been forged, and if we see Konoha and Sunagakure going to war now, I guess those war lunatics from Kumogakure village will definitely not let this opportunity pass by. Everyone nodded in unison. The third Hokage glanced at everyone. Everyone, if we really want to start a war, we in Konoha will not only have to face the ninjas of Sunagakure village, but we may even face sneak attacks from the other 4 ninja villages. Please be careful. After hearing this, Kohara frowned as he turned to sleep. Hiruzen, do you mean that we refuse to declare war? And then wait for Sunagakure village to lead the ninjas and encroach on our fire country? The third Hokage shook his head. What I mean is that everyone should think more comprehensively. Things like war will make people fearful no matter how many times they go through it. After third Hokage finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand to Umbu beside him. Umbu nodded and immediately brought in a box from outside. This time, whether we go to war with Sunagakure village or not, we will vote. Each of the Hokage executives present received a ticket and immediately put it in the box after writing it. After finally collecting enough information, third Hokage ordered Umbu's people to tally it up and handed it to him. The number of votes to declare war is far greater than the number of votes to avoid war. The third Hokage took a deep breath. Starting today, we declare war on Sunagakure village. Gather the Jonin in the village and start dispatching war missions. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. Hokage-sama, this is what Tsunade-sama means. Uchiha Yufeng rushed back to Konoha and informed the third Hokage of Tsunade's current situation. Even though third Hokage was prepared, he felt a little disappointed when he heard that Tsunade didn't want to come back in the end. As a teacher, am I too disappointed? The third Hokage couldn't help but start to doubt himself. 2 of his 3 disciples who are famous in the ninja world are not in Konoha village. One is now a drunkard and gambler, and the other has become a novelist, traveling around in search of the legendary son of prophecy without any trace. Seeing that the war is imminent, the only one he can use is his reliable disciple, Orochimaru. The third Hokage is still a little wary of Orochimaru. After all, before, I asked him to cooperate with Shimura Danzo and use village volunteers to conduct human experiments, but the effect was too poor, so I finally stopped it. From that moment on, third Hokage felt that his disciple Orochimaru couldn't see through. If Hitaki Tsukumo was still alive and used to deal with the war launched by Sunagakure village, wouldn't he be so passive? It's a pity that he died after all. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-sama is here. After hearing Umbu's report, third Hokage finally recovered from his memories. Let him in. After a while, Orochimaru walked in. When he saw Uchiha Yufeng in the room, a strange and fiery look flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru, we, Konoha, have to respond to this intrusion on Sunagakure village. Facing today's complicated ninja world, we urgently need to end the war quickly. I'll leave it to you to be assigned as the frontline commander. Hearing this, Orochimaru was not surprised at all. He nodded, but his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Teacher, can I take someone with me when I go to the front line this time? The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru seriously. Who do you want to take? Orochimaru raised his hand and pointed at Uchiha Yufeng beside him. Uchiha Yufeng. The third Hokage is a bit surprising. Why is it Uchiha Yufeng? Yufeng, he is still just Chunin, following you to the front line. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +3. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, Fragment +2. Listening to the system prompts, Uchiha Yufeng, who was about to refuse Orochimaru's invitation, changed his expression, bowed to the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, I want to follow Orochimaru-sama to the front line. Become the first line of defense to protect Konoha's security. After hearing these righteous words, the third Hokage was silent for a moment. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng with approval, he sighed. Okay, but Orochimaru, you must protect Uchiha Yufeng. Let Orochimaru protect himself? The weird look in his eyes just now was no longer like looking at a person. It's more like looking at some lab rats. He probably wants to throw himself into a petri dish now and draw blood for research. Uchiha Yufeng was thinking this, but her expression was serious and respectful. The third Hokage stepped forward and patted Uchiha Yufeng on the shoulder. Yufeng, when you come back from the battlefield, I will make an exception and give you special jonin. Special jonin? This old man is starting to paint a pie for himself again. Why can't you give some money to support your family? On his recent mission, he secretly killed many ninjas from hidden Suna village, and all the money he collected has been left to Tsunade. Now he is quite short of money. Orochimaru and Uchiha came out of the Hokage building and walked side by side. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng is about to go to the Uchiha tribe, Orochimaru then spoke. Tsunade, will you come back? Uchiha Yufeng did not expect Orochimaru to ask Tsunade and shook his head. Tsunade-sama is drunk every day, and she may not come back. Orochimaru grinned after hearing this. I know Tsunade will definitely come back, because she can never let go of Konoha. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru, who looked confident and did not refute him. Lord Orochimaru, you are still thinking of Tsunade-sama. How rare. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After all, we are our former companions. Orochimaru finished speaking coldly, turned around, and walked in the other direction. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +1. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden +1. Lord Orochimaru, why did you take me to the border? Orochimaru stopped and looked back at Uchiha Yufeng thoughtfully. Not explained. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru, who had disappeared into the street, with a hint of seriousness on his face. What the hell is this Orochimaru doing? Uchiha Yufeng thought for a moment and thought of several possibilities, but in the end he was still undecided. Forget it, I don't miss him anymore. Anyway, starting from tomorrow, I will follow him to the front line. I guess being able to see him every day is a good thing. After all, the fragments of his Yakushi Kabuto and Sasuke's fragments are far different in order to level up. Just fine. Use this section to patch up some fragments from Orochimaru. As for the fragments of Senju Tobirama, the boy, on the third generation side, no fragments have been revealed until today's report, so they must have been drained. The only one left that she could touch and produce the Senju Tobirama fragments was Tsunade. Now that Tsunade's position has been obtained by myself, when the front line and border are not so tight and I have some free time, I will slip away to see Tsunade. Uchiha Yufeng was planning, and he was certain in his heart. Not long after, Uchiha Yufeng returned home. Looking at the clean yard, Uchiha Yufeng had a smile on his face. It has to be our younger brother Shui. Even after training with the strong family member, he still knows how to do housework. I found a mat from the room and threw myself directly in the yard. Turn over and lie on it. Not to mention how comfortable it is. I have been busy lately, and it seems I have never had such a comfortable rest. Close your eyes slightly and enjoy it. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Uchiha Yufeng sensed the person outside, and the contentment on his face disappeared. Squeak! After the gate of opening, looking at the visitors, Uchiha Yufeng had a polite smile on his face. Mrs. Patriarch, why are you here when you are free? Why don't you go inside and sit for a while? The person who came was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. Looking at the beautiful woman who was thinner than before, Uchiha Yufeng was not as enthusiastic as before and said calmly, "You phone, then I won't bother you." Uchiha Mikoto seemed to have expected Uchiha Yufeng's attitude and said softly with gentleness on his face. Uchiha Yufeng did not stop her and let her in. "This is the sushi I made for lunch today. Don't you like to eat the sushi I made? I heard that you went back to your family today, so I brought you some by the way." "Thank you, Mrs. Patriarch." Uchiha Yufeng politely took the handed lunchbox and put it on the table. "Yufeng, I heard that you will follow Orochimaru to the border tomorrow." Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised. It had only been a few hours, but Uchiha already knew about the dispatch to the border. "Yes." After hearing Uchiha Yufeng's admission, Uchiha Mikoto stared at Uchiha Yufeng seriously and said seriously, "Yufeng, don't get too close to Orochimaru." Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng frowned. "I know that you will go to the border with Orochimaru tomorrow. Following Orochimaru may not necessarily allow you to face the battlefield directly and protect your safety to a certain extent, but there are some things that you should be aware of." Uchiha Yufeng stared at Uchiha Mikoto, frowning. "What do you mean? Is this another plan of Fugaku?" Some time ago, the Uchiha clan lost 3 young children. Fugaku took this matter very seriously. He then launched an investigation and finally traced it to one person. Uchiha Yufeng tried to speak. "Orochimaru." Uchiha Mikoto paused and continued softly. "No, it's Danzo. Shimura Danzo is now the auxiliary shadow of Konoha and the leader of the Root organization. In a previous war, Uchiha Mirror died outside to protect Shimura Danzo, who brought intelligence. It was precisely that time that Shimura Danzo saw the power beyond the legendary 3 Magatama Sharingan. From then on, instead of thanking me Uchiha, he even had the idea of sharing the limit of my Uchiha clan's blood inheritance. Later, the village carried out a secret cell research, and Orochimaru became connected with Danzo. Secret cell research? That should be the study of Hashirama's cells." Uchiha Yufeng remained calm and said softly, "What does this have to do with Orochimaru and me?" Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Yufeng seriously. "As far as I know, the cell research carried out by the village was stopped by Hokage for unknown reasons. Recently, the children of the Uchiha clan, as well as other clans and civilians, have lost a lot of young children. The final direction of all this is Danzo's Root organization. Therefore, the family elders believe that Danzo should have sent someone to take the child to a place and carry out secret human experiments on Hokage. And the person who conducted this experiment is undoubtedly Orochimaru." Uchiha Mikoto came to Uchiha Yufeng, looking at the slightly immature boy in front of him, a little dazed. "Orochimaru has captured so many young children for human experiments. He may have been there for many years. He no longer has respect for life in his eyes. If you interact with him more, you may become his experimental table in the future." Material. "Mifeng, you are the only Uchiha who calls me Mikoto-sen. I don't want anything to happen to you out of nowhere." Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and touched Uchiha Mikoto's face. "Don't you want anything to happen to me? Then I wonder, Sister Mikoto, what happened to those people sent by Lord Fugaku for the Chunin exam?" When I heard about the Chunin exam, I heard the name Mikoto-san. Uchiha Mikoto's face turned pale. He took a few steps back. "Sister Mikoto, why did those people in the Chunin exam kill me?" After saying that, Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Makoto's eyes, and a pair of six-pointed star Sharingan appeared. Uchiha Makoto was once an elite ninja from Uchiha. Uchiha Makoto can't guarantee how strong her strength is, but since coming into contact with Uchiha Makoto, the only thing that can be certain is that she has not activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing Sharingan who did not have the level of Mangekyo, Mangekyo's eye power directly crushed him. Uchiha Makoto's eyes glazed over for a moment. In order to help Uchiha Shursui unlock the power beyond the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui sacrificed the people close to Shursui, that is, his cheat brother. Will it cause Uchiha Shursui to have violent mood swings and start the Mangekyo Sharingan? Whose plan is all this? Fugaku. Has Fugaku taken any action against me recently? No. You will go to the front line with Orochimaru tomorrow. The family has already focused on you on the war with Sand Shinobi, because the Uchiha family will also find ways to join the war. Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha Makoto, who was close at hand. Are you involved in Fugaku's plan against me? No. The reason why you came today, worrying about you, keep you away from Orochimaru. He's dangerous. What happened today was arranged by Fugaku. No, I came here on my own. Are you dissatisfied with Fugaku? A little bit. After Uchiha Yufeng asked what he wanted to know, the six-pointed star Sharingan in his eyes slowly receded. Jinjutsu was then lifted. Uchiha Makoto's eyes regained clarity. Just now, Uchiha Makoto was stunned, and then looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Sister Makoto, I have written down what you just said, and I will pay close attention to it. Although he had forgotten something just now, Uchiha Makoto heard Uchiha Yufeng's attention to Orochimaru's words, and the purpose of coming today was finally achieved. I couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. No, did he ask himself something else just now? Uchiha Makoto thought about it for a long time, but couldn't remember it. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, worry flashed in Uchiha Makoto's eyes. Yufeng, I really don't want anything to happen to you again. Uchiha Yufeng said nothing. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, Uchiha Makoto's eyes flashed with gloom. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. After the words fell, Uchiha Makoto stood up, walked out of Uchiha Yufeng's house, and walked towards the street. As soon as he arrived at the vegetable market, a red figure came to Uchiha Makoto and patted Uchiha Makoto on the shoulder. Makoto, what a coincidence. Why are you here to buy groceries? Uchiha Makoto looked up with a gentle smile on his face. Kushina. The visitor is none other than Jonin from Konoha village, Uchiha Makoto's best friend, Uzumaki Kushina. Her long and beautiful red hair was tied up into a ponytail with a forehead protector, a hairpin on the left side of her hair, a wristband on her left wrist, and a green Jonin vest, which made her look even more capable. Looking at Uchiha Makoto, there was a little surprise on his delicate face. I saw you looking lost just now. Did something happen? Uzumaki Kushina put her head in front of Uchiha Makoto and looked at her suspiciously. Uchiha Makoto's face turned red when he saw Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, stop making trouble. What's going on? Uchiha Makoto snorted and turned around immediately. A pinch. Seeing Uchiha Makoto's unusual appearance, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Makoto. Whirlpool Kushina pulled Uchiha Makoto to a deserted street. What's wrong, Kushina? You want to come to a place like this? Uchiha Makoto looked at his best friend's abnormal behavior with doubts in his eyes. There was something wrong with your expression just now. Makoto, are you hiding something from me? Uchiha Makoto didn't understand the meaning of Kushina's words. He smiled gently at him. Makoto, you have such a gentle temperament. Why did you have that expression just now? Is someone bullying you? Uchiha Makoto thought of Uchiha Yufeng, who had a very indifferent attitude towards him before, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Damn it, is it that guy Fugaku who bullied Makoto? Whirlpool Kushina raised her fists with an indignant look on her face. I have said before that your marriage to Fugaku will be fruitless. Look how long it has only been. You have just given birth to a son for him, and you are being bullied. Huh, I don't have any tasks today, so I will help you teach him a lesson. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's appearance, Uchiha Makoto knew that his best friend was thinking wildly here again, and then he patted her forehead coquettishly. No, it's because of Uchiha Yufeng's matter. Whirlpool Kushina was slightly startled when she heard the name. Why is this name so familiar? I heard it mentioned by Minato's disciple Obito. He seems to be a great guy. Uchiha Makoto didn't say anything and hooked Uzumaki Kushina's arm. The two behaved intimately and walked towards the vegetable market together. I used to treat him as a younger brother, but because of some things within the clan, Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina were walking and chatting. Because there are some secrets related to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Makoto did not tell them all. However, with just a few words, Uzumaki Kushina also learned 80% of the truth about the matter. It turns out you chose the family between the family and your new brother. Whirlpool Kushina suddenly stopped and looked at Uchiha Makoto angrily. Although I hate to admit it, it is true. Uchiha Makoto did not escape and admitted it. That boy, if he knew that Makoto didn't choose him, he would probably feel very painful, right? Uchiha Makoto's eyes flashed sadly. Actually, he knows all this. Uzumaki Kushina was a little confused. He knows, you know. Then, the unpleasantness between you has been resolved. Uchiha Makoto shook his head. Thinking of Uchiha Yufeng's cold eyes before, he sighed. I think he must be very disappointed in me now. At night, Uchiha Yufeng was lying on the mat in the yard, looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth curved into a confident arc. This afternoon, I succeeded in making Uchiha Makoto feel guilty and dissatisfied with Fugaku. Watching Uchiha Makoto leave his house depressed, Uchiha Yufeng almost couldn't help it. Acting is very tiring. This long plan of boiling the frog in warm water is finally starting to work. Sometimes, the emotional breakdown between two people starts from a little dissatisfaction. As time goes by, if this dissatisfaction is not resolved, estrangement will occur. The estrangement is like a snowball falling on a snowy mountain, growing bigger and bigger. Finally, it becomes difficult to get back, and the relationship between the two people dies. He took advantage of the situation and captured Makoto. By then, when Itachi sees him, won't he have to call him Dad from now on? Think about that scene. It's really amazing. The world is declining, and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Everyone scolds Chow Chow, and everyone wants to be Chow Chow. My own thoughts were eventually corroded by this world. You can't blame yourself. If you want to blame, you have to blame this hateful ninja world. When you become stronger, you must create a world without Chow thieves. After Uchiha Yufeng condemned himself, thinking about Uchiha Fugaku's Chunin exam plan. If he hadn't had a cheat, he would have succeeded. Fugaku, your strategy for awakening Shursui is not bad. However, Uchiha Shursui is Shursui after all, not an ordinary Uchiha. He will not start Mangekyo because of his own personal death. Uchiha Shursui is not like other Uchiha people who love individuals deeply and have extreme emotions. He is emotionally stable, knows how to think, and has had Hokage thinking since he was a child. He has long since broken away from the limitations of his clan. If you want to open Uchiha Shursui's eyes, it is actually very simple. That is, let him go to the battlefield to witness the cruel war, confirm his ideas, confirm the meaning of the village, and confirm his Hokage thinking. Only in this way can he really have huge emotional fluctuations and open up his Mangekyo Sharingan. Why bother? Uchiha Fugaku still knows Shursui and Mangekyo Sharingan better than himself. Uchiha Yufeng sighed and murmured softly. Fugaku, I took note of the Chunin exam. Looking at the rising moon in the sky, Uchiha put some eye drops on his side into his eyes and did another set of eye exercises. Protect your eyes well. You may be able to use them more often in the future. After finishing the eye exercises, Uchiha turned over and fell asleep. The next day, on the streets of Konoha, A Konoha ninja team of about 30 people walked towards the outside of the village. The leader is Orochimaru wearing a Jonin vest. In the team, Uchiha Yufeng was hanging at the back of the team, talking to Kakashi next to him. Kakashi, why are you here too? Minato dragged you here. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yufeng coldly and said nothing. When he saw the Chunin vest on Kakashi, Uchiha Yufeng suddenly understood. F***K. I almost forgot that you are Konoha's genius ninja. You passed the Chunin exam several years before me. I even forgot about it. Kakashi walked quietly, seemingly not wanting to talk to Uchiha Yufeng. By the way, after the two of us leave, what will happen to the remaining team members? Obito, Rin, in her classes Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yugogo's two teams have joined together and will be led by Jonin Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. In Uchiha Yufeng's impression, Kushina was holding a spatula in her hand, showing her teeth and claws, and her hair was flying all over the sky. Is she reliable? Uchiha Yufeng is deeply skeptical. Kushina is also a Jonin who has passed the village test. Yufeng, don't worry. Namikaze Minato didn't know when he came to the two of them, touched his hair, and said with a gentle smile, definitely more reliable than you. When Kakashi saw Minato and Namikaze talking, he looked at Uchiha Mikaze in an annoyed manner and said coldly, that's it, it's time to get caught if you question someone's object. As expected of the yellow flash, he came over so quickly when talking to Kakashi about 8 trigrams. Uchiha Mikaze smiled at Minato. Ah, isn't this Minato-senpai? Since it is Minato-senpai's guarantee, then I can rest assured. Hearing this, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Master Yufeng, come here. Orochimaru's voice suddenly sounded. Uchiha Mikaze nodded to Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, and then went to Orochimaru's place. Master Yufeng? Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this title. In his impression, Orochimaru-sama didn't seem to add the word Kun after addressing a person. Could it be that Orochimaru-sama admires Uchiha's wind? Orochimaru-sama. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru and let the surrounding ninjas leave him alone, and he suddenly became defensive in his heart. Do you know where Tsunade is? Uchiha Yufeng was silent for a moment and nodded. I know, in a small town on the border. As we head to the border, will we pass by? Uchiha Yufeng opened the map and looked at the route he took this time. Shaked his head. I won't pass by. If you want to go around, I'm afraid it will take some time. Orochimaru nodded. Let's talk about it after the situation stabilizes. Orochimaru-sama, is it because of Tsunade-sama that you asked me to come here? Orochimaru grinned, and his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. It sounds like Mr. Yufeng is not satisfied. Mr. Yufeng, on the battlefield, the lives of ninjas are like grass. What do you mean by their lives? Uchiha Mikaze looked up at Orochimaru. Orochimaru philosophy class. Is it about to start? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Yufeng's appearance with a sneer on his face. Master Yufeng, sometimes a person's eyes are full of answers. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned and frowned slightly. How about giving Orochimaru a mangekyo full of life meaning? Orochimaru-sama, do you know what is meant by the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind it? Praying mantis, cicada, oriole. Orochimaru immediately understood what Uchiha Yufeng meant, and the smile on his face became even weirder. Master Yufeng, are you a mantis or an oriole? Me? I'm definitely not a cicada anyway. Orochimaru laughed, and the coldness on his face also slowly faded away. Interesting. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left the place. After Uchiha Yufeng returned, Kakashi came over. What did you talk about with Orochimaru-sama? Seeing the worry in Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha looked at Kakashi. Why? Are you worried about me? Kakashi snorted, but did not refute this time. Orochimaru-sama, you're different from others. I always have a creepy feeling about him. That's it. Uchiha Yufeng did not expect Kakashi to give such a reason. Isn't this enough? Moreover, I heard that in the previous battlefield, Orochimaru killed all his subordinates to break out of the encirclement in order to save his life. Speaking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but have a layer of sweat on his forehead. Uchiha Yufeng nodded silently. Orochimaru actually has such a dark history. No, if Orochimaru killed his subordinates to save his life, he should have escaped on his own. So what's going on with this news? Does Orochimaru still tell others about his dark history? Also, how did Kakashi know about this? It is said that Orochimaru-sama's subordinate is from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and Uchiha even came out. This special code is becoming more and more outrageous as it spreads. Isn't it a rumor created by Danzo's old thieves? Kakashi, most of what you said are rumors. Orochimaru-sama is actually very gentle. A familiar voice sounded, and Namake's Minato's sunny smile appeared in front of the two of them. Gentle? Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. Minato, why are you even less trustworthy than Kakashi? Orochimaru Uchiha and his party left Konoha and soon arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. It was a rainy day, and light rain fell sparsely. On the muddy road, the team moved forward quickly. An inexplicable sense of depression filled everyone's hearts. I'm going to rest here tonight. Orochimaru felt the change in everyone's mood. Although it was still a short distance from the destination, he had to stop and rest now. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and looked up at the sky. The sparse drizzle soon fell to the ground along the gaps between the fingers. He stood still and lowered his head, his eyes falling on everyone. Let's rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow. Yes, everyone responded. Master Orochimaru, the rain seems to have no intention of stopping. How about we use Earth Style to transform the surrounding environment? An Earth Style ninja came up and couldn't help but suggest. Orochimaru swept around and refused directly. If this place is too conspicuous using Earth Style, there are 2 caves in front, so let's stay there. Everyone looked in the direction Orochimaru pointed, and there were indeed 2 caves hidden behind the trees. Yes, several investigating ninjas quickly ran towards the place Orochimaru pointed just now. In his hand, he also took out kunai and shuriken. In this wild environment, wherever there's a cave like this, there are 9 out of 10 wild animals. About 10 minutes passed. The scout ninja is back. Lord Orochimaru, it's been cleaned up. Orochimaru nodded and walked towards the cave first. The ninja behind him followed closely behind. Finally, I can relax. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the cave that had been cleaned by the ninja, took out the eye drops he carried with him, and dropped them into his eyes. Then he lay on the ground and stretched. Kakashi saw Uchiha's movements in the wind and came to sit down. Eat something. Kakashi took out a piece of cake from his pocket and said tentatively to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng tilted his head without being pretentious. He took it directly and stuffed it into his mouth. It tastes good. Kakashi, your pancake skills have improved, but this time there's a little less oil. Please pay attention next time. Kakashi snorted coldly. After all, Uchiha Yufeng told Kakashi how to make pancakes before. Kakashi, you can do it. You really know how to enjoy life. Uchiha Yufeng finished the piece of cake quickly, looked at Kakashi's pocket, and reached out to grab it. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately lifted his pocket and put it on the other side. Seeing Kakashi glaring at him to protect his food, Uchiha sneered. Kakashi, don't be so stingy. What does it have to do with us? I'm just eating a piece of cake from you. If you eat more, it will be the second piece. If you are hungry, eat your military food pills. Kakashi has long been accustomed to Uchiha Yufeng's emotional card and remains unmoved. Kakashi, have you forgotten that I gave you fish to eat when you were a kid? Kakashi turned around and silently ate the cake in his hand. From the sound of smacking his lips, the cake in his hand seemed to taste more delicious. Uchiha Yufeng pulled the knife bag over and used it as a pillow. Looks like I can sleep well. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Yufeng suddenly sat up with his upper body. Stop eating it. Kakashi looked back at Uchiha Yufeng with a serious look on his face, and his heart moved. Quickly put the dry biscuits into the bag and seal it. Lord Orochimaru, a ninja team of about 30 people has been spotted ahead. A sensory ninja who was monitoring the surroundings of the cave immediately returned to the cave and reported to Orochimaru. Chunin Jonin, Sand Shinobi, or ninja from other villages. The ninja was stunned for a moment before he could speak. A kunai was shot towards him from outside. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he instantly pushed down the sentient ninja of Konoha in front of him. The kunai rubbed Orochimaru's clothes and shot onto the cave wall. Enemy attack, Orochimaru said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly ran towards the outside of the cave. Each kunai was like raindrops, shooting densely towards the crowd of ninjas in Konoha. Orochimaru took out a shuriken from his pocket. Throw out quickly. Shuriken, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. The shuriken that was thrown away suddenly turned into dozens of shurikens and flew outside. A tinkling sound sounded. After all, Orochimaru's shurikens had the upper hand due to their superior numbers, blocking 80% of the shurikens thrown towards the cave. Orochimaru used this to rush out of the cave. Latent Shadow, Snake Hand. Orochimaru looked at both sides of the cave and held up his hands. The snake from the cuffs quickly sprang out and bit directly on the necks of the two ninjas. Earth-style rock collapse. Seeing Orochimaru's movements, the ninja, who had been preparing for a long time, immediately began to form seals without any hesitation, immediately cast towards the cave entrance. This ninjutsu is quite targeted, because all the ninjas in Konoha are in the cave at this time, and the effect of this ninjutsu is to destroy the balance of the ground, causing the entire cave to collapse, and then killing all the ninjas trapped inside. Just then, a special kunai flew out. The ninja who performed ninjutsu was stabbed in the neck by a kunai, and his movements of the seal were stagnant. Then he saw a yellow-haired ninja suddenly appear in front of him. Holding the special kunai just now in his hand, he inserted it directly into his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. This person is none other than Minato, who uses the Flying Thunder God technique. 14 on the left, 7 on the right, and 8 on the back. Minato quickly swept around, and several special kunai suddenly appeared in his hand. Lord Orochimaru, help me throw it around the 8 ninjas behind. As soon as Minato finished speaking, he threw 8 kunai directly to Orochimaru. A dozen snakes flew out of Orochimaru's sleeves, took out the kunai, and put it in his hand. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Wind escape, air currents dancing wildly. Earth-style Tuling dumplings. Seeing Minato Namake's sudden appearance, the enemy ninjas turned around and used ninjutsu on Minato Namake's. Throw! A hand of kunai appeared again in Minato's hand, and he threw it to the left and right respectively. Just when ninjutsu was about to attack Namake's Minato disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Orochimaru did not hesitate, raised his hand, and accurately aimed at the 8 ninjas behind him and threw the kunai away. Minato's figure seemed to turn into golden threads, shuttling back and forth into space. In the blink of an eye, Minato's figure fell down. The ninjas who had just activated ninjutsu and were marked by Minato lost their voices and fell to the ground dead. Minato-sensei, you are so awesome. Kakashi, who had arrived at the entrance of the cave, looked at this scene and sighed for a while. Is this the Flying Thunder God's technique? This special code is too shocking. With the Flying Thunder God, wouldn't killing someone be as easy as cutting leeks? Uchiha Mikaze looked at Namake's Minato's back, moved his mouth slightly, and murmured, "Looks like I have to grab the fragment of Senju Tobarama. When the time comes with the Flying Thunder God in hand, I can go anywhere in the Sky Genin realm." Namake's Minato gasped for air, and after a moment, he turned around and smiled at everyone with a gentle smile on his face. "Don't worry, everyone. All enemy ninjas have been wiped out, and they are safe." After the sneak attack episode, after a night, Konoha's group finally arrived at their destination. After handing over the scroll to the Root Organization ninja, who came in advance to set up the base, Orochimaru had people stationed here. At this time, in the Kingdom of Rain, it is basically full of dangers, and you may encounter enemies everywhere. The geographical location of the Kingdom of Rain is relatively special. It is the junction of the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Wind, and the Kingdom of Earth. Over the years, it has often become a battleground between the 5 major ninja villages. Looking at the ninjas around them, setting up simple tents one by one. When Uchiha Yufeng was about to get in and rest, Orochimaru's figure appeared in front of him. "Master Yufeng, come with me." Uchiha Yufeng nodded and followed Orochimaru towards the largest main tent in the middle. Mifeng Kun learned medical care from Tsunade before. I wonder if some medical ninjutsu is still a grandmaster. Medical ninjutsu? Uchiha Yufeng thought of the drunken drunk before and responded to Orochimaru. Grandmaster. Hearing the word grandmaster, Orochimaru was a little surprised and looked back at Uchiha Yufeng. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, Fragment +2. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +3. Ifeng Kun, it's really surprising. Not only is he wearing water style, but he is also involved in the medical treatment ninjutsu he learned before. He is truly a genius. Genius? Uchiha Midike smiled. If I didn't have this cheat, Jinin would probably have a hard time graduating now. Where did the genius come from? When I was in ninja school, I wanted to be a medical ninja, so I later met Tsunade-sama. Orochimaru smiled. He had already investigated these things clearly. Come in. While the two were talking, they arrived at the main tent camp. Entering the tent, he saw nearly a dozen ninjas lying on the ground inside, with 3 medical ninjas in white coats busy around. Obviously too busy, Orochimaru's eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng again. Most of these people were injured during the battle with the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village. Some are poisoned, and some are injured by the detonating talisman. Master Yufeng, please. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands. No. Orochimaru looked at these sick and cruel people and sighed. This is war. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. After saying that, he left. Are you Uchiha Mikaze, who was taught medical ninjutsu by Lady Tsunade herself? A medical ninja saw Uchiha Yufeng and walked up to him and asked curiously, without waiting for Uchiha Yufeng to speak. A medical ninja who removed the bandage from the ninja immediately shouted to the man, "Come over quickly and help." Hearing the sound, the medical ninja who had just spoken ran over and started to help him. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng walked to a seriously injured ninja. A dot of green light flashed on his finger, and when it slid across his chest, his clothes were cut directly. Cross your hands. An emerald green chakra surged out. This is... The medical ninja on the side saw Uchiha Yufeng's movements, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He put down what he was doing and ran over directly to watch Uchiha Yufeng being treated. All the cells in the wound have been activated, and the wound heals so quickly. Could it be Sage Jutsu? The medical ninja who came to talk to Uchiha Yufeng just now was also shocked. Uchiha Yufeng's name has been heard a lot recently. Uchiha's rising star, Chunin, stood out from the rest of the team and led the team to win the Chunin exam. As Uchiha, he also entered Umbu to practice. Now, even the medical ninjutsu palm and sage jutsu can be used easily. How old is he? With Uchiha's treatment, the ninja in front of him recovered as before within 5 minutes. As expected of the wind-riding Chunin, the medical ninja observing from the side. Ahem. At this time, a green-faced ninja spit out a mouthful of black blood. Someone is coming. The one who treated the ninja had a solemn look on his face and immediately shouted to the surrounding medical ninjas. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at him, came to the front. He needs surgery. Uchiha Yufeng saw through this man's injuries at a glance. But when they heard about the operation, the medical ninja on the side looked sad. Uchiha Yufeng understood and then took a deep breath. I'll do it. Several medical ninjas looked at Uchiha Yufeng at the same time. Just now, Uchiha Yufeng used the ninjutsu sage jutsu, which is difficult in the medical field. It should be possible if he comes. But looking at Uchiha Yufeng's young face, is he really reliable? A flash of doubt flashed in the eyes of several medical ninjas. Looking at the ninja in front of me, they can't cure it at all. It's better to let Uchiha Yufeng try. Please. Several medical ninjas stepped aside to make way for Uchiha Mikaze. Uchiha Yufeng began to form seals with his hands. On a pair of hands, azure blue chakra appeared. Chakra scalpel. The medical ninja behind Uchiha Yufeng looked at the changes in Uchiha Yufeng's hands and expressed surprise. The medical ninja, who had just questioned Uchiha Yufeng, was impressed when he saw this scene. Uchiha took several key shots of the ninja in front of him. This is a medical ninja looked at the ninja who was struggling just now and suddenly stopped struggling. He couldn't help but look at the medical ninja next to him in a low voice. He just used a chakra scalpel to cut off this person's meridians to prevent him from moving around during the surgery later. After hearing this explanation, several people suddenly understood. After all, the injuries on this ninja's body were quite special and anesthetics could not be used on them. Uchiha Yufeng didn't hesitate, and then opened his stomach with a chakra scalpel. After careful inspection, it was found that the kidney was ruptured. The hands of the chakra scalpel disappear and are then covered with green chakra. Palm Sage Jutsu was launched again against the damaged kidney. It is expected that in a short period of time, the kidneys will be repaired and the wounds will be sutured. Several people breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh. A ninja who was about to die was saved in less than 10 minutes, which others are seriously injured. After Uchiha Yufeng repaired the severed meridians of the ninja, he looked at the medical ninjas around him. In front of, several people looked happy and instantly understood Uchiha Yufeng's plan. Taking Uchiha in front, he walked towards several seriously injured ninjas. Amid the amazed gazes of the surrounding medical ninjas, Uchiha directly treated all the seriously injured ninjas in the tent. Just now, there were some medical ninjas who had high ambitions and low abilities, but now they were looking at Uchiha Yufeng. An extra touch of respect. In terms of title, he changed from Yufeng Chunin to Yufeng Sama. The situation here was heard by Orochimaru, who was outside. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes, as if he was nostalgic, and a low and hoarse voice sounded. Tsunade, how much worse is his medical ninjutsu than yours now? The conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure village has been intensifying recently. At the base camp where Konoha is stationed, more and more ninjas are sent to the medical room. From that day on, Uchiha Mikaze showed his medical ability. He was assigned to the medical room by Orochimaru and temporarily became the monitor of the border medical class. Lead the medical team to do their best to treat the ninjas sent here from the front line. Master Yufeng, another seriously injured person. On a stretcher at the door, two ninjas in white coats carried a seriously injured and unconscious ninja in. Uchiha Yufeng took a quick look, looking at the black-green arms and the black-purple face. Use antidote number 2 first. As soon as he finished speaking, the ninja who was looking after the medical equipment took the number 2 antidote directly from the shelf, pulled out the cap, and plunged it in with a needle. As the number 2 antidote liquid was delivered to his body, the visible black color on his face became much lighter. Fetch water. After Uchiha Yufeng's seal, the chakra scalpel appeared on the hand again and cut off several meridians. The patient who had been struggling faintly just now also stopped moving. The medical ninja in a white coat took advantage of this moment and also brought the water aside. The chakra scalpel was removed, and Uchiha put his hand directly into the basin. When it was taken back, it was attached with chakra and brought up a transparent water ball. He locked his eyes on the patient's chest and slowly pressed the water balloon in. The patient below him was sweating on his forehead, his bloodshot eyes were wide open, and his whole body was shaking violently. If Uchiha Yufeng had not used the chakra scalpel to cut off several meridians just now, I am afraid that the violent struggle would have affected the treatment. After a while, Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand that was pressing on the patient. The water polo, just now, was also brought up from the body. In the water ball, streams of toxins as dark as ink were slowly sucked in. Is that a toxin? The medical ninja on the side looked at all this in surprise, with even more admiration for Uchiha's ability to control the wind. until the last trace of poison was stripped from the internal organs into the water ball. Uchiha Yufeng turned around. Only a crash was heard. The toxin-laden water was thrown into the basin. Green chakra surges in the hand, healing the meridians that were just severed. All right. Uchiha Yufeng wiped the water stains on his hands and said softly, "Yes." Several medical ninjas around him immediately responded. Just then, a medical ninja who reported the medical condition to Orochimaru quickly came to Uchiha Mikaze. "Master Yufeng, Master Orochimaru invites you." Now, Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the wounded around him and frowned. "Yes." Uchiha looked at you, the medical ninja who was wrapping bandages on the injured ninja. These three will use antidote number 5 first, and the others will wait until I come back." "Yes, Lord Uchiha." Upon hearing Uchiha Yufeng's order, the ninja named you stood up immediately and responded seriously. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he took off his white coat, walking towards Orochimaru's camp. "Mr. Yufeng, you have been treating ninjas for a week. Thank you for your hard work." Ding! Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, Fragment +1. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +2. If you encounter hardships in humanity, you will definitely become an old person. Uchiha Yufeng was wary and looked at Orochimaru, as usual. "Lord Orochimaru, what's the matter with you calling me here today?" Orochimaru smiled and didn't care too much about Uchiha Yufeng. "I have some good news for you. Tsunade is coming with Konoha's medical team." Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Yufeng's eyes lit up. "Is my second-generation fragment tool guy coming?" Then he frowned. "No, Tsunade is already infected with hemophobia. Why would he come here to seek punishment?" As if he had read through Uchiha Yufeng's thoughts, Orochimaru spoke. Once on the Eastern Front battlefield, Tsunade relied on her superb medical ninjutsu to save lives and heal the wounded, and cracked the strange poison of the puppet master of Sunagakure village. She was called the troublesome Princess Katsu, and made many puppet masters fearful. In fact, it doesn't matter whether she comes here for treatment or not. As long as the news of Tsunade's arrival on the front line is released, it will definitely deal a certain blow to the morale of Sunagakure village. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Uchiha Mikaze understood. Now Tsunade's strategic importance outweighs her life-saving skills. "Orochimaru-sama, aren't you afraid that this will be self-defeating?" Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru, and Orochimaru smiled confidently. "There is nothing scary about the small Sunagakure village. By the way, there is one more thing I need to tell you." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around. "Come with me, I'll take you to see it." Uchiha Yufeng hesitated for a moment, and then followed. The two of them left the base camp soon and headed deeper into the Kingdom of Rain. Not long after, the two arrived at a desolate village. Following Orochimaru's twists and turns, he slowly walked underground. A ninja in the shadows suddenly appeared when he saw Orochimaru's figure. "Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru waved his hand and looked at Uchiha Yufeng. "This is our Konoha's other stronghold in the Hidden Rain village." Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and glanced around. There were no fewer than 10 ninjas lurking in the darkness. He glanced at the ninja who had just appeared, and he actually had a mask on his face. "Umbu." Orochimaru shook his head. "This is the Root. The root organization of the old thief Danzo." Orochimaru didn't explain, just walked ahead, and the two passed through an unknown room, came into a dark environment. "This man is a spy from Yunin village whom Jin captured." Uchiha Yufeng followed Orochimaru's gaze and saw a beaten-looking ninja with his hands nailed to a wooden frame. "This is a confession file." Orochimaru walked to the table and threw a file to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng took it and looked at it briefly. The general meaning is that Yuin village has already penetrated into Yuin village and has already begun to make plans for the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Sand. Moreover, this time Sunagakure village declared full-scale war on Konoha village, and people from Kumogakure village were also behind it. Now, the war is getting complicated again. Those fighting lunatics in Yunin village are waiting for the opportunity. For the entire kingdom of sand, as well as the kingdom of fire, they have long been thinking of launching a war. But even so, they still maintain restraint and wait for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And this opportunity is the war between Sunagakure village and Konoha village. Now that Konoha village and Sunagakure village have officially declared war, Kumogakure village is probably going to take action. Yufeng, I want you to follow Minato after Tsunade comes over and go to the northern battlefield to provide medical support for the northern battlefield. Right now, Sand Hidden Village is 3 points weaker than the other 3 shadow villages. With Sunagakure village under control here, if other shadow villages have any ideas, I'm afraid they will be revealed sooner or later. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +3. It's not Kabuto Yakushi or Sasuke. It's Senju Tobarama? Orochimaru got the wrong card. Orochimaru, not only Kumogakure village, but Iwagakure village, Kirigakure village. If I see Konoha going to war with Sunagakure village again, I will also get involved. Intermittent coughing sounded, and a man with a bandaged shoulder came out of the darkness. This is the leader of the Roots, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Yufeng and introduced him. I've met Lord Danzo. No wonder the fragment that triggered Senju Tobarama just now. It turned out to be this old beat ********** D by his side. Why does Orochimaru have time to come to my root organization? Shimura Danzo nodded behind him, and several ninjas from the root organization moved the chairs over from the side and placed them in front of them. Shimura Danzo asked the 2 of them to sit down. Take Yufeng and come to see the cruelty of war. Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Oh, that's right. Shimura Danzo glanced at Orochimaru unexpectedly, and then his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Your water style and medical abilities are good. You have come here and performed well this time. When this war is over, I will report your promotion to Jonin. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled. Danzo-sama, Yufeng has his own teacher, so I don't need to trouble you to recommend him. Shimura Danzo coughed, but didn't pay attention. Orochimaru, please stay here later. Orochimaru had a strange look on his face. Yes, Yufeng, this is the temporary location of the root organization in the Kingdom of Rain. I have the water-style ninjutsu you need, as well as various high-level ninjutsu. If you have nothing to do, come over at any time. Danzo, the person who pursued Sharingan and Hashirama cells in the original work, didn't expect that he, Uchiha, would be so polite to him today. Is this to show goodwill and win over yourself? Thank you, Danzo-sama, for your cultivation. Ding, Senju Tobarama, youth, shard +5. Danzo waved his hand and left the room. Master Yufeng, do you have a new understanding of war? War. Uchiha Yufeng was silent. Recently in the medical class, I encounter all kinds of cruel people every day. The painful wailings one by one made people's scalp numb. Uchiha Yufeng frowned at first and then became numb. I often lament that ordinary ninjas appear too fragile in war. But even so, from the eyes of those who hurt the cruel, we can see their recognition of Konoha, their belonging to Konoha, their love for Konoha. Now think about the organizational philosophy of the previous Akatsuki organization. It is really a product of the times. In the final analysis, people still yearn for peace in their hearts. What an unfamiliar word, not only to the Akatsuki organization, but also to Konoha. Cruel, blood. But I believe that one day, the war will end and all major villages will move toward peace. If the village is a harmonious neighbor, it will enter a new era. Orochimaru chuckled. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. Orochimaru, who had experienced the war, was numb and had his own understanding of the war. I didn't expect Lord Yufeng to have hope. He is not Uchiha Mikaze and does not know the final direction of the plot. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Mikaze in surprise, and felt that the current Uchiha Mikaze was completely different from his previous attitude in discussing life. It seems that the idea is a bit naive. High EQ, hopeful, low EQ naive. However, Orochimaru is still the same Orochimaru, respecting personal ideas. Master Yufeng, do you still remember the way we came? Remember. Then Mr. Yufeng, please go back first. The medical team has left you, and you are probably very busy now. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. After that, he got up and left the room, running toward the base camp. Danzo-sama, Yufeng-kun has left. Orochimaru stood still and said softly. After the words fell, Shimura Danzo's figure appeared at the door of a nearby room and walked over. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to take this child seriously. Orochimaru's expression remained normal, and his hoarse voice was filled with calmness. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I am surprised that I can reach this level without relying on Uchiha. A flash of light flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Orochimaru, you mean you found the secret of this child? Orochimaru shook his head. Nothing was found. No. Shimura Danzo didn't believe Orochimaru's words. No matter what, he is an Uchiha. The information about the Uchiha clan that second generation left behind, including information on the boundaries of blood succession, was given to you before, but you haven't found anything at all when he came to the border to contact him for so many days? Orochimaru didn't respond and fell silent. Shimura Danzo on the side saw this and stopped asking any more questions. Thinking about Uchiha Yufeng's water style, he frowned. Uchiha's water style ability reminds me of a person. Orochimaru raised his head and looked at Shimura Danzo. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama-sama. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Second Hokage? Shimura Danzo hummed. I also came to this conclusion when I sent someone to observe Uchiha Yufeng. When he uses water style, his chakra conversion rate is extremely high, and his chakra control is also precise, no less than Tsunade. No less than Tsunade? Orochimaru didn't expect Shimura Danzo to give such a comment. Orochimaru murmured in a low voice, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It's really fun. Could it be that this Uchiha Yufeng is a descendant of the second generation instead of Uchiha? You can't imagine the second generation's obsession with Uchiha. It's impossible to let the descendants of the Senju family live in Uchiha. Shimura Danzo directly denied Orochimaru's guess, and then thought of the underground research room previously prepared for Orochimaru. By the way, do you have enough research materials now? Shimura Danzo squinted at Orochimaru and asked what was most important to him. Not enough. Orochimaru responded hoarsely. Not enough? Recently, ninjas have died every day in the Land of Rain, including Sand Shinobi, Konoha, Kyumo Ninja, Kirigakure, IWA Ninja. I've sent people to deliver it to you. Why is it not enough? There are not enough ninjas in the blood succession limit. There are enough ordinary ninjas. Hearing the bloody limit, Shimura Danzo fell silent. Although it is a time of war, the ninjas of the blood succession will also participate in the war to protect the village. However, the number of ninjas within the blood succession limit is still too few after all. Blood successor limited ninjas are rare, so I will try my best. Orochimaru nodded and walked outside. When he thought of something, his steps suddenly stopped. I always feel that there is some secret hidden in Uchiha Yufeng. If I make him into material now. Shimura Danzo uncharacteristically interrupted him. It's a war now, and Hiruzen values him more. Let's wait until the war is over. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, thinking about the impression Uchiha Yufeng had given him just now, he changed the topic. Actually, I want to see if there are any other secrets about this child. I always feel that what is shown now is just a little superficial. Orochimaru also agreed with Shimura Danzo's words. Orochimaru, try him out sometime. What if this child has a power that neither you nor I can resist? Shimura Danzo sneered confidently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A Uchiha who has never opened his eyes is only a Chunin. How can he make big waves? Just send a few rude elites to kill them easily. But the power? Unable to compete? Orochimaru, a recent graduate of a ninja school. Why do you feel so intimidated? Orochimaru had a strange smile on his face and looked back at Shimura Danzo. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Master Yufeng, help me. A ninja who was being carried to the medical department on a stretcher cried and yelled. Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and glanced at the visitor. Knock him out. The medical ninja next to him understood what he was doing and quickly came to the front and stabbed his neck with his hand. Then he calmly dragged the unconscious ninja to the hospital bed. Use number SXS newly prepared antidote to stop the bleeding and bandage the injured area. Yes, in the medical team, injured ninjas were treated in an orderly manner. After about 2 hours, the busyness stopped. Finally, it's done. Uchiha Yufeng walked out of the medical class, took off his mask, and breathed a sigh of relief. So hard. A young man with dead fish eyes wearing a mask came here at some point, looked at Uchiha Yufeng, and asked softly, "The boy is none other than Hatake Kakashi. You will know if you try it." Uchiha Yufeng rolled his eyes at him, found a clean spot, and sat directly on the ground. "What about you? What's your latest mission?" Kakashi also sat down and shook his hair. "Patrol. Then your mission is not much different from mine." Uchiha Yufeng grinned, pointed at Hatake Kakashi, and said with a smile, "It's far different from you. We only conduct patrols and inspections nearby. There are 7 or 8 ninjas, alternating with each other." Uchiha Yufeng looked embarrassed. F***K. There are 7 or 8 people working in shifts for such a small task, and I've been working on it for a long time, just like a cow and a horse day by day. Hatake Kakashi patted Uchiha Maka's shoulder. "Didn't you say it? Those who are capable work harder. I'll give this to you." Uchiha Yufeng was speechless for a moment. After Kakashi graduated from the ninja school, Noera Lin asked Kakashi if he was tired from doing tasks after becoming a ninja. Seeing Kakashi's tired appearance, she comforted the other person at that time by saying that those who are capable work hard. "Good guy. I remember it so clearly after so long. How vindictive you are. By the way, I'm coming over. There's one more thing." Kakashi's face returned to its previous seriousness. "What?" "Border War Jiaozhua. I heard that the inexperienced Chunin ninjas in the village will most likely be mobilized to support the frontier." Uchiha Makaze frowned. "What does this have to do with me?" Kakashi took a deep breath. "Your 2 companions are already Chunin, right?" Uchiha suddenly stood up and looked at Hatake Kakashi seriously. "What do you mean?" "Both Hong and Shiin are coming here." As the squad leader of the medical class, Uchiha Yufeng naturally knows the battle situation here. Just the injured ninjas coming in and out of the medical tent, one after another. The number of wounded is increasing. The recent conflict between the 2 villages has gone from a simple injury of Chunin to Chunin being seriously injured and killed to Jonin being seriously injured. Looking at this situation, it's almost time for Sunagakure village to show its trump card. At this time, Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shien came over. Didn't they go to the battlefield and give up their lives? Hatake Kakashi nodded first, then shook his head. It doesn't necessarily mean heading to our side. It could also be the battlefield between the north and Sunagakure village. Looking at the solemn look on Uchiha Yufeng's face, Kakashi comforted him. When they come to the border, they will not go directly to the battlefield. They should be more responsible for some logistics. Look at me. Isn't it just because I'm a Chunin that I'm still working in the logistics department? Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. Since Hatake Kakashi came here with a large army, it seems that he has not faced the battlefield directly. He has mostly been doing some tedious daily patrols and other work in this base camp. But Hatake Kakashi's eyes became more serious. If this war escalates, I think I will go outside and face the war like the previous ninjas, right? Uchiha Yufeng sighed. With the impact of the war, all young ninjas in Konoha are more likely to go to the battlefield the further they are delayed. The biggest problem in Konoha now is that there are too few ninjas who can fight. After several wars, it has reached the point of insecurity. Among the young people, only Namikaze Minato can take action. If the war escalates, It is impossible for these people to end the war quickly, unless there are ninjas like Madara and Hashirama who have the ability to calm troubled times. Let the young ninja go to the battlefield. Uchiha Mikaze knew that sooner or later such a day would come. However, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. This is just the beginning of the Third Ninja War. The front line at the back continues to lengthen, and time drags on. Konoha will definitely find ways to train a new wave of young people to take over. For example, the Chunin exam, which is held every 6 months or so, will probably be selected in advance soon. Appropriately reduce the difficulty and requirements for promotion to Chunin, and allow nearly qualified ninjas in the village to be promoted to Chunin. Even these ninja school students who have just graduated and are not very good at it may still participate in the battlefield as Chunin. Yufeng, you are too protective of your companions. After all, they are also Chunin who were selected and promoted through the Chunin exam. Their strength should be good. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufengben's heart, which had almost stopped worrying, suddenly rose. It's not bad. While I took the Chunin exam, I probably could have passed it even with 2 wooden companions. Of the 2 of them, one is an expert in swordsmanship and the other is an expert in Jinjutsu. How could I be able to reassure myself? Looking at Uchiha Yufeng with strange eyes, Kakashi is confused. What's your expression? Am I right? Before Uchiha Yufeng could explain to Kakashi, a hurried figure came to him. Master Yufeng, the puppet master of Sunagakure village, led a group of Jonin from Sunagakure village to kill here. Minato Jonin is not here, and Lord Orochimaru ordered us to retreat to the east as soon as possible. Don't worry about anything else. He will meet you there. In addition, Kakashi, you also follow Master Yufeng and retreat first. After the ninja finished speaking, he immediately left. Hearing the puppet master, Uchiha Yufeng's face became more serious. Puppet master? Chiyo leads the team. Kakashi's face was full of solemnity, and he murmured. He still knows about the puppet master Chiyo. Chiyo is the Jonin of Sunagakure village, the advisor of Sunagakure village, the top leader of the puppet army, and the top puppet master who can control the puppet master with just one finger. In terms of attainments in puppetry, there is no one else in the entire ninja world. Chakra surged under the feet of Uchiha Yufeng and Kakashi, and they ran towards the east at the same time. That's not right. How come this place was exposed so quickly? Are there bad people among the ninjas of Konoha? Uchiha said to Hatake Kakashi as he ran. It could also be that the perception team we sent out before was caught by the enemy and the information was extracted. Kakashi couldn't help but speak as he thought about the fact that several sensory teams had not returned after leaving Konoha base camp during this period. But why is Chiyo personally leading the team here? Is it because of you? Uchiha looked at Kakashi's white hair. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Uchiha Mikaze, but there was no explanation. Kakashi couldn't help but think of his father, Hatake Tsukumo. It was during the last war that Hatake Tsukumo Myuha White Fang became famous in the ninja world. Faced with the provocation of Sunagakure village, he killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. If you say it's for yourself, it seems to make sense. White-haired brat, who is Konoha White Fang Hatake Tsukumo to you? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked at the person speaking in front of him. Before he finished speaking, a tall puppet wielded 2 swords and slashed at the 2 of them. Uchiha Yufeng closed his hands and opened his mouth to spit. Water-style water barrier. Water barrier enveloped Uchiha Yufeng and Hatake Kakashi in just an instant. The puppet was rushed aside by the swirling water, knowing that it was close at hand. But in the end, there was no way to go any further. The 2 knives under his arms struck the water barrier with only the slightest splash of water. Water-style water shockwave. The swirling water suddenly swelled and turned into a tornado. He rushed towards the area where the puppet master who controlled him and the surrounding ninjas were. Damn Konoha brat! There was a roar and the sound of water rushing. Uchiha Yufeng's mouth curved. Lightning-style Chidori flow. The terrifying electric current suddenly came out of Uchiha Yufeng. Under precise control, it avoided Kakashi and extended towards the water-style ninjutsu he had just created. Electric current is lased on the water, causing a chain reaction. It spread quickly and reached the ninjas who came into contact with the water. No fewer than 10 miserable voices sounded around. "You difficult Konoha brat, I'm going to kill you first." In the air, an angry voice sounded. 7 or 8 puppets each held 2 swords and slashed at Uchiha Yufeng. Before Uchiha could move to control the wind, Kakashi on the side disappeared with a bang. Clone technique? It's quite fast. Uchiha raised his hand and shook it, and the Ronin sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Ding, ding, ding. The sword and the puppet's swords collided rapidly, causing sparks to fly. Taking advantage of the moment to block the attack, Uchiha glanced back and forth with his eyes. Kakashi's figure had already rushed behind several Sunagakure ninjas, and the kunai in his hand was neatly placed on his neck, and he quickly wiped it out. Several sand shinobi fell down immediately. Kakashi, this set of movements is smooth and smooth. It's really not that simple. Uchiha Yufeng smiled and looked away. Finally, they locked on a slightly older man, who was the ninja who controlled these puppets alone. Who is this old man? He is so powerful in puppetry. In response to Uchiha Yufeng's gaze, the puppet master immediately avoided it. As a puppet master, they knew that there was a family in Konoha that restrained the puppet master very much. That is the Uchiha clan. Look at Uchiha Yufeng, with black hair and black eyes. It is obviously the standard equipment of the Uchiha family. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. This is a fight on the battlefield. Regardless of whether the guy opposite is Uchiha or not, you should avoid it. Hiding behind the puppet and letting the puppet fight is the basic quality of a puppet master. After Kakashi killed 2 more ninjas from Sand Hidden Village, he was exposed and the remaining Sand Shinobi reacted. Ninjutsu, kunai, and shurikens all greeted Kakashi. Kakashi quickly formed seals on his hands. Uchiha Yufeng knew that it was Kakashi's true form. He quickly took out a dozen shurikens in his hand and threw them out accurately, blocking the shurikens and other hidden weapons coming from the opposite side. The rest is up to Kakashi himself. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi's voice sounded. He opened his mouth and spit out a huge fireball, blocking it in front of him. Blocked several incoming ninjutsu attacks. Growling, while paying attention to Kakashi's breathing, the 3 puppets also stepped forward to play close combat with Uchiha Yufeng. The poison double swords suddenly increased in speed compared to before. On Uchiha's sword, the water attribute chakra surges, and every time it blocks an attack. There were a lot of water drops falling on the puppet's body. In just a few rounds, the clothes on these puppets were completely wet. At this moment, dozens of kunai stabbed at Kakashi's body at strange angles. Uchiha Yufeng narrowed his eyes slightly. From the top of the kunai, I felt the chakra thread. This is a kunai controlled by a puppet master. The angle and direction are completely unpredictable. For Kakashi, the risk factor is very high. A dazzling thunder and lightning appeared on Uchiha Yufeng's hand. Chidori's sharp spear. A spear condensed with thunder attribute directly penetrated the puppet in front, flew towards Kakashi's kunai, and knocked it away at the same time, and was stuck in the wall. The remaining puppets that were fought just now were not affected at all, and even got closer to Uchiha Yufeng. At this time, you still care about your companions. You really don't want to live or die. A hoarse voice sounded. Arcs of electricity appeared again on Uchiha Yufeng's body. Chidori flow. The terrifying thunder and lightning scattered in all directions without any scruples, allowing the puppets close to him to suffer first. Bang, bang, bang. A violent sound accompanied by bright lightning came from the puppet, and it touched Uchiha Yufeng's body. Suddenly paused. The 2 swords held in both hands suddenly dropped, losing their aggressiveness. My puppet! What'd you do to my puppet? The old man looked at Uchiha Yufeng angrily, wishing he could rush up and fight Uchiha Yufeng head-on. A ninja from Sand Hidden Village next to him quickly stopped him. Due to the influence of the water attribute chakra, these puppets have long been soaked. Under the stimulation of Chidori's thunder attribute chakra, the thunder element produced by lightning style interacts with the water element produced by water style. This reaction, usually accompanied by bright fire and violent sound, is highly destructive and releases energy. When the important joints of these puppets are attacked by Uchiha Yufeng, the water attribute chakra will have the greatest impact. With the stimulation of lightning, the damage suffered now is also the most serious. Master Ebizo, Konoha's main force is coming soon. Why don't we retreat first? Master Chiyo is still there waiting for our support. After hearing Sand Shinobi's suggestion, Ebizo slapped him in the face. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have gone up and tore that kid to pieces. Listening to Ebizo's words, the ninja could only respond. Whoosh whoosh. Uchiha Yufeng was not polite. Taking advantage of the temporary shock of the Ebizo puppet, the lightning style Sunban condensed from the thunder attribute chakra in his hand was thrown directly towards the Sunagakure ninja in front of him. When Ebizo was furious, he took out a scroll and channeled 2 puppets again. Under the control of Chakra Thread, the puppet blocks all attacks. Looking at 2 more scrapped puppets, he looked at Uchiha Yufeng and Kakashi unwillingly, and finally said to the several Sunagakure ninjas around him to retreat. The group of people, under the cover of Ebizo, withdrew one after another. Uchiha Yufeng teleported to Kakashi's side. "You're not hurt." Kakashi nodded and was about to speak. The pain in his arm made Kakashi groan. Uchiha Yufeng looked firmly and tore the clothes off Kakashi's arms. Looking at the bloody mess above, the whole arm was soft. "It's not hurt yet." Uchiha Yufeng touched it with his hands, and a green chakra surged. Palm Sage Jutsu activates. After a few minutes, Uchiha Yufeng took it back. Kakashi looked behind Uchiha Yufeng. A whole team of Konoha ninjas appeared in the distance, and the leader jumped up to them. "Mifeng-kun, Kakashi, are you 2 injured?" "Orochimaru, what a coincidence." Uchiha Yufeng hid his thoughts and looked up at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama, we are fine," Uchiha Yufeng said, patting the dust and stains on his body. "Since everything is fine, let's seize the time to move. Minato is holding back the team led by Chiyo. Let's just leave. I'll leave a signal for him. Depending on Minato's speed, I think he will catch up with us soon." Orochimaru looked away from Uchiha Yufeng, scanned the surroundings, and gave direct orders. Afterwards, the group of people ran forward. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Kakashi and saw doubt flashing in his eyes, so he gave him a look. Kakashi understood. Uchiha Yufeng had no expression on his face. He stepped forward with a knife to hit the fallen ninjas in Sunagakure village one by one, and then stepped forward to follow the team. The 2 men hung at the back of the line. Kakashi seemed to have something to say and was about to speak. Uchiha Yufeng made a silent gesture to him. Kakashi was thoughtful and said nothing. The group ran for nearly an hour before slowing down. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the dense jungle, and the air was slightly dry. "It looks like he has left the land of rain." "Right ahead," a sentient ninja voice sounded. Looking along his line of sight, inside a broken house, a huge basement door appeared in front of him. There are 3 ninjas from Konoha guarding the area, and they seem to be well prepared. Thinking about the sudden appearance of Ebizo and his Sand Shinobi team, Uchiha Yufeng suddenly felt strange. He glanced in Orochimaru's direction. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at Kakashi beside him. "How's it going? Are you okay?" Looking at the pale-faced Kakashi, he couldn't help but ask. "It's okay. I'm just a little overdraft on chakra." "Oh, why don't you just put in ninjutsu? You are so weak at such a young age. Your body is not good. If you can't do it, go back to the barbecue restaurant and replenish your kidneys." Kakashi rolled his eyes and glared at Uchiha Yufeng angrily. "Abnormal? Question mark." Just as he was about to retort, Kakashi ran towards the new camp like a thief. "Stop! Shouka! Who are you calling pervert?" The 2 ran and chased each other. Orochimaru looked at his back, with a sneer on his lips. He moved the corners of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself. "Lightning style? It's really surprising. However, this should not be a power that scares me. Lord Yufeng, I am very curious about the dangerous power hidden in you. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning. Other side, after Uchiha Yufeng and Kakashi checked, they went to a lounge. Kakashi looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng, do you think this is a coincidence? Uchiha Midake smiled. It seems that Kakashi has also understood that the Sand Shinobi he just met was very sudden. There are so many coincidences in this world. Uchiha Yufeng found a place to sit down, put his hands under his head, and leaned to one side. Yufeng, I'm causing trouble for you. Kakashi thought about the puppet master calling his father's name just now, thinking that it was for him. With his eyes lowered, he said to Uchiha Yufeng, You're thinking too much. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands towards him. Kakashi raised his head and looked at Uchiha Yufeng in confusion. Don't take yourself too seriously. Just know this, and it has nothing to do with you. Kakashi did not expect that Uchiha Yufeng would be so sure that this matter had nothing to do with him. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, Kakashi frowned. It has nothing to do with me. Does it have anything to do with you? Uchiha Yufeng didn't answer, but slowly closed his eyes and began to take a nap. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's even breathing, Kakashi said no more. My heart skipped a beat, and I couldn't help but think of a possibility. I see. As if he had figured it out, Kakashi did not bother Uchiha Yufeng, covered his feet with chakra, and walked out carefully. The next day, Uchiha Yufeng came to her own exclusive medical class again. Looking at the familiar faces around him who were helping him, Uchiha Yufeng believed a little more about his guess. Lord Yufeng, have you heard? Uchiha Yufeng treated a seriously injured ninja in front of him with sage jutsu and handed it over to the ninja next to him. He turned to look at you, who had just spoken. What did you hear? You walked up to him and whispered. Yesterday, just as we were transferring, a Jonin team of nearly 100 people invaded the Kingdom of Wind. The border front line of the Kingdom of Wind was severely defeated. Uchiha Yufeng frowned. Who did it? Minato. You shook his head. They seem to be ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village. The two young men taking the lead. It seems that one is named AI and the other is Killer Bee. They are invincible and unstoppable on the battlefield. AI. Isn't this the title of the shadow of Yunin Village? Could it be that this young man has been confirmed as the heir by Yunin Village? A medical ninja next to you widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed. There is a custom in Yunin Village that every Reikage will inherit the title of AI before taking office. Now, among the team in Yunin Village, there is a young man who claims to be AI. Apart from the fact that the reigning third Reikage is called AI, there is only one possibility. This young man is the fourth Reikage who is recognized by Kumoin Village as the one who will take the throne in the future. From the intelligence point of view, there is no doubt that he will be the next fourth Reikage. You thought seriously and nodded. Then he looked at Uchiha Yufeng, who was still thinking. Master Yufeng, if we, Master Orochimaru, hadn't had the foresight to lead the ninjas from Sunagakure Village to attack our base, this sneak attack in Kumogakure Village might not have achieved such results so easily. Our war with Sunagakure Village, with the help of Cloud Hidden Village this time, it will definitely make it much easier for us in Konoha. Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and locked eyes with you. You just said Orochimaru had foresight? Did he reveal our location to Sand Shinobi? You scratched his head and didn't notice the change in Uchiha Yufeng's tone. I don't know the specifics, but I'm a classmate of a Chunin who was with Mr. Orochimaru before, and he just told me about this last night. He said that this time, Orochimaru had a clever plan and plotted against Kumogakure. Uchiha Yufeng then lowered his head silently and fiddled with antidote number 3. The guess in my mind has been confirmed. Orochimaru, it's you. Uchiha Yufeng had already felt strange when he met the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village. The ninja who conveyed the news gave him the retreat route. It is the secret of the entire medical team. Apart from these members of the medical team and Kakashi, only Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, knows. How can we meet Sand Shinobi just a few steps away from Kakashi? Those Sand Shinobi seemed to be waiting there to sneak attack on the two Yufeng people. Orochimaru, it seems I need to find a chance to have a good talk with you. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes turned cold, and he put down the medical equipment on hand. I just wanted to go to Orochimaru's room, waiting for Uchiha Yufeng to leave the medical office. A familiar yellow figure outside came here and stood in front of him. Yufeng, the village sent a ninja logistics supply team to the front line. There used to be news exchanges with the logistics supply team every day, but today it was suddenly interrupted. I think they may have been intercepted by ninjas from an enemy village on their way here and need support. Uchiha Mikaze looked at Namikaze Minato with puzzled eyes. Does this have anything to do with you? In a list of teams coming to the front line, there are the names of your classmates from the first class and the student from the 7th class I led. The pupils in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes suddenly shrank. Yufeng, we are going to provide support. Your medical ninjutsu is superb. If something unexpected happens, your medical ninjutsu can ensure their safety to the greatest extent. Do you want to come with us? Following Minato Namikaze and several other jonin, they just left the medical room. When he saw Orochimaru, Uchiha had a cold look in his eyes. Orochimaru met Uchiha Yufeng's gaze, habitually stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, like a hunter who sees his prey. Master Orochimaru, after all, the mantis can only see the cicada and not the oriole. What do you think? When Uchiha walked up to Orochimaru, he paused. He turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. The chakra all over his body suddenly boiled like boiling water with a terrifying force. Uchiha Mikaze's sudden attack caused several jonin around, and even Namikaze Minato to look at Uchiha Mikaze in shock. This chakra seems a little too strong. Also, there is a strong murderous intention mixed in it. Is Uchiha Mikaze going to take action against Orochimaru-sama? Several people did not dare to breathe. Oh, Mr. Yufeng thinks he is an oriole. Orochimaru grinned on his pale face, and the reflection of the big snake was condensed in his cold eyes. It's just a reminder, Orochimaru-sama, don't really turn into a praying mantis then. It would be too sad to be eaten by an oriole. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and went straight ahead. If it hadn't been for the rescue of Yuhi Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugugo, Uchiha Yufeng would have had a friendly match with Orochimaru today. Time waits for no one. Let's talk about Orochimaru's matters when we get back. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's back, thinking about Uchiha Yufeng's chakra that broke out in an instant just now, Orochimaru trembled. It's not fear, it's excitement. The golden vertical pupils in Orochimaru's eyes were full of passion, and the ferocious smile on his face was even more irrepressible. Uchiha Yufeng looks like he really has murderous intentions towards him. It's interesting, so interesting. I want to see how much potential you, Uchiha, can unleash this time, and will the hidden and dangerous power finally be revealed? After leaving the base, the team led by Namikaze Minato moved quickly towards their destination. Namikaze Minato saw the cold expression on Uchiha Mikaze's face and came to him in an instant. Yufeng, are you still worried about Hong and the others? Uchiha Mikaze glanced at Namikaze Minato and nodded. Don't worry, Yufeng. The logistics team usually has a few experienced jonin among them. Even if they encounter danger, nothing will happen to them in a short time. Hearing Namikaze Minato's comforting words, Uchiha Yufeng nodded, then frowned slightly. In the past few times, the logistics team was led by experienced ninjas. Why did it suddenly change this time? I brought Jinin and Chunin who had just passed the Chunin exam. By the way, Senior Minato, whose intention did they come to the border this time? Minato thought for a moment. It probably wasn't Hokage-sama's idea. Only the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the border, can decide on the candidates for dispatching the logistics team to the border. If it wasn't 3rd Hokage's idea, it must be Orochimaru. Orochimaru again. This time, he actually made a fuss about his companions. Orochimaru, you have a way to die. About half an hour passed. Uchiha Yufeng paused. His eyes flickered and then quietly retreated to the back of the team. Stop. Then Minato Namikaze's voice sounded. The ninja dog of Inuzuka Jaw sniffed the scent in the air and suddenly bared his teeth forward and let out a series of barks. There are enemies ahead. Namake's Minato's eyes turned cold, and several kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw them forward. A tinkling sound sounded. Namake's Minato disappeared in an instant and appeared at the location where he had just launched the kunai. His blue eyes glanced back and forth around him. Base! A cold kunai flew towards the blind spot and towards Namake's Minato. Just when he was about to be hit, Namake's Minato disappeared instantly and returned to his previous position at the front of the team. Holding a kunai in his hand, he looked warily towards the woods ahead. A group of ninjas walked out of the forest ahead. Looking at their forehead protectors, Akamichi Dantu, the ninja at the front of the team, was suddenly shocked. The ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. The Konoha ninjas took out their kunai one after another, held them in their hands, and looked warily at the Kumoin village ninjas who appeared in front of them. This yellow hair and the teleportation technique just now. That ninja must be the Yellow Flash. A sensory ninja from Hidden Cloud Village looked at Namake's Minato with a hint of fear in his eyes. Then he looked at the two people in front of him. If you don't run now, what are you waiting for? When the strong ninja who was rushing forward heard this, a flash of surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes. Really? Is he the ninja who single-handedly prevented us from seizing Nine Tails? Namake's Minato's eyes narrowed. Thinking of the Kumogakure ninja who wanted to kidnap Kushina Uzumaki before, his eyes became even more wary. You are AI, the son of the third Raikage of Cloud Hidden Village, right? I heard that your attack speed is very fast, and you are invincible on the battlefield of Sunagakure Village ahead. Killer Bee, the ninja wearing sunglasses next to AI, saw the ninjas of Konoha and showed no intention of retreating in his eyes. So he spoke in his lame rap. With me and Big Brother here, we can handle you today. You idiot be asterisk 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 D. Why is this rap so crazy? Namake's Minato's eyes fell on Uchiha Mikaze, who was at the end of the team. I'll hold them back later while you protect Yufeng and break out from the side. After hearing Namake's Minato's words, the ninjas from Kumogakure Village in front of them looked embarrassed. Yellow Flash, you seem to be too arrogant, and you even discussed tactics in front of us. Namake's Minato was not affected by the opposite ninja, and took out a kunai with a special mark from the ninja bag on his waist. Then he threw it out directly. The location where the kunai fell included all the ninjas in Cloud Hidden Village. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikaze nodded to Namake's Minato. Prepare to go around and leave. AI's body's thunder attribute exploded, his eyes flashed, and he rushed directly towards Uchiha Yufeng. A yellow figure appeared instantly from special kunai at Uchiha Yufeng's feet. He was going to stab AI in the back. I have a lot on my back, so I can't fail. At this time, a big octopus tail suddenly blocked the way. The special kunai was drawn across the octopus legs and neatly cut off. Minato looked surprised. He didn't expect AI's partner to be so fast. And these octopus legs. What's going on? They are octopus legs condensed by chakra. Could this person be Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Inuzuka Jaw, who was protecting Uchiha in the wind, saw this and screamed in horror. Unexpectedly, Yunin Village was so crazy that during such a sensitive period, they actually put the village's Eight Tails Jinchuriki on the border. Because of Namake's Minato's obstruction, Uchiha Mikaze and others had already left the encirclement of Kumogakure Village and were about to leave. I don't have your kunai here anymore. Let me see how you use your teleportation technique. A cold voice suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Yufeng. The disgraced AI just now, with thunder attribute chakra surging all over his body, quickly came to Uchiha Yufeng. After protecting this kid like this, I wonder if you can still protect him now? Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were dark and terrifying. Even in his youth, AI was incredibly fast and couldn't keep up with his speed. Watching the elbow strike getting closer and closer, Uchiha Yufeng knew that it was time to reveal some of his trump cards. This powerful and heavy elbow hit would seriously injure his little body even if he didn't die. Although I have the power of the white snake to recover quickly, recovery also requires time and chakra. Moreover, the success or failure of a ninja's battle often occurs in an instant. We cannot hand such a big flaw into the hands of the enemy. Uchiha Yufeng waited and felt cruel in his heart. Uchiha Maka's jet-black pupils instantly transformed into the six-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes, are they Sharingan? Why aren't they Magatama? What is this pattern? AI looked into Uchiha Yufeng's eyes, not waiting for a reaction. Then he was controlled by Jinjutsu. His eyes were dull, and AI, who had been galloping just now, froze. He fell straight in front of Uchiha Yufeng. Looking at AI, who was so close, Uchiha Yufeng felt the pain in his eyes and slowly closed his right eye. The left eye's gaze was locked on AI, who was controlled by Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu, and a few bloodshot eyes appeared. Amaterasu, at this critical moment, a huge octopus tail blocked AI's front, blocking the black flames and dragging him away from Uchiha Yufeng. Looking at the black flames on its tail, the water-style ninja from Cloud Ninja Village immediately formed a seal and sprayed water on it. However, it had no effect at all against Amaterasu's flames. What kind of flame is this? It's so domineering. The black flames were more intense than before and burned faster. Cold sweat broke out on Killer Bee's forehead. After learning about the horror of this black flame through Eight Tails' words just now, heartbroken, he directly raised the knife in his hand and cut off the burning tail section. Looking at the pitch-black flames, it slowly disappeared until this section of the tail was burned to ashes. The Konoha ninja and Kumogakure ninja took a breath of cold air. If this strange black flame touches a person, wouldn't it mean that there is no way to survive? What on earth is this pitch-black flame? How could that immature boy be able to drive such a terrifying flame? What on earth was this black flame just now? Why can't Water Style put it out? The Kumogakure ninja on the side looked in the direction of Uchiha Yufeng with fear and said in fear. The ninjas remembered the Uchiha boy wearing a Chunin vest in front of them deeply. Untie. One of the Jinjutsu ninjas came to AI's side and unlocked the Jinjutsu in AI's body. AI's eyes regained clarity and he wanted to get up, but his body reacted unusually stiffly and he almost fell to the ground. This is the after effect of Mangekyo's Jinjutsu in the body. AI didn't dare to be careless in his heart. The Uchiha boy just now controlled himself with Jinjutsu at a glance. He wanted to seek revenge on that kid, but he didn't dare to look into Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. In addition, his movement was restricted and his body was not in control. If you move forward impulsively, you will be ed by that guy again, Jinjutsu. Although I'm not sure how many times such Jinjutsu Uchiha can be used, but if it can be used once, I am afraid that I will really explain it here. The entire team may become passive again. Uchiha Yufeng frowned. The eye where he had just cast Amaterasu was in severe pain. On the side, Inuzuka Jaw saw that Uchiha Maka's was not in good condition, so he came over and helped Uchiha Maka's. Just now, was that fire-style eye technique released from the eyes? An Akamichi family ninja next to him scratched his head. He glanced at Uchiha Yufeng carefully, thinking about the source of the Amaterasu flames, and asked doubtfully, "Fire-style? Eye technique? Sharingan?" Inuzuka Jaw thought about the bloodline limit of the Uchiha family, and habitually looked into Uchiha Maka's eyes. For a moment, Inuzuka Jaw's eyes widened, and he took a breath. "Are you still fighting?" Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Maka's and saw that nothing was wrong. He held the special kunai in his hand and looked at the ninjas of Kumogakure Village again. The words just fell. Behind Killer Bee, Minato Namikaze's figure appeared. The special kunai in his hand hung above his head. Killer Bee reacted quickly and had already aimed the dagger in his hand at Minato. This Eight Tails actually has a teleportation technique on its tail legs. AI's eyes were gloomy, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, thinking about the time when Minato Namikaze cut off Eight Tails' tail just now. Is this the time? Killer Bee's expression remained normal, as if he was ready to fight tooth and nail. I have long been prepared to lose both sides and come to a head-on confrontation. Namikaze Minato looked calm. Although you are an enemy, I admire you very much. You act like a ninja killer. Killer Bee looked determined. AI was silent for a moment and waved his hand in despair. One yellow flash is already very troublesome, and now there is another Uchiha boy. Today we cannot keep them. Let the ninjas of Konoha leave. After hearing AI's answer, Killer Bee wanted to say something more. AI glared at him, and Killer Bee angrily suppressed the rap that reached his mouth. Namikaze Minato was not careless about this, and his eyes signaled Uchiha Yufeng to go first. Uchiha Yufeng closed his eyes tightly at this time, and was helped away by Inuzuka jaw beside him. After watching Uchiha Yufeng and others leave safely, Minato took back the special kunai and left this place. The yellow flash is really powerful. AI moved his somewhat stiff body and looked at Namikaze Minato's leaving figure with a hint of admiration. But when I think about the special pair of Sharingan I came into contact with, his brows furrowed, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What on earth is this special and ominous Sharingan? The people of Uchiha are really not good at all. Namikaze Minato used the teleportation technique, followed the special signal left behind, and soon caught up with him. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Mikaze among the crowd, came to the front quickly. Are you okay? Uchiha Yufeng turned around and looked at Minato with slightly narrowed eyes. Minato-senpai, you're still so fast. Hearing that Uchiha Yufeng was still joking, it seemed that the damage was not serious. Thinking about the terrifying black flames during the battle just now. Yufeng, the ninjutsu you just did was... Uchiha Mikaze knew what kind of person Minato Namikaze was and didn't hide anything. Pointing to his eyes, Namikaze Minato understood, nodded silently, and did not continue to ask about the eyes. When he saw Uchiha Yufeng blinking constantly, it was obvious that his eyes were uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but speak. Are there any side effects? Just rest and rest, Uchiha Mikaze said as he walked. Uchiha Mikaze still doesn't reject Namikaze Minato. Just now, when facing the ninja team from Hidden Cloud Village, knowing that he was worried about Yuhi Kurenai and the others, he calmly asked people to protect him and break out from the surrounding area. If it weren't for AI and Killer Bee, Minato alone would be enough to contain them. Uchiha Yufeng will naturally remember those who exude kindness to him. Namikaze Minato pulled out a map from his arms. It's not far from a place where the last intelligence was sent. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikaze instantly understood what Namikaze Minato meant. If it's really the people from Sunagakure who are blocking it, I can handle it. The ninjutsu you just used, I don't think it's that simple. You have a good rest, and don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Listening to Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Yufeng felt warm in his heart. He is truly the little son of Konoha. Careful, calm, and considerate of the overall situation. Thank you, Minato-senpai. Namikaze Minato thought of Uchiha Mikaze, whose eyes were full of worry when he heard that his companions were in danger. Then he patted his shoulder, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Master Yufeng, you are actually a gentle and emotional person. Gentle? Why is this word so familiar? Etc. Inuzuka jaw in front suddenly shouted. Everyone stopped, and Inuzuka jaw let his ninja dog sniff around for a while. Barked at the north position. There, Inuzuka-zu pointed in the direction of the barking just now. Namikaze Minato came to his side in an instant, half-bowed, and tapped lightly on the ground. 1, 2, 8. After Namikaze Minato sensed the position of the ninja, he took out a special kunai from his knife bag and threw it in 8 directions. The moment he threw out the kunai, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared. 1, 2, 8. The sound of counting fell, and the 8 ninjas fell down in response. Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone present in Konoha were undoubtedly filled with awe. I didn't kill these 2 people, I just knocked them unconscious. I should be able to get some information out of them. Namikaze Minato came back with one under his arm. Gathering information? Let me do it. More than half a day has passed since we arrived here from the base camp, plus the episode in Yunin village just now. Uchiha Yufeng's patience has been worn away. Out of the ninja, a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan emerges. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Three Magatama Sharingan. Inuzuka, jaw among the crowd, was not surprised when he saw the 3 Magatama, but was thoughtful. Ahem. There was a burst of coughing. At this time, about 20 Konoha ninjas were staying at the border between the country of grass and the country of fire. Judging from their respective spirits, they were very depressed. After half an hour's rest, we will break out towards the south again. We can't wait here any longer, otherwise we will be trapped and die in this damn place sooner or later. Jonin, a member of the Sarutobi family, looked at the crowd and couldn't help but suggest. I agree. Jonin around him spoke in agreement. Their group, a team of nearly 30 people, was sneak attacked by the Jonin team from Sunagakure village when they passed the border of Takino country. Because it is not a fighting team, and there are many students who have just graduated from the ninja school. In order to protect the new generation of Konoha, Jonin, who was in charge of the logistics team this time, led an elite team of 10 people to form a backup team. More than half a day has passed now, relying on the Konoha signal left behind. If he was still alive, he should have chased him long ago. They didn't return for a long time, and what happened to them? Everyone knows it. Therefore, this is what Sarutobi Jonin suggested just now. This time, give priority to protecting the juniors in the team. Only if they are alive can we, Konoha, have a future. Several Jonin cast their eyes on Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuzuki Yugao, who were sorting supplies in the distance, with a touch of determination on their faces. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a ninja from the Yamanaka family who was on alert shouted in this direction. Upon hearing the warning, everyone formed a circle to protect the juniors. It's really troublesome for you to run away so far. A cold voice sounded, and several kunai flew towards this side first. Ding ling clang. Kunai was beaten and flew around. Immediately afterwards, the sound of footsteps spread to the distant hillside. Looking up, I saw that there were already ninjas standing there. A conservative estimate would be more than 50 people. Damn it! Sarutobi Jonin, the leader, cursed angrily and tightened the kunai in his hand. Stop struggling in vain. If you surrender, it will give you a chance to survive. The leading Sunagakure ninja had cold eyes and looked like he had a chance to win. Konoha-style swordsmanship. A Jonin from Konoha made his position known through his actions. Go quickly. Evacuate according to the previous plan. A ninja named Yamanaka Ziji said coldly to Yuhi Kurenai and other young ninjas who were escorting the supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, San Shinobi came forward to fight. Yes, Yuhi Kurenai, Wozuki Shiin, and others took out kunai in their hands, and while protecting the supplies, they left to the side. Cubs of Konoha, you can't escape. A puppet holding a pair of blades that made a rattling sound suddenly came towards this side to kill. How could I let you succeed? A ninja from the Akamichi family immediately used the family's secret technique, stretched out his arm, and stopped the puppet in one fell swoop. Kunai were flying around, and the sound of detonating talismans was heard. Yuhi Kurenai and the other 4 people's eyes turned red, and they gritted their teeth and ran with the supplies in the planned direction. After walking 20 meters, I didn't forget to look back at the Konoha ninjas who were still fighting desperately. Whoosh! In the dense forest, Uchiha Obito's feet were empty, and the transparent threads were triggered one after another. In an instant, a huge net flew towards several people. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Wozuki Shiin pulled out the Kusanagi sword from her waist in an instant and struck out 4 swords in the blink of an eye. The big net was instantly torn open. Bah! When the big net broke, strange bluish water stains flowed out. Poisonous. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes narrowed. Obito. Fire style. Yuhi Kurenai turned to look at Uchiha Obito and urged. Only then did Uchiha Obito react, raised his hand to form a seal, and spit out the great fireball from his mouth. For a time, the big net was blocked. It's so dangerous. I'm finally escaping. Uchiha Obito wore goggles and breathed a sigh of relief. No, we are surrounded again. Yuhi Kurenai felt his surroundings, his heart sank, and he whispered. Whoosh whoosh. 8 ninjas appeared in front. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You are not sand shinobi, but ninjas from Kimogakure village. Yuhi Kurenai raised his eyes, looked at the different forehead protectors of the 8 ninjas, and tightened the kunai in his hand. Kids, you Konoha and the lives of sand shinobi in front of us. We Kimogakure are all going to die. Hearing this, the 4 people's hearts jumped. What nonsense are you talking to these guys? They can be killed. An anxious Yin glanced at the person who was speaking, and as he spoke, he moved towards a few people. The speed was so fast that there was no time for Yuhi Kurenai to form the Genjutsu seal. Konoha Flow, Uzuki Yugon rushed to the front, and the kunai and Kusanagi sword collided with each other. Maue Shiin's arms trembled, and her face became even more solemn. Woyuki Shiin felt the power coming from this kunai and was shocked. This power is Jonin. It's such a shame that Jonin from Cloud Hidden Village was blocked by a little kid. The ninja on the side sneered, and as soon as he finished speaking, he also launched an offensive against Woyuki Shiin. He rushed forward and slashed at Woyuki Shiin's body. His eyes glazed over for a moment. Genjutsu. The ninjas from Yun Ninja Village on the side were surprised when they saw this. He came to him instantly and raised his hand to form a seal. Untie. The ninja who had just been knocked out of Genjutsu by Yuhi Kurenai now regained his clarity. What a little girl. She actually used Genjutsu against me. I'll start with you today. The ninja from Hidden Cloud Village didn't expect that a little girl would take advantage of him at the critical moment. Angry, he turned and slashed at Yuhi Kurenai. As the ninja took action, the other 7 people also launched attacks. Their target was locked on Noera Lin first. After all, it was a consensus to give priority to killing the medical ninjas in the team. Lin, Uchiha Obito's body, couldn't keep up with the reaction at all, so one ninja who came over instantly kicked him away, and another one directly captured Noera Lin. Aside from a surprising little girl who knows swordsmanship and Genjutsu, these 2 little guys really do it with ease. The Kimo ninja, who caught Noera Rin, had a smile on his face. He took out the tachi from his waist and slashed Noera Lin's head with a knife. Just then, a kunai with a special mark flew over from a distance and hit the knife, heading towards Noera Lin's head. Bite! With a crisp sound, the kunai hit the knife and fell to the ground. Ooh! The Cloud Ninja looked in the direction where the kunai flew and suddenly felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, a yellow-haired ninja appeared in front of him with a serious expression. When did he come here? This man fell down with doubts. Chidori's sharp spear. The shrill chirping of birds sounded. A lightning spear, like a candied hawse on a stick, instantly pierced the 2 ninjas Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shiin. Looking at the 2 reinforcements who suddenly arrived, the remaining 5 jonin from Kimogakure village looked at each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes. Yellow hair and this teleportation technique, it's a yellow flash. Withdraw, the leader shouted, and the group of people was about to leave. Withdraw? It's not that easy. Uchiha Yufeng's voice sounded, and a Ronin sword appeared in his hand. The Thunder Attribute Chakra was instantly injected, and he didn't know when he had arrived in front of the 5 people. Konoha brat, kill him to break out. The leader Jonin saw Uchiha Yufeng's young face and immediately issued an order. The 5 people stared at Uchiha Yufeng and killed him. Uchiha Yufeng's dark pupils changed instantly. A pair of 3 Magatama suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sharingan. The movements of the 5 people all froze, and the sword in Uchiha Yufeng's hand quickly slashed at the vital points of the 5 people. The Thunder-attributed electric current chakra not only improves the sharpness of the weapon, but also has a paralysis effect. 5 people were chopped down one after another and fell down one after another. Even to death, he never struggled out of Genjutsu. Yufeng? It's you, why are you here? Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Yufeng in front of him, straightened his messy hair out of habit, and shouted softly with red eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Uchiha Yufeng. Namikaze Minato led the rescue team to join the remaining logistics team. After a series of obstructions, there were only 7 people left in the logistics team of more than 30 people. Among the 7 people, there were 4 ninjas who graduated at the same time as Uchiha Yufeng. After building a temporary shelter using Earth style, Uchiha began to treat the wounded. After working for most of the day, this is the end. Yufeng, are you done? Yuhi Kurenai, who was guarding outside, saw Uchiha Yufeng coming out, and his eyes lit up. Uchiha Yufeng took off his white coat and put it aside, looking at Yuhi Kurenai. Don't be so brave next time. This war is not a ninja game. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Yuhi Kurenai pouted. I know. I just haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that there's a logistics team going to the front line, so I didn't expect to encounter such danger on the road. Uchiha Yufeng reached out and rubbed Hong's head. After looking at it, his eyes lit up. After not seeing each other for a few days, Hong seems to have grown a lot taller. Hong, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have grown up. Yuhi Kurenai's face turned red, and he nodded shyly. Well, it's big. Big? Where? Uchiha Yufeng's eyes instinctively fell on one place. Ahem. Maui Shien's voice sounded from the side. Shien. Yuhi Kurenai felt the shift in Uchiha Yufeng's gaze. Her body became hot, and her face turned red to the base of her neck. Seeing Yuzuki Yun approaching, he shook off Uchiha Yufeng's hand and came to Yuyen. Oh, do you have a fever? You look so bad. Yuhi Kurenai turned around and glanced at Uchiha Yufeng. Seeing Hong's actions, Yu Shiyin finally understood. Weirdly looked at the two of them. What, did I come at the wrong time? No, you came just in time. Yuhi Kurenai spoke quickly and looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng's head was filled with questions. These are some weird lines that Hong said. Yufeng, and I want to go over to you later. Oh, just now, Senior Minato said that after Yufeng is done with his work, we should go over to him together. It seems that we have something to say. Namikaze Minato? Uchiha Yufeng nodded. In that case, let's go there early and don't keep Minato-senpai waiting. Mao Yueshi looked thoughtful. Oh, it's the yellow-haired Jonin-senpai. Thinking of the yellow-haired ninja from before. The ninja who was so fast that his eyes couldn't see clearly. Yeah, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato-senpai. The group of people walked towards the inside while talking. We arrive at the place soon. Minato-senpai, we are here. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Namikaze Minato, who was recording the contents on the scroll, and spoke in a low voice. It's you. With a gentle smile on his face, Namikaze Minato put down his pen and came to the three of them. Orochimaru-sama just sent a letter using a psychic beast, saying that Tsunade-sama has arrived. We don't need to be in such a hurry. We can just send the supplies within 3 days. Has Tsunade arrived? Uchiha Yufeng's eyes lit up. It seems that the Senju Tobarama fragments have been found. Very good. Ever since they met the Sand Shinobi Ninja, their spirits have been tense all the time. I'm afraid of wasting the opportunity. Hearing the news, Yuhi Kurenai felt relieved. One more thing. Namikaze Minato's eyes fell on Uchiha Mikaze. Danzo-sama heard that you are good at water-style ninjutsu, so he wants you to perform a special A-rank mission. Special A-level mission. Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shien's eyes couldn't help but fall on Uchiha Yufeng. Namikaze Minato-senpai. Should this task be given to only Mikaze? Yuhi Kurenai came back from the surprise and looked at Uchiha Yufeng with worried eyes. Well, it's a mission for Yufeng. The other two who perform this mission together are elite ninjas from the root. Hearing the two root elite ninjas, Yuhi Kurenai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a lot more reassuring if there were 2 senior masters around me. This is the scroll. Namikaze Minato took out the scroll from his arms and handed it to Uchiha Mikaze. Uchiha Yufeng then opens. There are not many words on it, but the general content is to assassinate a group of ninjas lurking on the border of the Land of Fire in Sunagakure Village, and use the changes in the properties of a large amount of water attribute chakra to frame the blame on Kirigakure Village. Another point is to obtain information about the border deployment of Sunagakure village through two root ninjas. Uchiha Mikaze closed the scroll and looked at Namikaze Minato. Minato Senpai, how do you think the difficulty of this mission is? Namikaze Minato thought for a moment, and there was a hint of seriousness on his face. If we just look at the difficulty of the task, with Yu Feng and two masters at the root level helping me, I think the task is not too difficult. However, this mission, you should still pay more attention to it. Uchiha Yu Feng's expression condensed. It seems that Namikaze Minato also saw something strange about this scroll mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so. Even if there's an accident, I think with Yu Feng's current strength, this problem shouldn't be a problem. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. Uchiha Yu Feng looked at him with a smile on his face. Is this considered encouragement and reminder in disguise? I know. Thank you, Minato Senpai. Namikaze Minato smiled. Your partner will probably come over tonight, so you should have a good rest this afternoon. Uchiha Yu Feng then turned his attention to Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yugao. Don't worry about their safety. I will personally escort them back to the new camp. Moreover, Tsunade-sama also sent news that Hong and Shien were quite talented and asked them to follow Tsunade-sama for a period of time. Tsunade? Tsunade's fierce expression flashed through Uchiha Yu Feng's mind, and she felt warm in her heart. Yes. Minato Namikaze stepped forward, patted Uchiha Mikaze's shoulder. Go back and have a good rest. When they come at night, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to rest, and you need to start the mission. Uchiha Yu Feng nodded, and then left with the two of them. What do you need to pay attention to in the mission that Minato Senpai just mentioned? Uchiha Yu Feng shook his head. Nothing. There may be some surprises, but the impact will not be big. Uchiha Yu Feng turned his eyes and looked at the two of them. When you return to the camp, you will face Tsunade-sama, one of the Sannin. Then talk less, do more, and follow Tsunade. I am assured of your safety. Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien looked at each other. Tsunade-sama is a hero in the eyes of our Konoha Kunoichi. She must be safe around her, and the target of the Chunin in my heart is Tsunade-sama. Woyuki Shin snorted proudly and said while holding the Kusanagi sword in her arms. Uchiha Yu Feng shook his head and looked at Yuhi Kurenai. But, Hong, I have to warn you. Yuhi Kurenai looked over, his big eyes full of doubts. What? Those are some of Tsunade's bad habits that you shouldn't learn. Bad habits? Yuhi Kurenai was stunned. Tsunade-sama is one of the Sannin who is famous in the ninja world. How could he have any bad habits? Yuhi Kurenai reacted and looked at Uchiha Yu Feng suspiciously. Ifeng, you don't have any objections to Tsunade-sama, do you? Uchiha Yu Feng was speechless. How do you answer this? Uchiha Yu Feng spread his hands. Forget it. Let's not talk anymore. You can do whatever you want. I'm going back to rest. Night. Uchiha Yu Feng followed the two root organization masters and headed towards the destination, looking at the two people in front. The one who wrapped his body tightly and used insects to sense the surrounding environment just now is the Aburame clan. The other one is a sentient ninja from the Yamanaka clan. The two briefly told Uchiha their code names before. The Aburame clan's code name is Kuon, and the Yamanaka clan's code name is Tanuki. Arrive. Tanuki's eyes fell to the front, and he quickly hid his figure. The three of them gathered together. 12 targets, 5 Jonin, and 7 Chunin. Then he took out the map from his bag and clicked on the 4 directions on it. There is 1 Jonin in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. I will control 1 Jonin first. You can kill it directly with water style. Uchiha Yu Feng nodded. The main output of this mission is Uchiha Yu Feng himself. Yes. Seeing that Uchiha Yu Feng understood, Tanuki rushed towards the point closest to the southern mark. Not 5 minutes later, I found a good angle and saw the raccoon dog hiding in the shadows. He moved his hands forward and began to form seals, aiming at the Jonin of Sunagakure. Ninjutsu, the art of turning the heart around. Uchiha's wind-riding figure teleported to the controlled ninja, seeing the controlled enemy ninja slowly nodding towards him. Uchiha Yufeng knew Tanuki had succeeded. The Ronin sword, which was equipped with a chakra filled with water properties, gave Tanuki enough time before stabbing him in the heart. Before Sand Shinobi could fall down, Koen's figure immediately appeared in front of him. He caught the body that was about to fall and then slowly put it down. After a series of operations, except for the sound of the sword entering the body, there was no movement. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Continue. Then the second one. It was not until the fifth ninja was assassinated that the Sand Shinobi inside noticed something unusual. Quickly gathered together. The two people at the root looked at Uchiha Yufeng. There are 7 Chunin left. Can you deal with them? Uchiha Yufeng nodded, understanding what they meant. No problem. Leave it to me. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the 7 people gathered together and formed a seal with his hands. A large amount of water appeared out of thin air and rose into the sky, then turned into the shape of a dragon. With terrifying momentum, he rushed towards the 7 people. Watching Uchiha Yufeng's movements, Tanuki secretly took out a notebook and quickly wrote on it. The 7 people were stunned by the water style, and Uchiha made another seal with his hands to control the wind. Water style, the art of waterfall. Streams of water swirled behind Uchiha Yufeng, instantly bringing up the remaining water. The huge water style enveloped the 7 people in front of him again, smashing them over like a waterfall. The surrounding terrain has also undergone considerable changes under the influence of the technique. After a while, there was no other sound except the sound of water flowing. The root ninja stepped on the water, stepped forward to check one by one, and touched up the ones that were not dead, and then left behind some iconic things such as the Mist Ninja's forehead protector. Wait until everything is done. Mission accomplished. Tanuki took out the notebook from his pocket again. Although he looked at the Sand Shinobi at his feet, his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng seemed unaware, his face calm. The 2 root ninjas then looked at each other, and Tanuki nodded slightly. Uchiha Yufeng, it is said that you opened Sharingan? How many Magatama are you now? Lee's writing hand paused slightly and looked over. Oh, is there anything about my Sharingan in the mission that Danzo has given you? Koen, who hadn't spoken much during the whole journey, suddenly scolded Uchiha when he heard Danzo being called by his name. Uchiha Yufeng, how dare you call Danzo-sama by his first name? Danzo-sama? There was a hint of ridicule on Uchiha Yufeng's face. You are Danzo's people, but I am not. Their eyes turned cold. Hey, it's so annoying in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know there are bugs on my clothes. Uchiha Yufeng suddenly spoke and took the tiny bug on the corner of his clothes into his hand. Then a stream of water appeared, drowning the bug directly. This insect was put on Uchiha Yufeng by Koen from the beginning. I thought the action was very secretive, but I didn't expect that I was discovered by Uchiha Yufeng in the end. Koen and Lee looked at each other, their auras slowly beginning to change. Do it. After Koen finished speaking, his figure came to Uchiha Yufeng in an instant. Raise your hand and sweep. A large number of poisonous insects flew out from cuffs. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were calm, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared in his eyes. Fire style, great fireball technique. A thick fireball was spit out from Uchiha Yufeng's mouth. Nearly half of the insects were burned in an instant, and Koen's eyes flashed with fear. When was the seal formed? Tanuki took advantage of the 2 men's opportunity to teleport behind Uchiha Yufeng. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, who was about to land in the air, he prejudged the position where Uchiha Yufeng fell and used the family secret technique. Ninjutsu, the art of turning the heart around. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng was about to hit the ground and was hit by the secret technique, Uchiha Yufeng's body paused in the air and quickly flew to the side. Is this necromancy? The 2 of them were immediately shocked. At the critical moment just now, Uchiha Yufeng unexpectedly channeled a snake to act as a rope and forcibly moved his position. Because the spirit released by the secret technique did not hit Uchiha Yufeng and could not return to his body in a short period of time, Uchiha instantly lost the ability to resist. Uchiha Yufeng teleported to Tanuki's side, and the Ronin sword in his hand slashed directly towards the vital part. Chi-Chi. A large swath of insects suddenly appeared in front of him, acting as a cushion to block Tai sword's attack. Before the next move could be made, the sword was instantly covered by lightning. Chidori Blade. The bugs that had been trying to fill the gap just now were directly paralyzed by lightning and fell to the ground like scattered sand. The sword penetrated directly into the vital point without any hindrance. Tanuki fell to the ground dead. Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Koen. Koen's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to turn around and run away. Do you think you can escape? Koen's movements froze, and his whole body began to tremble. I can't move my body, this is... Koen lowered his head with difficulty. His entire body, especially his limbs, had been nailed by huge iron nails. The body could not move freely, and severe pain struck from every position. Is this Jinjutsu? When? Uchiha Yufeng didn't answer, and came to him in a blink of an eye. Lightning style, Chidori flow. The huge thunder attribute chakra scattered in all directions in Uchiha Yufeng's hand, and Koen was instantly shaken by the thunder and lightning. Little bugs fell out of Koen's body one by one, and the number of bugs seemed endless. Fire style, great fireball technique. The high-temperature fire-style ninjutsu is spit out from the mouth. There was a burning smell, and the bugs that had just fallen were roasted to death on the spot. Looking at Koen, who is still trying to struggle Jinjutsu, the Ronin sword in Uchiha's hand appeared again, and the sword flashing with thunder and lightning went straight into his heart. In an instant, his breath was gone, and he died on the spot. Uchiha Yufeng put away the knife, searched the two people, and his eyes fell on several pamphlets found. He put it away and stood up, looking at the mess on the ground. His face became even colder. Danzo, do you like this gift outside of the mission? Uchiha Yufeng traveled for a day, according to the location recorded on the scroll, and the Konoha secret code left on the road. Finally, we returned to the new base camp built in the Kingdom of Rain. Walking in the underground passage, watching the ninjas coming and going. Master Yufeng, you are back. A medical ninja in a white coat happened to walk out and saw Uchiha Yufeng. His eyes lit up and he stepped forward to say hello. Uchiha Yufeng nodded slightly to him. Where's Minato Senpai? It seems that there's another strong enemy attack on the Eastern battlefield. Senior Minato has already gone out on a mission this morning. Namake's Minato has become a rescuer on the battlefield. Uchiha Yufeng nodded to express his understanding. Okay, I get it. Let's talk later. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he walked towards the innermost office. Looking at the sign with the commander-in-chief written on the door, Uchiha opened the door indifferently, and the moment he saw Orochimaru. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were cold. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared in his eyes. It's Lord Yufeng. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and when he saw a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, there was a touch of excitement in his eyes. His body immediately bowed, and he was about to raise his hand. Suddenly froze. This, Jinjutsu. Orochimaru felt that his body was nailed by huge iron nails, and even a small movement was very difficult. When did you cast Jinjutsu? Why didn't you notice it at all? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru, who was looking at him in shock, and slowly walked up to him. Orochimaru, my eyes didn't disappoint you, did they? Orochimaru grinned on his stiff face and was about to speak. A huge fist hit his face. Puff! Orochimaru flew up, then fell heavily. Listening to the movement here, the surrounding ninjas quickly came in. Everyone was in a daze when they saw Orochimaru lying on the ground in a panic, and Uchiha Yufeng in front of him with a murderous look on his face. Uchiha Mikaze did it just now. Uchiha Yufeng and the others have known about it before. Graduated with the first place in the ninja school actual combat rankings. Later, he participated in the Chunin exam and led the whole team to defeat all the teams in the second game of snatching scrolls by himself, winning the first place and ending the Chunin exam early. It became the most special time for the Chunin exam since the school was founded. But even so, he seems to be just a newly promoted chunin. That person is Orochimaru-sama, one of the legendary Konoha Sannin. He is a powerful man with a shadow-level strength. Why was he beaten by this young boy with a slightly immature face? Did someone cast Jinjutsu on me before I could believe what I was seeing? Orochimaru-sama, are you okay? One ninja swallowed and said to Orochimaru. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng seemed unresponsive, the ninja was about to step forward. Uchiha Yufeng tilted his head slightly and looked at the ninja with a pair of scarlet Sharingan. The ninja then collapsed to the ground, his eyes blurred, apparently being pulled into Jinjutsu. Uchiha Yufeng, this is Orochimaru-sama, the current commander-in-chief of the battlefield. Do you know what you're doing? An older jonin took out a kunai from his ninja bag and couldn't help but look at Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng didn't answer and raised his steps. He walked towards Orochimaru again. Watching Orochimaru move with difficulty, the jonin was hesitant and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng with murderous intent, in the end he still shrank and did not dare to step forward. Does it hurt? Orochimaru lowered his eyes, raised his hands with difficulty, and was about to close in to form the seal. Uchiha Yufeng kicked him over. As the bones cracked, Orochimaru's body was instantly rolled to the side. The pain instinct is curled up, and the movements are extremely stiff. Your movements have no place to hide in front of my pair of Sharingans. Uchiha Yufeng looked down at Orochimaru, who was sweating on his sore forehead, and kicked him again. The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded. I have warned you before not to push yourself too far. Orochimaru, do you understand the relationship between the mantis and the oriole? The other arm showed a deformed bend and was obviously broken. Uchiha Yufeng squatted down and punched Orochimaru in the face again. Enough! A loud voice sounded. Tsunade walked in at some point. His eyes were misaligned, and he didn't dare to look this way. After taking a deep breath, he said to the medical ninjas behind him, You guys take Orochimaru for treatment. Yufeng, come with me. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Hearing this, the medical ninja next to him stepped forward. When they saw Uchiha Yufeng's pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan looking over with murderous eyes, several people froze in place. Wind control, Tsunade shouted, and there was more pleading in her voice. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +4. The 3 Magatama Sharingan in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes and the murderous intention on his body receded. He glanced coldly at Orochimaru on the ground. Orochimaru, next time, you won't be so lucky. Uchiha Mikaze just walked up to Tsunade. Come out with me. Tsunade lowered her head, suppressing the discomfort in her heart, grabbed Uchiha Yufeng's arm, and walked outside. After walking a few steps, he turned into a lounge. After closing the door, Tsunade's body seemed to have collapsed. She carefully grasped the necklace with both hands and slowly sat on the ground, leaning against the door, her eyes full of pain. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around and saw Orochimaru's blood on his hands and feet. It suddenly dawned on me. Broken. Uchiha Yufeng quickly wiped away the blood stains and slowly squatted down. Seeing Tsunade grabbing the necklace on her chest with trembling hands, like a frightened rabbit, Uchiha Yufeng touched Tsunade's cheek with both hands, raised her head and looked into her eyes, and then the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. Sharingan! The painful look in Tsunade's eyes slowly receded, and her frown slowly relaxed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes slowly closed. After a while, he leaned on one side and fell asleep. Tsunade-sama. A panicked voice sounded outside, and Uchiha recognized Kato Shizun. Uchiha moved Tsunade slightly. Then he gently called the gate of opening and stopped Kato Shizun. Shizun, huh? It's Yufeng. Have you seen Tsunade-sama? Uchiha Yufeng nodded, and then gave him a silence gesture. Shizun entered the room and saw that Tsunade was asleep. She looked up at Uchiha Mikaze in confusion. She lost control of her emotions after seeing the blood just now. I used Jinjutsu hypnosis to make her fall asleep. By the way, this is my mission scroll. When Tsunade wakes up, Give it to her. Yes. Shizen took it carefully and looked at Tsunade worriedly. Seeing Tsunade sleeping peacefully, her eyes for help fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Ifeng, can you help me support Tsunade-sama? Uchiha Yufeng nodded in agreement, then helped Tsunade and put it on Shizen's back. After returning to Tsunade's residence and settling in Tsunade, Uchiha Yufeng left. Seeing this, a ninja who had witnessed all these things left the camp and ran towards the roots. The next day, Tsunade woke up from the bed and glanced around. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. There was an inexplicable sense of relief. He stood up and stretched, his chest proudly displayed. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Tsunade added a smile to her face. Tsunade only remembered last night, as if she had had a long dream. In a fantastic place. There's a grandfather, a second grandfather, a father, a mother. The familiar and gentle looks of many deceased relatives appear in dreams. Even his younger brother Naoki and his former boyfriend Kato Dan were also looking at him with a smile. It seems that everything is so beautiful. Hey, it's just a dream after all. They're all dead long ago. Tsunade sighed quietly. Her happy face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by pain. But how did Shengshu and Duan die? I have no memory at all. Why can't I remember it? Tsunade's head hurt, and the death scene that was about to be remembered suddenly disappeared. It's like the picture has been cut. Before Tsunade could think more, there was a knock on the door. Tsunade-sama, can I come in? Hearing the voice of Shizen Kato, Tsunade put her doubts behind her and stood up. Kato Shizen looked at the gate of opening, and Tsunade's complexion improved significantly, and her eyes widened for a moment. What's wrong? Tsunade touched her face in confusion and returned to the bed to sit down. Tsunade-sama seems a little different today, even more beautiful. Pretty. Tsunade was stunned and took the mirror on the table. Wink in front of the mirror. Any changes? Tsunade didn't feel any difference, then put down the mirror and thought about what happened to Yufeng and Orochimaru yesterday. Where's that brat Yufeng? Yifeng went to the medical room early in the morning to treat the injured ninja. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded. That's right. There are not many ninjas on the border who know advanced medical ninjutsu. During this period, he has accumulated a lot of wounded people. Did you also go to the medical room to practice medical ninjutsu this morning? Kato, Shizen hummed. I went, and Yufeng also gave me some pointers and let me watch the treatment process of several injured ninjas. Unexpectedly, Yufeng learned it later than me, and now the level of medical care is so high and all kinds of advanced medical ninjutsu are also at your fingertips. There was a smile on Tsunade's lips, and she sighed. This kid's talent is really good. When I taught him before, he could understand a lot of medical-related content at a glance. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan, which has always been bad at medical treatment, would have someone with such talent in medical treatment. By the way, do you understand the conflict between Yufeng and Orochimaru yesterday? Hearing Tsunade's question, Kato, Shizen nodded. I went there yesterday afternoon and learned something about the situation. It should be that Master Orochimaru revealed the location of the camp to Sunagakure village some time ago to lure the enemy. As a result, the opponent sent the main team to sneak attack the camp and encountered Uchiha Mikaze. From what Kakashi means, it should be that he didn't receive any advance notice before. A look of anger flashed across Tsunade's face, and her jade hand immediately slapped the table. Crack! The table was torn apart instantly by a powerful force. Did this Orochimaru do this on purpose or by accident? No waiting for Shizen to speak. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock at the door. Enter. Pushing the gate of opening, Uchiha Yufeng walked in wearing a white coat. Tsunade-sama, are you awake? Tsunade heard this and snorted coldly. What? You still know how to care about me. I see you're not easy now. You can even hurt Orochimaru. You usually hide your strength. After Tsunade finished speaking, she came to Uchiha Yufeng and looked at him. Ding! Senju Tobarama, youth, shard +5. Uchiha Yufeng smiled and didn't care. Tsunade-sama, are you trying to help your former comrade regain his place? Tsunade waved her hand, and circled Uchiha Yufeng several times. "Aren't you treating ninjas in the medical room? Why you still have time to come to my place?" Uchiha Yufeng looked at Tsunade and took out a blood bag from her arms. "No, Tsunade-sama is afraid of blood." Shizun on the side was the first to react and immediately rushed in front of Tsunade, blocking her sight, and anxiously explained to Uchiha Yufeng. "I know." The smile on Uchiha Yufeng's face dropped, and he opened the blood bag. He pinched a corner, poured some out, and threw it toward Tsunade. Kato Shizun's eyes widened, and she quickly turned around. However, he saw Tsunade frowning, her hands clenching together, her joints crackling as she clenched her fists, and she looked at Uchiha Yufeng with an unhappy look on her face. "Kid, you're looking for death." "Tsunade-san." Kato Shizun looked surprised and hurried forward. "Tsunade-sama, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" "Discomfort?" Tsunade looked down at the blood on her chest and arms. It seemed that she was not as frightened and trembling as before when she saw blood. "My hemophobia seems to be cured." Tsunade looked at her hands and murmured absently. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng had a smile on his face. Tsunade's leukemia was caused by the death of her two important people, Kato Dan and Naoki. Especially when Kato Dan died, Tsunade was still treating him on the side, but was unable to save him and finally died bloody in front of him. Tsunade was completely unable to bear this kind of impact and wanted to escape reality, which led to mental illness. Just yesterday, Uchiha Mikaze used Sharingan to activate hypnosis Genjutsu, thus deleting Tsunade's memory of directly witnessing their two deaths. It is not accurate to say that it was deleted. It should be the use of Sharingan's hypnosis as a guide, coupled with Tsunade's own psychological escape from the death of the two, which allowed her to successfully temporarily rewrite the memory. If someone later discovers and unlocks the technique set by Uchiha Yufeng, Tsunade may make the same mistake again. Uchiha Yufeng has no other option, so this is the only option for the time being. The surprise on Tsunade's face soon turned into excitement. "My hemophobia is gone." "Ha ha ha." As Tsunade laughed happily, her excitement surged up and down, and her majestic chest trembled. I felt Uchiha Yufeng's eyes on me. Tsunade didn't pay attention and gave Uchiha a thumbs up. "Good boy. I cultivated you in vain. You really didn't disappoint me." Tsunade was so happy that she picked up Shizun and treated her like a rag doll. Seeing Shizun immersed in the white snow, unable to extricate herself, and almost suffocating several times, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't take her eyes away from the gorgeous scene. "Ding! Senju Tobarama, Youth, Shard +5. Ding! Senju Tobarama, Youth, Shard +8. Congratulations to host. The Senju Tobarama, Youth card has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade?" Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. Tsunade actually gave so many fragments this time. All the missing pieces were directly replaced. Uchiha felt happy. "System, upgrade me." The Senju Tobarama Boys card was covered with streaks of golden light. After a moment, the golden light dispersed. A brand new card appears. Senju Tobarama on the card has his arms crossed, and he is about 30 years old. There are several obvious scars intertwined on the resolute face, which shows that he has experienced many battles and vicissitudes of life. His silver-white hair and deep red eyes revealed unyielding determination, as if he could see into people's hearts. Wearing a blue ninja armor with a black top underneath, the hem of the clothes swayed gently in the wind. The name of the golden card became Senju Tobarama. Card Senju Tobarama, boy, successfully upgraded and got 10 chances to draw cards. 10 times, a ninja card is guaranteed to be drawn. Do you want to draw cards? Card Senju Tobarama was successfully upgraded. Do you want to use it? Uchiha Yufeng did not hesitate, thinking silently in his heart. Draw a card. It's the same as last time, stud. Uchiha Yufeng, who had been the European emperor, felt at peace at this time. Possessed by European energy, whatever you shout will come to you. Hashirama Madara Urdo, come any time. Cards appeared out of thin air and rotated upwards, followed by a golden light. Gold. Sure enough, The European Emperor will always be the European Emperor. Congratulations to host for receiving 20 Bingliang pills. Congratulations to host for receiving 10 blood-increasing pills. Congratulations to host for getting 10 medical kits. Congratulations to host for receiving 10 medical bandages. Congratulations to host for getting a free ninja card. Congratulations to host for receiving 20 Ronin swords. Congratulations to host for receiving 20 special kunai. Congratulations to host for getting 200 detonating symbols. Congratulations to host for receiving 20 luxury substitution technique wooden stakes. Congratulations to host for getting a golden prop, an upgrade card. Uchiha Yufeng's attention ignored the ordinary rewards and focused on the ninja cards and golden props. Card Jonin has long black hair and a unique headdress. The pure white tone contains delicate textures and decorations. Wearing a green and white traditional costume, her skin is white and shiny. There was a touch of melancholy and tenderness on her beautiful face. Bai, a descendant of the Snow Clan. Momochi Zabuza's follower, a beautiful boy with a female-like appearance and long black hair, a good-looking boy in a Hokage. When he was a child, he was taken in by a passing Zabuza and used as a tool to wander around. In the end, he died on the Raikiri in Kakashi in order to save Zabuza. In terms of his abilities, he has one-handed hand seals, as well as Ice Release Blood Succession Limit and its related Ice Release Ninjutsu. Not bad. As for that golden item, the upgrade card, Uchiha Yufeng was silent for a while. There are only 2 golden cards left that can grow. One is Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo, and the other is Kabuto Yakushi, who absorbed Orochimaru's cells. I looked at the fragments needed to advance the next 2 cards. Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, has 48 pieces. Kabuto Yakushi, Shippuden, has 38 pieces. Uchiha Yufeng thought for a while and said silently in his heart, "Use the upgrade card." The upgrade card turned into golden light points, and the 2 growth cards owned by Uchiha Yufeng were instantly covered with golden light. Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, can be obtained after leveling up. Uchiha Sasuke, Susanoo. Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, can be obtained after upgrading Yakushi Kabuto, half snake, half canopy. Susanoo, a third power that can only be unlocked by developing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to the extreme. Known as the power of God by the world. Although it has absolute defense and powerful attack power, using it too much can also cause huge side effects. Because the system said before that the cards are separate, it can be used separately, one pair of Mangekyo for Susanoo and another pair of Mangekyo for Amaterasu and Flame Control. If you use it sparingly, you can collect enough fragments to upgrade to Eternal Mangekyo. As for Yakushi Kabuto's card advancement, nowadays, Uchiha Mikaze is not as attractive as Sasuke, who can open Susanoo. After the Shippuden Yakushi Kabuto card is advanced, the most eye-catching aspect of the half-snake, half-wood Yakushi Kabuto is its survivability. However, Uchiha now has second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's card. Not to mention the water style and forbidden techniques, let's just talk about the Flying Thunder God. His ability to save his life is no problem at all. In comparison, Susanoo is more needed by the current Uchiha Mikaze. And there's another important point. That is, Sasuke's card is the first to be triggered and obtained, and the cooldown time for the fragments dropped by people with related bonds is also the first to enter. As for the speed of leveling up, it is definitely faster than the card Yakushi Kabuto. After much thought, I decided to advance to Mangekyo Uchiha Sasuke first. System, upgrade this card Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan. In the same process, the golden light gathers and then recedes. A brand new card image appears in front of you. The handsome face of Uchiha Sasuke on the card has a slightly crazy expression. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan shed tears of blood and filled with murderous intent, holding the Kusanagi sword in their hands with lightning flashing. The body is covered by a huge purple Susanoo, and the flesh and blood Susanoo's eyes are looking forward with golden light. Susanoo draws the bow with both hands, ready to shoot an arrow that will destroy the world at any time. The name of the card then became Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Yufeng sensed these two cards, Senju Tobarama and Susanoo Sasuke, and felt inexplicably excited. With these two cards, I don't have to be so cautious like before. Uchiha Yufeng suppressed his restless mood and thought silently in his heart. System, use all cards. Congratulations to host. The Senju Tobarama card was successfully used. Congratulations to host. The Uchiha Sasuke card was successfully used. Congratulations to host. The white card was successfully used. 3 memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and the chakra and eye power in Uchiha Yufeng's body increased exponentially. In a breath, all the abilities and experiences of the ninjas on the 3 cards, blood inheritance limits, etc., were all absorbed by Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng returned to reality. Feeling the strengthening of my body, the extremely strong chakra has added a touch of coldness, and my eyes have begun to heat up slightly. This wonderful feeling of increasing strength makes Uchiha Yufeng very obsessed with it. Yufeng, her eyes. Seeing Uchiha Mikaze stunned in place, Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Mikaze inadvertently. A pair of eyes and 3 Magatama rotated, quickly forming a special pattern of a 6-pointed star, which Tsunade could see clearly. The smile faded from Tsunade's face. Uchiha Yufeng heard Tsunade's voice and came back to her senses. Mangekyo Sharingan, whose eyes were scarlet and horrifying, immediately disappeared. Tsunade stepped forward and looked carefully into Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Why did it disappear? Is it because I was dazzled? Shizune, who was let go by Tsunade, gasped for air. After her breathing calmed down, she looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, what happened to Yufeng's eyes? Tsunade's eyes were complicated. Then she shook her head and said slowly, Fine. The little girl Shizune didn't care and said, Oh. He rubbed his hot face, thinking about how he was almost suffocated to death by Tsunade's pair just now, and he wanted to give some advice to Tsunade in shame and anger. Dong dong dong. At the door, there was another rapid knock on the door. Enter. Tsunade straightened her clothes, returned to her usual aloofness, and spoke. A root ninja delivered an information scroll to Tsunade and left quickly. Tsunade frowned slightly, opened the scroll, and read it as if no one else was watching. Then she slammed the cabinet with an angry expression, and with a clicking sound, Tsunade said coldly to the 2 of them, A large number of ninjas from Kirigakure village have appeared on the border. They have now broken through the Sand Shinobi defense line and are heading towards our fire country. The ninjas on the defense line will not be able to hold on. As soon as Tsunade walked out of the room, she was greeted by a dozen jonin. These people are basically all jonin in the camp. Where's Orochimaru? Tsunade glanced at everyone and asked. Lord Orochimaru. He has gone to the root organization for treatment. Before leaving, he said that the overall command will be handed over to Tsunade-sama. Damn Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned and turned around to look at Uchiha Yufeng fiercely. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru hide away at this time? It's just a broken bone. Why do you still need to remove the root tissue? Don't we have any medical ninjas here? Tsunade shouted angrily. Looking around, Jonin lowered his head and said no more. He turned around and headed towards the commander-in-chief's office where Orochimaru was before. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at Uchiha Yufeng. You kid, come with me too. The click of high heels sounded, and Tsunade led the Jonin into the office. Wind control. Shizune on the side saw that Uchiha Yufeng seemed to have no intention of leaving, so she couldn't help but step forward and shouted softly. Yufeng, don't worry. Tsunade-sama cares about you very much, and he will definitely not let you go to the battlefield. Uchiha Yufeng smiled upon hearing this. There is basically no threat to the current Uchiha Yufeng on the battlefield. New. Uchiha Yufeng came to the office unhurriedly. Tsunade consulted the file and made a quick judgment based on the current situation. Let these jonin dispatch their own tasks. Some who have just become jonin continue to patrol around, and the experienced ones go to the enemy to conduct reconnaissance. In addition, a group of them are sent to various strongholds on the border of Konoha to conduct investigations. Everything seemed so organized, and Tsunade deservedly took the lead, watching Jonin take tasks one after another and leave the office. Tsunade rubbed her aching head and looked at Uchiha Yufeng. "You kid, just stay here in the infirmary and don't go anywhere." After Tsunade finished speaking, she closed her eyes and leaned back on the chair. "Your two companions, Yuhi Kurinai and Wozuki Shien, I arranged for them to be the logistics of the base camp and specialize in handling some tasks of inventorying supplies. They are relatively safe in the innermost part of the base camp. If you are worried, you can go and visit at any time. However, be sure to take care of your medical treatment before going." Uchiha Yufeng nodded. This morning, he actually asked the surrounding ninjas Yuhi Kurinai and Wazuki Yugao about their situation. When he heard that it was specially arranged by Tsunade, Uchiha Yufeng smiled more. "Kid, remember, you must not go to the battlefield. Do you understand?" Tsunade seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Her beautiful eyes were full of sternness and deep worry. Seeing Uchiha Yufeng's indifferent expression, Tsunade couldn't help but feel angry. "Okay, if you have nothing to do, go back to your medical class. I think that many injured ninjas from the front lines may be sent here in the afternoon. If you don't want to be too tired, teach Shizen a lesson by the way. Once you've done it, I'll be able to help you share the burden." There was a strange flash in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. "Tsunade-sama, you are the Princess Katsuyu of Konoha, who saves lives and heals the wounded. Now that there is no more hemophobia, why not play in person?" Tsunade frowned. Bang! The jade hand slapped on the table, making a loud noise. "I'm not sitting here in the Commander-in-Chief's office. Where can I go?" "Kid, your wings are strong, right? Now you're teaching me how to do things." Seeing that Tsunade was on the verge of revolt, Uchiha let out a cry. "Don't you just want to be lazy? There are many reasons." The anger on Tsunade's face subsided, and she looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a smile on her face. She slowly stood up and walked towards Uchiha Yufeng. As soon as the hands were closed, the joints were pressed and made a snapping sound. "There's still things to do in the medical class. Tsunade-sama, I'm leaving first." Feeling the bad atmosphere in the air, Uchiha Yufeng immediately rubbed oil on the soles of his feet. Before turning around, Tsunade rushed towards this side. He grabbed Uchiha Yufeng's collar and lifted it up. With a decently sinister look on his face, he said quietly, "Kid, you have repeatedly challenged my patience. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you think I, Tsunade, am doing nothing for me?" Wow! Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were lifeless while he was holding on, and his whole body melted away in an instant. "Water body?" Tsunade looked at the puddle of water on the ground and spoke in surprise. "Tsunade-sama, with such a bad temper, it will be difficult for you to find a man in the future." The door creaked. Uchiha Yufeng appeared, opened the door at this time, walked out half the body, and suddenly paused, looked back at Tsunade, and said with a smile, "You brat, you know it very well." Tsunade clenched her fists and made a gurgling sound again. Uchiha Yufeng did not continue to stimulate Tsunade, turned around, and left quickly. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's back, Tsunade stopped chasing her and actually laughed out loud. "Uchiha hates imps." Tsunade murmured lowly, returned to the office, and took out the last scroll. It has only been a short time since war was declared, but the people in Yunin Village and Wuyin Village have already started to take action. According to this trend, this war seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Tsunade's hand holding the scroll tightened, and a feeling of powerlessness arose in her heart. Another disaster. What can I do in the face of this disaster? At this time, in the medical room of the Root Organization's camp, Orochimaru's two arms were already wrapped in thick bandages. Danzo stood beside him, watching coldly. "Orochimaru, you actually let a brat tease you, but you are still his disciple and one of the Sannin." There was no expression on Orochimaru's pale face, and he looked at Danzo calmly. "I found the power that makes my heart palpitate." "Oh." Danzo remained calm, and waved his hands to the medical ninjas around him. After a while, everyone retreated, leaving only Danzo and Orochimaru. What power! Sharingan! Danzo was stunned. That's it. Orochimaru knew what Danzo was thinking, and a cold arc appeared on his face. The hoarse voice came again. Not just any Sharingan. Danzo's eyes suddenly opened. It's not an ordinary Sharingan. Is it Mangekyo Sharingan? Upon hearing the word Mangekyo, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with intense interest. It seems that Lord Danzo is well informed. He actually knows this power. Danzo heard Orochimaru's temptation, remained silent for a moment, and opened Shirkai. Mangekyo Sharingan is the power of the Uchiha clan beyond the 3 Magatama Sharingan. This kind of eyes, developed to the extreme, can destroy the world. The former Uchimadara relied on eyes like that to sweep across the ninja world. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with shock. But Orochimaru, how can you be sure that Brat's eyes have opened to Mangekyo? Hearing Danzo's question, Orochimaru had a strange smile on his face. Are you questioning my ability to sense danger? That evil and cold eye power is not something that an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan can possess. Besides, if it were an ordinary 3 Magatama, I would be so passive, or even have no resistance at all. After hearing this, Danzo nodded silently. He still knows about Orochimaru's Jinjutsu attainments. In other words, he is also a master. Danzo still relatively recognizes Orochimaru's strength. Looking at Orochimaru's bandaged arms, to be able to make a shadow-level master so embarrassed. It is impossible to do this with ordinary 3 Magatama. Mangekyo Sharingan. After so many years, have we finally seen him again? Danzo murmured in a low voice, and there seemed to be some recollection in his eyes. Orochimaru on the side fell silent at this time. Only a pair of golden vertical pupils shone with fiery greed. Sharingan, Sharingan. It's really a fascinating blood inheritance limit. Sand Shinobi Village, elders, advisors, and other high-level Sand Shinobi officials are all here. These lunatics from Yunin Village unexpectedly attacked our northern border of Sand Country at this time. An elder looked at the information and became furious. These people in Cloud Hidden Village, don't they have a grudge against Konoha? Why don't they attack Konoha at this time, but come to harass us? What do you think we should do? Now that our Kazakiri-sama is missing, how should we deal with it? The elders and advisors in Wuyanjiang are like the uncles and aunties in the vegetable market, and they are spitting. There is some restraint in the beginning, but later on he started to spray. These people only talk about problems, and no one stands up to solve the current reality. Chiyo couldn't listen. Suddenly he slapped the table. Okay, let's stop arguing. After all, isn't it Kazekage? Since Kazekage is missing, let's nominate one. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Kazekage? How can you choose Kazekage at this time? Our Lord Kazekage is missing, not dead. A die-hard elder suddenly jumped out and pointed at Chiyo. Counselor Chiyo, are you trying to take advantage of Kazekage's absence to put someone of your own in order to control the internal affairs of Sunagakure Village? Hearing these unpleasant words, Ebizo on the side couldn't hold back his anger. What are you talking about? In these years of war, my sister's son, daughter-in-law, and other people around her have been sent to the border one after another by you. Which one of them has come back alive? You actually suspect that my sister has evil intentions. Hearing this, the person who just spoke looked a little confused. After all, some things he did back then were not honorable, but thinking that his relatives also went to the battlefield and died, he suddenly became hardened. Why? My relatives were also sent to the battlefield. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, Chiyo slapped the table and stood up. Didn't I just say that Cloud Hidden Village sneaked into the northern border of Sand Kingdom? If that's the case, then so be it. If anyone can solve the border issue, I will nominate him as a Kazekage candidate. What do you think? Hearing what Chiyo said, the elders looked at me and I looked at you. I agree. I agree too. Voices of approval sounded one after another. The elder who had just called out the most cheerful voice now tucked his tail between his legs and stopped talking. The number of votes in favor is greater than the number of votes against and abstentions. Pass. An old elder stood up, glanced at everyone, and said, coughing, "Now let's start recommending candidates to go to the border to support." Unlike Sunagakure village, Konoha is currently within the base camp of Rain Country. Uchiha Yufeng holds the antidote in his hand and is detoxifying the poisoned people. The medical class can't be said to be busy now, but injured ninjas will come one after another, and it's obviously not easy. Shizun, did you remember the medical ninjutsu seals you just mentioned? Kato Shizun, who was counting medical equipment on the side, turned to Uchiha and nodded. Remember Yufeng? Shall we learn this today? Uchiha Yufeng hummed and handed the treated wounded to the medical ninja who was doing the job. He breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, after printing, go to the back later to find some live fish to try the effect. After saying that, Uchiha Yufeng left the medical room, breathing the moist air in the air, looking up at the gloomy sky. The weather in the land of rain is just like the mood of a girl. There may be wind and rain coming at any time. I found a clean place and sat on the floor. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from around me. Oh, it's quite relaxing. Kakashi's voice sounded. Kakashi and Yufeng were familiar with each other, so they came to him and sat down next to each other. I just finished my work. There have been fewer injured ninjas these days. It seems that Sunagakure village should face ninjas from other villages at this time. A flash of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes. I didn't expect that you could understand the direction of the war so clearly in the medical room every day. Kakashi said, finding a comfortable position and leaning on the raised rock behind. I heard news from the border. It seems that people from Kumogakure village are invading the border of Sand Kingdom. At this time, the ninjas of Sand Shinobi village are probably very busy. We're going to have some free time. Leisure. Uchiha Yufeng laughed at himself. I don't know what I'm thinking about giving up such a good opportunity and choosing to hide away. I just want to take advantage of this opportunity to invade the country of Sand and force Sand Shinobi village to surrender as much as possible. Kakashi shook his head. That's what Tsunosama originally thought, but when he was about to prepare to attack, he was stopped by Danzo and Hokage-sama. Oh, what does this mean? Kakashi's face looked more serious. It seems that a large number of ninjas from a Wagakure village have been detected in several small countries around. Uchiha Yufeng suddenly understood that he was afraid of being attacked. The Wagakure village has had a lot of friction with Konoha over the years, and the relationship is not very good. If we really take this opportunity to attack the Kingdom of Sand this time, and most of our forces are concentrated on attacking the Kingdom of Sand, the Kingdom of Fire will definitely be empty. By then, Yanin village will definitely not miss the opportunity to attack our country of fire. Kakashi elaborated on this. As expected of the experienced Kakashi, he is amazing. Uchiha Yufeng turned around and looked at Kakashi, who was even lazier than him, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Stop teasing me. Kakashi rolled his eyes. He and Uchiha Yufeng had escaped together before. Just the ability to actually fight water style is already beyond Kakashi's reach. Crack! The sky, which was originally filled with dark clouds, fell with a thunder. A little rain falls. It's raining. Uchiha Yufeng stretched out his hand and looked towards the sky. Then he suddenly turned to look at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi's eyes were looking at the sky, a little dull. This direction. Dark clouds? Wrong. It seems to be the location where lightning landed just now. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes lit up. Kakashi had an epiphany. Another thunder and lightning flashed across the sky, and the falling rain became heavier and heavier. Seeing Kakashi looking at the sky blankly, Uchiha shook his head. Form an Earth-style ninjutsu seal with one hand. Earth-style, Earth flow wall. An earthen wall appeared from the surrounding area and stood in front of him, blocking the rainwater falling on Kakashi's head. Kakashi suddenly stretched out his hand and looked at his palms solemnly. After a while, an arc of electricity appeared on Kakashi's hand. This is... Uchiha Yufeng's heart moved, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Instantly jump away from Kakashi. Zitsi. Then the second arc, the third arc. Thunder and lightning burst out from Kakashi's hands and fell to the ground, forming a thunder and lightning circle around Kakashi. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck this way. Kakashi raised his head suddenly and ran towards the place where the thunder struck in advance. There are more and more chakras in my hands, and the thunder and lightning become brighter and brighter. Crack! Lightning style changed the direction of the lightning and landed in another place. From a distance, it looks like Kakashi used lightning style to cut off the lightning. Is this how Raikiri was developed? Uchiha Yufeng smiled and looked at Kakashi panting, when the whole arm that had just used lightning style was hanging down weakly. Looks like he's hurt. When Uchiha Yufeng looked up, his smile faded when he saw a dark cloud above Kakashi's head. This seems like a minefield. Uchiha Yufeng threw a special kunai out of his hand. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha appeared and grabbed Kakashi. As he was leaving, a bolt of lightning fell, landing exactly where Kakashi was. For nearly half a month, the base camp where Uchiha Yufeng was located was very peaceful. Due to the border issues of Sand Kingdom, there was a fierce fight with Yunin Village. Here in Konoha, Sand Shinobi Village can't even take care of it. This has drastically reduced Konoha's recent casualties. With fewer casualties, the medical team, led by Uchiha Yufeng, was naturally at ease. Uchiha Yufeng was bored and sitting in the medical room, yawning and playing with a kunai engraved with the word wind in his hand. For a week, Uchiha Yufeng worked in the medical class and got off work every day. At the end of the day, I basically just sit around. Looking at Uchiha Mifeng's bored look, Kato Shizun, who was practicing with a live fish on the side, had a slight smile on his face. Because only when he has free time, Uchiha Mikaze will carefully teach medical ninjutsu to Shizun. Master Yufeng, Master Tsunade, please come over. A ninja came to the medical room and said to Uchiha Mikaze, Okay, I get it. Uchiha Yufeng put away his kunai and stretched as he walked. Shizun, today you have learned the art of extracting subtle problems, and I will ask Tsunade to pay you. Kato Shizun's smiling face suddenly collapsed. I came to the medical class to help, and I would still be paid this salary even if I didn't learn ninjutsu. What does it mean to send it to me after you have learned ninjutsu? Shizun looked at Uchiha Mikaze suspiciously. Yufeng, that's my salary from the medical class. You don't want to get it from me, do you? Don't be confused. Kato Shizun angrily spoke to Uchiha Mikaze. Shizun, let me ask you, what is salary? That is the obstacle that corrodes your progress. I do this entirely for you, to make you a professional medical ninja. Besides, we have been sitting at the same table for these years. Can I still harm you? Hearing this, Kato Shizun was stunned. Really? After hearing that Kato Shizun had been deceived by him, Uchiha Yufeng waved her hand as she walked out of the door. Study hard and work hard. I'll help you get your salary first. You're still young, so you must have lofty goals and not be corrupted by money. We'll talk about your salary after you learn ninjutsu. After the words fell, Uchiha Yufeng quickly left the medical room. Tsunade-sama, Mikaze-sama is here. The leading ninja brought Uchiha Mifeng to the office and spoke respectfully to Tsunade. Okay, you go down first, Suna said to the ninja without raising his head. The ninja nodded and left. Sit down first. Wait for me, and I'll finish it. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Mifeng standing aside and pointed to the seat not far away from her. Uchiha Yufeng was not polite and sat down as soon as he could. About 20 minutes passed. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and threw the file aside. You found this crappy job for me. Tsunade snorted coldly at Uchiha Mikaze, then stood up and came to Uchiha Mikaze. Sit down next to him. The old man just sent a message asking you to return to the village. The old man is talking about the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Us. Uchiha Yufeng frowned slightly. Yuhi Kurenai, Shizun, Noera Rin. In short, in this period, you, as well as those experienced ninjas who have not become Chunin, will all return to the village this time. Uchiha Yufeng immediately grasped the key. Chunin. Is the Chunin exam going to start again? Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and nodded. It has been nearly 5 months since the last Chunin exam. Although it is 1 month earlier than in previous years, it is still during the war. If you complete the Chunin exam as soon as possible, you can put the capable ninjas into the battlefield earlier. It ends the war quickly. The war has just begun, and we in Konoha have already lost no less than 100 elite ninjas. Under this situation, if we want to have a steady stream of ninjas to replenish our ranks, we must start the Chunin exam in advance. Uchiha Yufeng was silent for a moment. Understood. By the way, the Root organization sent you an invitation yesterday, asking you to go with them to the front lines for reconnaissance. What do you think? Uchiha Yufeng raised his head. Ooh, leader of the Root organization, Danzo. There was a hint of understanding on Uchiha Yufeng's face. He's not going. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then gave Uchiha Midike's an approving look. As expected of the kid I like, he is just tough. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Mikaz with a smile. Actually, I rejected him yesterday. With a smile on her delicate face, Tsunade patted Uchiha Yufeng on the shoulder. How could I not know about Danzo's little thoughts? You actually want my people to go to the front line to die. How shameless. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Tsunade retracted her arms and crossed her arms with confidence. As a princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of the third Hokage, coupled with her great reputation on the battlefield over the years, she is called one of the legendary Konoha Sannin. Princess Katsuyu saves lives and heals the wounded on the battlefield. With so many buffs stacked on him, he could reject Danzo directly without caring about any feelings. By the way, Orochimaru may not come back soon. He applied to the third Hokage and went to the northern battlefield. Northern battlefield? Hearing this, Tsunade smiled. The old man said that he would re-establish Konoha's defense circle on the northern battlefield and build a base camp. By the way, it has something to do with your Uchiha clan. Your current clan leader is planning to send more than 20 of Uchiha's elite jonin to guard the northern battlefield. Of course, in addition to Uchiha, there is also the Hyuga clan. They will also send elites from the clan to guard it. Uchiha? Hyuga? Orochimaru apply to go? Is this Orochimaru going to the battlefield? This one is definitely going to the blood succession limit. Uchiha Yufeng thought of Orochimaru's good friend Danzo. Is it Danzo? He will be gone in a few days. Tsunade was a little surprised after hearing this. You kid, your guess is quite correct. Danzo suggested that the battlefield here has stabilized, and he wants to follow Orochimaru and Uchiha to establish a base camp together. Uchiha Yufeng looked strange. Good guy, it's a string. Seeing the change in Uchiha Yufeng's expression, Tsunade frowned slightly. What's your expression, kid? Tsunade-sama, don't you think Danzo and Orochimaru are too active? A flash of thought flashed between Tsunade's eyebrows. As if she thought of something, she suddenly slapped the table. Do you suspect they will defect to the enemy? Uchiha Yufeng touched her nose and wondered whether Tsunade was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Come on, kid, what's the point? Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands. I estimate that Orochimaru and Danzo are heading towards the blood inheritance boundary. Tsunade's eyes suddenly became serious. Are you saying that Orochimaru will probably experiment on people from the Uchiha clan or the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Actually, I think not only Uchiha and Hyuga, but also some ninjas from other villages often appear on that border. In this kind of intersection, fights are inevitable. Injuries and deaths are commonplace. Just picking up corpses is enough to do a lot of research. I think Tsunade-sama is familiar with Orochimaru and Danzo doing experiments together, right? Tsunade's eyes were a little dazed. How could Tsunade forget? Because of the previous war, the village wanted to win and used its grandfather's cells for research. Based on the principle that the Senju clan has similar blood, it should be able to withstand the cells of his grandfather Hashirama, so as to cultivate ninjas with style as much as possible. As a result, basically none of the Senju bloodline people who came to do the experiment could withstand the force and died of the backlash. Hasn't that kind of research been stopped by the old man a long time ago? Uchiha Yufeng sneered. Once a person's desire is turned on, how can he stop if he doesn't achieve his goal? If third generation doesn't let him do it, wouldn't the two of them do it secretly? This is a time of war, and people are going to die. With so much material, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't use it? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Tsunade seriously, thinking about Orochimaru finding herself after graduating from the ninja school, and said calmly, "Because I was close to you, Orochimaru once extended an invitation to me and asked me to help him draw a tube of blood from your body for his research." Tsunade raised her head suddenly, a flash of disbelief flashing in her eyes. 3 days passed quietly. Uchiha Yufeng and others returned to Konoha and looked at the familiar and lively village around them, feeling as if they were in another world for a while. Let's go report to Master Hokage first. The leading ninja, Minato Namikaze, put a gentle smile on his face and said to several people, "Yes." Several people responded and ran toward the office where Hokage was. It didn't take long to arrive. "Hokage-sama, this is the mission statement." Namikaze Shuemin handed over the mission scroll that he brought with him. The third Hokage looked at it briefly and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, Minato, you did a good job." Hearing third generation's compliment, Namikaze Minato responded calmly. The third Hokage stood up and looked at the 6 people. Pull out a scroll from one side. "Kakashi, since you became a Chunin, you have been strict with yourself and have done an excellent job in completing the tasks assigned to you by the village. After our mutual discussion and the recommendation of your teacher, Minato Namikaze, you have been promoted to Special Jonin. From now on, you will be Konoha's Special Jonin. Of course, you will also be included in Jonin's inspection list in the future." Hearing that he became a Special Jonin and was included in the Jonin inspection list, Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito couldn't help but cast envious glances at Kakashi. Becoming a Special Jonin is surprising enough, but also being included in the Jonin inspection list. This is the rhythm of promotion to Jonin. What level is Jonin? It is the elite of the elite among the ninjas in each village and the backbone of the village. You must also have certain leadership skills, have certain judgment on the battlefield, and be an all-round ninja who is competent in all aspects. Now, a ninja who is about 10 years old is actually included in the list of promoted Jonin. What an outstanding young man. After being included in the Jonin list, Kakashi can become a Jonin in the future as long as he meets the standards of Jonin strength, will of fire, team leadership, etc. Around the age of 11 or 12, some people have been included in the Jonin inspection list, and some are still hanging around in Genin. As Kakashi's companions, Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito, under this wave of excitement, their emotions were full. Both of them were constantly encouraging themselves, and they were sure to win this Chunin exam. "Yes, thank you, Master Hokage." Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. "Kakashi, work hard. Try to become a qualified Jonin as soon as possible." Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, "Yes, Minato-sensei." After saying Kakashi, third Hokage turned his attention to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Mikaze, he accomplished his mission with excellence. He saved lives and wounded on the border battlefield of Fire Country, and saved the lives of hundreds of ninjas in Konoha. After discussion, Uchiha Mikaze is specially approved to be promoted to Jonin. When they heard that Jonin was promoted, everyone present was stunned. Just now, Kakashi was promoted to Special Jonin and was nominated by Jonin. But now Uchiha Yufeng has become a Jonin directly? Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yufeng unexpectedly, although he knew that Uchiha Yufeng was working as a medical squad leader on the border and might be promoted when he came back. But I didn't expect that he would be directly promoted to Jonin. Besides, the third Hokage coughed and continued. "Starting today, Uchiha Yufeng will be appointed as the team leader of Umbu's special medical team." Umbu? One Jonin is not enough. Here comes another Umbu medical team leader? Even Uchiha Yufeng himself was a little surprised at this time. Before, Uchiha Yufeng remembered, not even an official spot for Umbu was given to myself. Not long ago, I suddenly joined Umbu's establishment and became the team leader of Umbu's special medical team. This time, third Hokage was a little more generous. Wind control. After the surprise on Namikaze Minato's face, he couldn't help but wink at Uchiha Mikaze, who didn't move. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng responded, "Yes, thank you Hokage-sama for your appreciation." Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's response, third Hokage's old face flashed with relief. "You are all our future elites in Konoha, Kurenai, and Shien. You two are in the same class as Yufeng. You must work hard in the future. Do you understand?" Yuhi Kurenai's delighted eyes left Uchiha Yufeng and turned to third Hokage and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will never let Master Hokage down. I must practice well to protect the village and the people I love, such as the beauty of Maoyu and sunset. We must live up to Lord Hokage's expectations. Protect peace and protect the village." The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction and then looked at Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. "Lin Obito, you must prepare well for this Chunin exam. I believe you will succeed." Hearing third Hokage's words of encouragement, Uchiha Obito's face turned red with excitement, and he spoke first. "Master Hokage, Lin and I will definitely pass the exam." Looking at the two people who were aroused with the desire to win and were full of confidence, third Hokage laughed. In his cloudy eyes, he seemed to be recalling the past. "It's great to be young. Okay, you have been running all the way. Go back and have a good rest. Minato, you stay here for a while." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Namikaze Minato spoke calmly without being humble or arrogant. The remaining 6 people left the Hokage office. As soon as I walked out of the office, I was greeted by warm sunshine. So tired, Uchiha Obito felt the sunshine, squinted his eyes slightly, and sighed. Yes, the same was true for Noara Lin on the side, and then she looked at Uchiha Yufeng and Kakashi. "Ifeng, congratulations on becoming a Jonin. Kakashi, congratulations on becoming special Jonin." Hearing Noara Rin's words, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes flashed. Should we find a place to celebrate? When they heard the celebration, everyone except Uchiha and Kakashi felt moved. Okay, Maiwa Shien spoke up and expressed her approval. The two then looked at Uchiha Yufeng, obviously wanting him to say something. "Okay, we should celebrate." Uchiha Yufeng looked at several people looking at him and smiled. "Let's go to Kakashi's house to celebrate." Several people were stunned when they heard that they were going to Kakashi's house. Kakashi rolled his eyes, but felt warm in his heart. Kakashi, no one else has entered his home for a long time. He knew that Uchiha Yufeng came to his home to celebrate, so that he would not be so lonely after returning home. "You want to have dinner at my house again?" The arrogant Kakashi did not point it out, but looked at Uchiha Yufeng with suspicion. Nor did he refuse to come to his home to celebrate this event. "Kakashi, do you agree?" Noara Lin on the side kept looking at Kakashi, feeling the happiness in Kakashi's words, and asked, "Let's go." Kakashi walked in front, pretending to be cool, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Yufeng. After all, some people are used to eating for a long time. Uchiha Yufeng smiled at him and stepped forward, hooked Kakashi's shoulder. "In our relationship, what's yours and what's mine?" Kakashi closed his eyes helplessly, not arguing with Uchiha Yufeng. Seeing Kakashi behaving like this, Noara Lin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Kakashi in front of her, with a hint of joy at the corner of her mouth. After buying some fish and rice from the market, the group went directly to Kakashi's house. Kakashi is cooking in the kitchen, and Noara Lin is helping Kakashi beside him. Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuzuki Yugao were eating the snacks and drinks prepared. Uchiha Obito was absent-minded, eating snacks and looking towards the kitchen from time to time. "Obito, how about you also go to the kitchen and help?" Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, it seems that he can see through his inner thoughts. Uchiha Obito's face turned red, and he looked a little nervous. "No, Kakashi's cooking is delicious, and Lin is helping, so I won't go over and cause trouble." Seeing that Uchiha Obito said this, Uchiha Yufeng stopped trying to persuade him. Continue to develop a relationship with Hong and Shien. "By the way, Yufeng, Uchiha Obito touched his goggles and looked at Uchiha Yufeng seriously. What's wrong? Uchiha Yufeng swallowed the snack that Kurenai brought to her mouth and looked at Obito in confusion. I heard that you opened Sharingan. That? Can you teach me? Uchiha Yufeng was stunned when he heard this, and then smiled. Can I drive a Sharingan? Yes. Really? How do you turn on Sharingan? Uchiha Obito looked excited. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Obito and said meaningfully, Is Sharingan turned on? It's actually very simple. When you find that the person you want to protect with all your strength cannot be protected, your Sharingan is turned on. After a lively meal at Kakashi's house, Uchiha returned home. It didn't take long. Uchiha Makoto came. Sister Makoto, why do you have time to come to my place? Taking what Uchiha Makoto brought, Uchiha Yufeng took it and welcomed her into the room. Looking at Uchiha Makoto, she seems to be much thinner than before, but her beauty still cannot be blocked. Uchiha Makoto is not the glamorous type, but looks very comfortable at first glance, with a gentleness that emanates from her bones. Ifeng, I heard that you were promoted to Jonin and joined Umbu as the medical captain. This is the gift Fugaku asked me to give you. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes flashed. Sister Makoto, we are not outsiders. You must have something to say when you come here today, so there is no need to beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful face froze. Looking up at Uchiha Yufeng's calm eyes, his expression darkened and he sighed quietly. Brother Yufeng, I really can't hide anything from you. My family asked me to come here this time because they want to get closer to you. What is the purpose? Tell me directly. Uchiha's words are concise and concise. Uchiha Makoto, who had thought a lot of foreshadowing, saw Uchiha Yufeng's eyes that were so calm that he seemed to be able to see through his own thoughts. If it comes to my mouth, I can't say it out. After Uchiha Makoto was silent for a while, he uttered a sentence. The family wants information about the village. A coldness flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. It seems that he came here for his status as Captain Umbu. You want me to be a spy for the Uchiha clan and steal information about the village? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Makoto playfully, and seeing that she didn't refute, there was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Ask me to steal the village's information and give it to the family. After paying so much, what reward will the family give me? Family. Uchiha Makoto paused and lowered his head. The family said that they will give everything to help Uchiha Shursui develop into the best master in the family. Even Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but be amused by the conditions offered by the family. Even if he didn't become Umbu's captain, wouldn't the family still train Uchiha Shursui? This is a waste of money. It seems that they thought they were guaranteed a deal, and they couldn't refuse this condition at all. Huh. Uchiha Yufeng sneered twice. That's it. Then I don't want to be a spy, and you don't need to train Shursui. As soon as Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku and others who were hiding outside Uchiha Yufeng's home suddenly appeared, opened the door unceremoniously, and entered Uchiha Yufeng's home. After closing the door, he came to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng looked on with cold eyes, without any fluctuation on his face. Ifeng, why are you where you are today, thanks to the good environment and resources your family has provided you? As a member of the Uchiha clan, you must learn to be grateful. How can you say such a thing? A ninja next to Uchiha Fugaku stood up first, looked at Uchiha Yufeng, and educated him in a cold voice. Oh, really? The sarcasm on Uchiha Yufeng's face was even worse. Thinking about that time when his parents passed away and before Shursui showed his talent, not only did no one in the Uchiha family pity him, but each one even went to the extreme and allowed the younger ones to bully him and Shursui. Fortunately, I have been a human being for 2 lifetimes and know how to be honest. In addition, Third Hokage is still thinking about Uchiha Kagami's old love, secretly letting people take care of Shursui, and taking care of himself at the same time. Otherwise, I really don't know if I can survive the plug-in. It is difficult for the Uchiha family to take care of orphans like you without parents, and you're so ungrateful. The Uchiha family has always treated family orphans without expecting anything in return. Now that you have become a ninja, All you have to do is accept the mission on time and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But the elders in the family have many things to consider. Every day, you calculate the monthly money and expenses of your orphans, register them, and then go to the Hokage to report them. How can it be easy at all? Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. Who did this person learn to be so shameless? Isn't this something easy? How many orphans are there in Uchiha? Can they withstand your careful calculation? Uchiha Yufeng looked at the person in front of him, a little unfamiliar, and couldn't help asking. Who are you? I'm a member of the Konoha Guard, also a Jonin of Uchiha. My name is Uchiha 6th Generation. Uchiha 6th Generation said with a cold face. Konoha Guards? You're the one gesticulating here. I thought you were the clan leader. When did it become your turn to lord it over the family members? There are no elders or clan leaders in the clan anymore. Uchiha Yufeng didn't give him any face and even stabbed his lungs with her light words. Boy, why are you talking to me without even calling me an adult? Do you think that because 3rd generation made you a Jonin, you'll be great and that you have good abilities? In this Uchiha family, you're always a member of my Uchiha family. You have the blood of my Uchiha family in your body. Accept the arrangement honestly, otherwise. Uchiha 6th Generation jumped on the spot, pulled out the sword from his waist, and pointed it at Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha 6th Generation, what are you doing? Uchiha Makoto, who was next to Uchiha Yufeng, immediately stood up and stood in front of Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Makoto didn't expect things to develop like this. I felt strange in my heart. Uchiha Yufeng seemed to be a little different when he came back from the battlefield this time. His character also became tougher. Didn't he listen to the family's arrangements before? Didn't he have a strong sense of belonging to the family? Why are the words so intense now? Just now, I frequently winked at Uchiha Yufeng and told him to speak less, just for fear of intensifying the conflict. But Uchiha Makaz didn't seem to see it at all. What happened to him? Makoto, back off! Uchiha Fugaku's expression was serious, and he frowned when he saw Uchiha Makoto's sudden move. Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha 6th Generation in front of him with murderous intent in his eyes. He shook his head and refused to retreat. Fugaku, Brother Yufeng, has been sensible since he was a child. Let's sit down and discuss the matter carefully. Isn't this good? Why does it have to be so embarrassing? Hearing the title of Yufeng's younger brother, coupled with Uchiha Makoto being so protective, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned cold, and his heart was filled with anger. He walked up to Uchiha Makoto and slapped him in the face. Crack! Although the sound of the crisp slap is not loud, it is extremely harmful. Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha Fugaku with blank eyes, disappointment and coldness in his eyes. Fugaku, you actually... Looking at Uchiha Makoto's unbelievable heartache, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly regretted his actions just now. However, when the eyes of Uchiha Makoto came into contact with Uchiha Yufeng's eyes behind him, in my mind, I thought of giving Uchiha Makoto a slap, just as he was about to raise his hand and hit Uchiha Makoto again. Uchiha Yufeng's hand suddenly stretched out and grasped Uchiha Fugaku's wrist in midair. Sister Makoto, it's too late for me to hurt, so you can hit me? Uchiha Yufeng looked at the disappointment and grievance in Uchiha Makoto's eyes and felt happy in her heart. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest today. Fugaku, you personally pushed my wife towards me. Uchiha Yufeng took advantage of the situation to pull Uchiha Makoto behind him and faced Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Yufeng, I want to call you the clan leader. You brat. You don't understand dignity so much. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Uchiha 6th Generation was furious, and after speaking, the knife in his hand struck directly at Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng pulled Uchiha Makoto and easily avoided it in a flash. Seeing Uchiha Yufeng dodge the attack, Uchiha 6th Generation had a sneer on his face, as if he had expected it. Looking directly at Uchiha Yufeng, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in the eye sockets rotated slightly. Jinjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Yufeng standing still, Uchiha 6th Generation was very proud and said with a cold snort, Under my Sharingan, feel what fear is. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind sixth generation. The Jinjutsu you're talking about is this kind of kid's playhouse. Uchiha sixth generation turned around in horror. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were calm, and he looked at himself coldly. Was he still holding his own sword in his hand? When? Why is my knife in his hand? Before he could take action, he felt that his body was restricted and could not move at all, and he looked down suddenly. A huge bug latched onto itself. This is the Jinjutsu I cast. How did it end up on me? Could it be that the Jinjutsu rebounded? Watching Uchiha Yufeng walking towards him coldly. The killing intent in his eyes made Uchiha sixth generation's scalp tingle, and the look in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. Uchiha Yufeng slowly raised the knife in his hand and spoke calmly. In your next life, remember to be a good dog. The words fell, followed by a flash of sword light. In reality, Uchiha sixth generation, who had been so high-spirited just now, suddenly knelt down with pain on his face, his whole body shaking violently, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Several people looked at Uchiha Yufeng, who had a calm face, with a little more shock in their eyes. Is this Jinjutsu? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly, and he quickly came to Uchiha sixth generation's side, raising his hand to form a seal. Untie! Uchiha sixth generation, who was kneeling on the ground and shaking violently, slowly regained consciousness. Looking up at the familiar surroundings, his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. His eyes filled with fear, and his mouth trembled as he spoke. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his eyes. Take him down. The two Uchiha around him nodded, quickly came to Uchiha sixth generation, and took him out. I really didn't expect you to have such strength. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. It was as if what had happened just now had not happened at all. Do you have anything else? If you don't have anything to do, just leave. I don't care about the food here. When several people around Uchiha Fugaku heard this, their eyes flashed with anger. Uchiha Yufeng, is there no room for negotiation on this matter today? Uchiha Fugaku calmed down, looked at Uchiha Yufeng, and said in a deep voice, Discuss? Take Shui as an example. Is this your sincerity? If so, then don't talk about it. Does Uchiha Yufeng care about the promises and deals made by the Uchiha clan? Don't care. Uchiha Shui is now the golden child of the family, and she will do her best to cultivate her no matter what, and the Genin World War begins. If the Uchiha clan wants to produce a Hokage, it also requires great achievements. At least, that's what Uchiha Fugaku and the others think. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who was silently wiping tears behind him. Among all Uchiha, except for Shui, she is the only one that Uchiha Yufeng is interested in. After all, Uchiha Mikoto is Uchiha Maka's good sister, the clan leader's wife, and Uchiha Itachi's mother. Of course, Uchiha Yufeng could easily block this first slap today. However, there is absolutely no benefit in doing so. I saw the different looks in their eyes because of the slap. Uchiha Yufeng knew that he had intensified the conflict between the two. As expected of the leader of the clan, he is good at attacking and assisting, but he just took action directly. It is better than being in the middle and saying thousands of love words to undermine others. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were fixed. He gritted his teeth and then spoke. Sure, Sui. The family will continue to train according to the highest standards as usual. In addition, how about converting 10% of the family's property income into a gift to you every year? The Uchiha people around Fugaku were shocked when they heard that 10% of the income from the family business was 10%. The family's industry is so extensive. There are special shops for detonating charms, ninja tools, etc., which are not managed by the village, and the family's profits are far ahead. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Mikoto. What do you think of this condition, Mikoto-san? Uchiha Yufeng felt a sigh of relief in his heart, and he seemed to be a bit tea. However, a little tea seems to be working well now. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng ask Uchiha Mikoto, Fugaku's face turned gloomy. His eyes looked back and forth between Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Makoto also didn't expect that at this time, Uchiha Yufeng would ask for his opinion. When he raised his head, he noticed the disgust in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes as he looked back and forth between himself and Yufeng. Let Uchiha Makaze swallow the words that reach your mouth. I don't think it's enough. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the two Uchiha tribesmen beside Uchiha Fugaku became strange. He quietly looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Why is this patriarch's wife so oriented towards this boy and openly opposing the patriarch? At least 20%. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned green with anger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 20% is too much. I can control at most 20% of the family's industry profits. 10% is already the limit. Any more will not be able to provide the subsidies needed by the family's elites. Since Sister Makoto has said it, let's give it 20%. Anything less is unnecessary. Uchiha Yufeng spoke calmly and reached out to grab it. A Ronin sword appeared in his hand. It seems that this is very difficult for you to do. If it's difficult to do, don't do it. If you don't have anything else to do, please leave. The Ronin sword pointed diagonally at the ground, and streams of water stains gathered from above and dripped onto the ground. Where there is water on the sharp blade, it is because Uchiha Yufeng has been running his chakra. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Makoto fiercely, and before he could speak, Uchiha Yufeng said calmly, "By the way, if someone is bullying Sister Makoto secretly, don't blame me for being rude. Also, don't talk about cooperation." Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and a pair of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The powerful and evil pupil power exploded instantly, and the terrifying momentum immediately shocked several people. With such powerful eye power, is it really the 3 Magatama Sharingan? The Uchiha tribesmen on the side looked shocked and murmured. How old is Uchiha Makaze this year? Even Shui, who is known as the most talented clan member, only opened the 3 Magatama after the whole family's dedicated cultivation and training, and the eye power, even the clan leader, cannot be compared with the Uchiha Yufeng in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku took a long time to come back to his senses and took a complicated look at Uchiha Yufeng. He sighed and finally left in disgrace. Uchiha looked at the people walking away. He turned around and helped Uchiha Makoto back to his seat and took out some snacks and biscuits from the refrigerator. Sister Makoto, I bought this on the street some time ago. Would you like to sit down and eat some together? Uchiha Makoto's eyes were red, and he forced a smile. Okay. Uchiha Yufeng handed over the snacks, and the two of them started talking while eating. Brother Yufeng, I'm actually fine. Fugaku won't bully. Uchiha Makoto still wanted to explain to Uchiha Fugaku. Biting his lip, thinking about the slap just now, he felt very chilled. What follows is unspeakable. Uchiha Yufeng saw the change in Uchiha Makoto's mood and touched her cold and soft hand. Don't worry, Sister Makoto. I'm here and no one will bully you. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto raised his head suddenly. The grievances in his eyes turned into tears and dripped down his cheeks. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Yufeng. Other side, returned to Uchiha Fugaku's home. Sitting around the table, everyone said nothing. Tell me about it. Uchiha Makaze's eyes are very strong. Elder Uchiha Fuchuan gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of fear. Thinking of using Jinjutsu to control Uchiha's 6th generation, the Jinjutsu elite cultivated in the family. At a glance, I am afraid that few people in the family can resist this Jinjutsu ability. The older Uchiha Tomoha next to Uchiha Fugaku had a flash of thought in his eyes and analyzed seriously. 6th generation itself is a master of 3 Magatama in the clan. Without knowing it, Jinjutsu suffered a backlash. Otherwise, Uchiha Yufeng has rich combat experience with Sharingan. But in this situation, there are no life and death trials. Can't be used. I think this situation is unlikely and can be basically ruled out. After all, there are countless masters of Samagatama in the clan. No one can spar with Uchiha Yufeng every day under our eyes. Even Uchiha Shui of Sharingan, who awakened Samagatama, has never left our sight. Not to mention sparring with his older brother Uchiha Midike's. What about the other one? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed, and then he asked. The other one is Uchiha's Wind Sharingan, which is far better than the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Tonghua took a deep breath, not believing his own judgment. Only a Sharingan who is far superior to the 3 Magatama Sharingan can crush the 3 Magatama Sharingan's pupil technique in the face of it. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Could it be that this Uchiha Yufeng really has power that far exceeds the 3 Magatama Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku glanced at everyone and took out a scroll from his arms. This is the record at the border. Uchiha Makaze defeated Orochimaru. Several people took turns circulating the scroll and looking at it. Samagatama Sharingan defeated Orochimaru. That's impossible. An Uchiha elder exclaimed when he saw the record on the scroll. I think everyone is very aware of Orochimaru's strength. If Orochimaru could be controlled with just an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, then Orochimaru would not become a famous Sannin in the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku's face was gloomy, and Lung immediately changed the subject. When I saw it today, the terrifying power of the eyes radiated out, and even I felt very insignificant. This Uchiha Yufeng may have far surpassed us and reached the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Mangekyo Sharingan? Everyone in Uchiha present was shocked when they heard Fugaku's guess. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and murmured for a long time. If that's the case, no one in the family can restrain Uchiha Yufeng. I really don't know whether the appearance of Mangekyo Sharingan is a blessing or a curse for me. Uchiha. The next day, Uchiha Yufeng came home from work in Umbu and saw Uchiha Shursui standing at the door, waiting for him. Looking at Shursui's sunny and mature appearance, she has grown a lot taller than before. Uchiha Yufeng stepped forward and rubbed his head. Hey, isn't this our Uchiha's genius? Why are you free to go home today? Uchiha Shursui looked embarrassed and lowered his head in embarrassment. Brother, stop teasing Shursui. Uchiha Yufeng had a smile on his face and looked around. The person who sent you back was very dedicated and is still around now. Hearing this, the Uchiha ninjas hiding around looked embarrassed. If you have nothing to do, go back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll receive news tomorrow that several ninjas from Uchiha suddenly died outside. Upon hearing this naked threat, several Uchiha around them looked angry. Only the leading ninja was thoughtful, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Withdraw. Uchiha, the leader, made a gesture, and several figures walked out of the darkness and left. Brother seems to be a little different from before. Uchiha Shursui blinked, looked at the calm-looking Uchiha Yufeng in front of him, and spoke in surprise. We are human beings, and they all change. Uchiha Yufeng smiled at it. Have you eaten? Uchiha Shursui touched his belly and looked up at Uchiha Yufeng. No. The patriarch said that my brother was back, so I came right over. Didn't eat it. Uchiha Yufeng thought about her family, and the only food she saved was used to entertain Uchiha Mikoto. Come on, let me invite you to a restaurant. What do you want to eat? Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up, and he swallowed. Brother, I want to eat 3 color dumplings. Okay, let's eat 3 color meatballs today. Eat as many as you want. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's response, Uchiha Shursui's face was filled with happiness. Uchiha Yufeng put his hands in his pockets and walked outside. Uchiha Shursui looked at the back of Uchiha Yufeng in front of him. The golden sunset just happened to set, as if Yufeng was covered with golden holy clothes. Thank you, brother. Uchiha Shursui unconsciously thought of the past when her brother protected her and fought with others, and murmured in a low voice and quickly followed. I walked slowly on the streets of Konoha, listening to the chirping of the ninjas eating around me, the ordinary pedestrians on the road laughing, and the shopkeepers shouting desperately. With the arrival of the Ninja World War, Konoha's relaxing atmosphere seemed out of place. There is nothing about the chaos of war. However, for Uchiha Yufeng, I still quite enjoy the peace and tranquility of Konoha today, and a life like a paradise. Uchiha Yufeng. What? Are you buying meatballs with your brother? Just when Uchiha Sure was buying meatballs, a familiar voice came. When Uchiha Yufeng turned around, a snow-white slender arm was wrapped around Uchiha Yufeng's shoulders, and they hooked up without any scruples. Looking at the familiar fishnet suit, round head, and slightly wild tomboy eyes, Uchiha Yufeng raised her hand helplessly and took off her arm. Sweet potato, didn't you follow Orochimaru to the northern battlefield? Why are you back? Hearing the address, Mitarashi Anko was so angry that she stamped her feet on the spot. It's red beans, not sweet potatoes. Yufeng, please show some respect to me. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands. Okay. Hondo. Okay. Mitarashi Anko calmed down when he heard that he was called Anko. Orochimaru-sensei said, "Let me come back and take the Chunin exam." After saying that, he walked to the front desk and took the meatballs he bought. Uchiha Yufeng looked at a large bag of meatballs with a strange look on his face. Aren't you afraid that you will be too fat to walk in the future? Mitarashi Anko shook her hair from her forehead and said confidently, "If I really gain weight in the future, there will definitely be peace in the ninja world in the future." There is a black line on Uchiha Yufeng's forehead. Good guy, this is a true prophecy. Mitarashi Anko put a 3-color meatball into her mouth with a look of enjoyment on her face. Well, these are really delicious meatballs. I haven't had them for a long time. After quickly finishing a meatball, Mitarashi Anko looked at Uchiha and thought of something. He walked up to him and whispered, "Ifeng, I heard that you injured Mr. Orochimaru some time ago. Is it true?" Uchiha Yufeng took the meatballs Sure handed to him, ate one, and said calmly, "What? Do you want to avenge your teacher?" Mitarashi Anko snorted when he heard this. I don't know what your strength is. Teacher Orochimaru is one of the Sannin of Konoha. How could he be injured by you? It must be a lie from those ninjas." Mitarashi Anko turned her head away and continued to destroy the balls in her hand. "You haven't been at the border base camp before?" Uchiha Yufeng was stunned, looked Mitarashi Anko up and down, and asked, "No, I asked Mr. Orochimaru to go to the root tissue arrangement laboratory to learn about cell transplantation." Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng nodded. An underground research room? It seems that Orochimaru has a deeper relationship with the root organization than he thought. I watched Uchiha Sure eat 3 skewers but stopped eating. Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised. "Sure, why don't you eat?" Uchiha Sure smiled shyly after hearing this. "Brother, although Sure likes eating meatballs very much, he also knows that he should exercise restraint when it comes to delicious food and not eat too much at one time." Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng suddenly realized and glanced at Anko. Sure has really grown up. He knows how to restrain himself from eating the things he likes. He is more mature than some people. Mitarashi Anko, who was eating a mouthful of meatballs next to Uchiha Yufeng, looked over curiously. "This is the first time we meet. I am the younger brother of Brother Yufeng. My name is Uchiha Sure. I have met Sister Anko." Mitarashi Anko was overjoyed when she heard about Sister Anko. "First time we meet. Hello, I am your brother's friend. My name is Mitarashi Anko. From now on, just call me Anko-san. If someone bullies you in the ninja school, just tell me my name. Sure, you are so good. You are much more polite than your bad guy brother." Looking at the appearance of little adult Uchiha Sure, Mitarashi Anko was full of curiosity. He looked back at Uchiha Mikasa. "Your brother looks smarter than you." Uchiha Yufeng ignored Mitarashi Anko and looked at Uchiha Sure. "Have you eaten? Once you've eaten, let's go." Uchiha Sure nodded obediently. Hey, Yufeng, what's your attitude?" Listening to the angry voices behind, Uchiha Yufeng left the meatball shop with Uchiha Sure. After walking a few steps, a familiar figure came into view. Kakashi. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Kakashi sitting on the side of the roadside reading a book, a little surprised. Wind control. As if sensing Uchiha Yufeng's gaze, Kakashi raised his head. "Oh, it's you." A lazy voice sounded. He closed the book, got up and opened it. "Do you have time?" Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. "What's wrong? Fight with me." There was a hint of seriousness in Kakashi's lazy eyes. You can't beat me. If you want to fight, you have to find Kai. He wants to challenge you every day. Uchiha Yufeng said softly. I want to see how big the gap is between you and me. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Kakashi and said he was not joking. There was a moment of silence. Now! Uchiha Yufeng looked at Kakashi, who was determined to fight, and spread his hands. Let's go. I just want to see how powerful the ninjutsu you secretly trained is now. On the outskirts of the Konoha forest, Uchiha and Kakashi competed in taijutsu. Kakashi saw that he was about to be defeated, so he immediately retreated to distance himself and began to form a seal and perform fire style. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes flashed. You cast ninjutsu first. After saying this, he jumped up high, holding a wooden sword in one hand and slashing at Kakashi, while forming a single-handed seal with the other hand. Water-style water barrier. The water is spit out from Uchiha's wind mouth and swirls around the body. The great fireball hit it, and all of them were doused by the swirling water. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng getting closer and closer, Kakashi put his hands on his chest. Thunder and lightning made a sizzling sound in his hands. Is this Raikiri? Uchiha Yufeng formed another seal with one hand. Earth-style, a great river of earth. The soil under Kakashi's feet instantly turned into a huge swamp formed by liquid. Kakashi's feet went soft without any point of strength. He turned aside and the Raikiri in his hand disappeared. Kakashi has only recently developed this lightning-style ninjutsu based on the lightning form. This is because of the newly developed ninjutsu. Its performance is very unstable. Now, due to the sudden change at his feet, Kakashi fell into a multitasking situation. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Yufeng's figure flashed and came to him at some point. Kakashi, you lose. A training wooden sword was placed in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's hand on lightning-style ninjutsu, which he had just tried to gather, relaxed at this moment. Kakashi followed Uchiha's example of riding the wind and spread his hands helplessly. Yufeng, you are indeed a pervert. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng sneered. Is this the quality of special jonin? If you can't beat others, just call them perverts? Pay attention, my brother is with you. Kakashi's eyes fell into the distance, and he was shocked when he looked at Uchiha Shursui, who turned on Sharingan to watch the battle. 3 Magatama. This Shursui, who is a few years younger than Uchiha Mikaze, has now activated 3 Sharingan. He will definitely be one of the strongest men in the Uchiha clan in the future. This is not one pervert, but 2 perverts. By the way, Yufeng, Kai Lin, and Obito will take the Chunin exam tomorrow. Don't you go and take a look? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. I still have a job. How can I watch children fight? Children fighting? You really know how to speak. Kakashi looked strange and no longer struggled with this issue. After all, Uchiha Yufeng's identity is Umbu's medical team leader. It's during the war, so basically other villages, even the small shinobi villages around Konoha, probably won't come to take the Chunin exam. In this exam, most of them were Konoha ninjas. Come to think of it, I won't be too harsh and cause a big fight. Captain Umbu, who went there in the name of protecting Chunin exam candidates, was somewhat overqualified. Captain Yufeng. Just then, an Umbu ninja wearing a fox mask came here. Then, whoosh whoosh, another 7 Umbu ninjas wearing masks appeared. What's wrong? Uchiha Yufeng put away the wooden sword in his hand and turned around to ask. The leading Umbu ninja glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi saw this and walked to Shursui's side. Shursui, right? Whatever you like to eat, I'll take you to buy some. Uchiha Shursui looked away from the ninja Umbu, with a touch of innocence on his face. Okay. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the nearest street, one after the other. Say it. He's gone. Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and looked at the Umbu ninja. Yes, Captain Yufeng. 100 miles away from the village, the 12 Jonin and 30 Chunin stationed in Konoha serve as the first barrier to protect Konoha. But just today, news came from over there that someone was discovered in that area. A large number of ninjas from Kirigakure village. Tell the important point. Uchiha Yufeng frowned slightly. Yes, I got the news today that Kirigakure is harassing and trying to invade the Land of Fire. The ninjas at the front have already suffered casualties. Mr. Hokage ordered us and you to go to the rescue immediately. Uchiha Yufeng nodded upon hearing this. I understand. You go first. I will explain to them. Yes. Several people left quickly and headed outside the village. Troubled times. Uchiha Yufeng didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Before, he was thinking that Sunagakure village could hold off Kumogakure village and confuse the battlefield. Once Awagakure takes action, Konoha will have no worries and can concentrate on dealing with Sunagakure. Unexpectedly, Kirigakure village would launch an attack at this time, even more eagerly than Awagakure village. Uchiha Yufeng ran quickly, looking back and forth among the crowd. Finally, we stopped at a street selling popsicles. He quickly came to Kakashi and Shursui. Shursui, I may not be able to take care of you because I have something to do at the moment. When you have enough fun, go home early. Uchiha Shursui held the popsicle and nodded obediently to Uchiha Yufeng. Brother, I know. Is there another mission? Kakashi was a little surprised. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Who told us capable people to work harder? You should hurry up and work hard. Become a jonin as soon as possible and become a cow and horse like me. Kakashi's eyes widened immediately. Jonin, this Konoha inspection is quite strict. After reaching the required number of tasks and difficulty, you still have to conduct a strength test. If your strength is not good enough, you still won't be able to do it. Uchiha Yufeng didn't talk much and turned around. Run towards the outside of the village. Not long after leaving the village, Uchiha Yufeng suddenly stopped. Come out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 20 masked ninjas appeared in front of them. Uchiha Mikaze, are you willing to serve Danzo-sama? The person who came to the gate of opening was straightforward and stated his or her purpose directly. Oh, Danzo? I am Umbu, and I am from the Hokage. How can I still work for Danzo? Uchiha Yufeng looked calm and said in a strange way. This Danzo has absolutely no long memory. It seems that killing 2 of his men last time was not enough. I want to see what Danzo is going to do today. Upon hearing this, the leading root ninja took out a scroll from his arms. If you are willing to serve Danzo-sama, Danzo-sama said that he can let go of your previous affairs and will also train you to the highest standards and protect your family with all his strength. This is our root form of joining. It has been written for you. As long as you drop your blood on it, it will be deemed as your consent. As for the Hokage, Danzo-sama will take care of it. Do you need so many ninjas to recruit yourself? Protect your family. I'm afraid this is a threat. But you can't move Uchiha Shursui. If you don't talk about Uchiha, even 3rd Hokage won't let you do whatever you want. Although 3rd Hokage has many problems, one thing is for sure, he values relationships very much. Uchiha Yufeng took the scroll and opened it immediately. What did you think it was? It took a long time to create a curse seal. Put the curse seal into the scroll and manually open it or touch the contents of the scroll to trigger the curse seal. Danzo, is this all you have? A red stripe like fire quickly emerged from Uchiha Yufeng's hand and spread to various parts of his body. In just a moment, Uchiha Mikaze's entire body was covered. The seal of the curse of self-karma. Uchiha Yufeng felt that his body could not move, and there was no expression on his face as he whispered, "Take it." Before anyone could reach him, Uchiha Yufeng turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. Shadow clone jutsu? The leading ninja looked shocked. Just now, did I bind a shadow clone with a curse seal? Uchiha Yufeng's figure came out from behind the big tree at this time. The thunder attribute chakra gathered in the palm of the right hand, and a harsh bird song sounded immediately. Want to catch me? Let's see if you have the strength. Chidori. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes, 3 Magatama, Sharingan, rotated slightly and quickly rushed towards the nearest root ninja. When a ninja at the root saw this, his eyes flashed with solemnity. Disperse. As the voice of the leading ninja came, the surrounding ninjas quickly jumped away, with Uchiha Mikaze at the center, showing a round-up posture. In a short period of time, Uchiha's Chidori had already pierced both of them. Blood dripped down, and the surrounding root ninjas looked cold and unaffected. Sealing techniques. A root ninja quickly opened a large scroll from behind, bit his finger, and drew blood, which was immediately printed on the scroll. A chain condensed by chakra immediately moved towards Uchiha Yufeng. Is this the sealing chain of the Uzumaki clan? I didn't expect that Danzo would still hide these things. When the country of Uzumaki was destroyed, he had to fish in troubled waters, right? After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he was about to leave in a flash. The root ninjas from all directions are in tacit agreement to use ninjutsu on Uchiha Makaze. Wind escape. The vacuum breaks continuously. Wind escape, wind blade. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Ninjutsu range directly covers all routes left by Uchiha Makaze. As Uchiha Yufeng was overwhelmed by ninjutsu, the minds of the root organization ninjas were all attracted by the explosion. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the leader jumped over to where Uchiha was holding the wind and looked in the direction of the chakra chain. When there was only one luxurious wooden stake left in place on the bumpy ground, he was suddenly surprised. Substitute technique? When did you become a substitute? The ninjas at the base checked their surroundings and found no trace of Uchiha Midike's. Where have you gone? At this moment, a slight sound of footsteps came. Everyone followed the sound, and their eyes widened. Uchiha Yufeng slowly walked out from under the big tree again. Impossible. How is this possible? How did you get there? Is it a group jinjutsu? One no. Uchiha Yufeng had a sneer on his face. I won't tell you even if I want to know. Uchiha touched the wind on his waist and threw out 10 specially marked kunai at the same time. The kunai was so precise that even among these elite ninjas, 2 of them had their necks slashed, bleeding profusely. 18 more. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and shook it, and the Ronin sword appeared in his hand. Chakra was poured into it, and thunder and lightning instantly covered it. Flying Thunder God Slash. Uchiha Yufeng's figure disappeared instantly, and a root ninja covered his neck in pain and fell down. What's going on? Is this a teleportation technique? A root ninja suddenly spoke out when he saw Uchiha Makaze falling next to the root ninja. 17 people. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng speak again, everyone's hearts seemed to be cast by a shadow. Why is this Uchiha so difficult to deal with? 16 people. Then another elite ninja fell down, and everyone looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a hint of fear. As ninjas fell one after another, the time interval between ninjas falling became shorter and shorter. Even with the teleportation technique, it is impossible to cover such a long distance in an instant. The expression of the leading ninja changed drastically. Is this the art of flying thunder gods? You can actually fly thunder gods? Uchiha Yufeng appeared in a corner again, killed a root ninja, and looked back at the ninja who led the team. Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. The water attribute chakra of the Ronin Taito in Uchiha's hand increased sharply, and the figure disappeared instantly. The light of the sword flashed, and Uchiha Yufeng flashed to the back of a root ninja, holding the sword in both hands, and slashed out again, blood splashing everywhere. You're the only one left. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the corpses on the ground and looked at the root ninja who was leading the team. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Yufeng, who was standing in front of him just now, turned into a wooden stake with a bang. Substitute technique? Without waiting for a reaction, Uchiha Yufeng's figure suddenly arrived in front of him. Sharingan. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared in the eye sockets, and the eyes of the root ninja in front of him became dull. Danzo sent you here? The man nodded. Reason? Because you entered Umbu, and you are Uchiha, and you have awakened Sharingan. You were suspected of hiding your strength before, and you must have a conspiracy. Lord Danzo feels that you are not loyal to Konoha, and you will definitely be a threat to the village in the future. Therefore, he sent someone to assassinate you. A flash of understanding flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. I entered Umbu and became the medical captain. Unexpectedly, the first person who was so anxious that he wanted to overturn the table was Danzo. As expected of Jin, the information is really well informed. Uchiha Yufeng got the answer he wanted and raised his sword to pierce the last root ninja's vitals. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around, making sure there was no one left alive. Run towards the destination ahead. Walked for nearly 2 hours. Uchiha Yufeng sensed the appearance of a ninja team in front of him, and his speed also slowed down. Hiding his figure, he climbed up a big tree and observed quietly. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of me. Mecha. The 3-person team is Metkai, Ebisu, Shiranui Gima. Then ninjas appeared one after another. You go first, I'll take the lead. The sound of shurikens breaking through the air sounded, and Metkai was the most sensitive. He immediately turned around and swept past with a Konoha whirlwind. Metkai's leg made a jingling sound when it came into contact with the shuriken. The shuriken cut through Metkai's clothes, revealing the blood-stained iron weight inside. Kai, let's go together. Ebisu threw the shuriken behind him for free, covering Metkai's evacuation. 3 little brats, don't underestimate our blood-mist village. A tall ninja rushed over with a bloody sword in his hand, seeing that the 3 of them were exhausted and at a disadvantage. Regardless of the injury on his leg, Metkai gritted his teeth and stood up again. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and threw a special kunai in that direction. Ooh! The tall ninja at the front fell to the ground, and all the Kirigakure ninjas looked around vigilantly. Whoosh! Metkai felt his eyes blurred, and Uchiha Yufeng's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Yu foam. Metkai rubbed his eyes, opened them again, and then spoke with certainty. Why did you get entangled with the ninjas of Kirigakure village? Uchiha Yufeng was a little puzzled. Originally, we were executing a commission that needed to drive away wild beasts in a place 20 miles outside the village. Not long after we completed it, on the way back, we were pestered by these ninjas from Kirigakure village. Uchiha Yufeng said, "Oh." It seemed to be an accidental incident, but what I didn't expect was that the 3 teams of them left the village and didn't even have Jonin to lead the team, so they went on a mission. It was really bold. You should go back to the village quickly. I will help you settle things here. Uchiha Yufeng said confidently. Yufeng, how can that be done? Metkai limped to Yufeng, with a firm expression on his face, and refused. I also want to break up the queen. As Metkai said this, Ebisu and Shiranui Gima also stood behind Metkai. Then just stand here and don't blink. It'll be over in a while. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Metkai. Although the current Metkai has not yet practiced the 8 gates doinja, he has a look of superb Konoha taijutsu, and he already looks a bit like the youthful brother in his impression. Uchiha Yufeng took out a kunai from his waist and threw it towards the ninjas of Kirigakure village. Then, Uchiha Yufeng's figure disappeared instantly. As they shuttled among the Kirigakure ninjas, watching Uchiha Yufeng flash back and forth, the 3 of them opened their mouths wider and wider. Metkai murmured for a long time. This is the passionate youth of Yufeng. After the team that destroyed Kirigakure village separated from Kai and the others, Uchiha Yufeng had chakra attached to his feet and rushed towards a destination at a very fast speed. Along the way, they encountered an interception by the Root organization, and the Metkai team was chased by the Kirigakure ninjas who were ambushing the Country of Fire. Thinking about how I didn't show my strength before and stayed in Konoha Ninja School to develop, it was really a wise choice. Inside Konoha, undercurrents surged, and outside Konoha, battles and killings continued. Each village is very alert to each other, as if facing a powerful enemy. Nowadays, I'm afraid they are all working hard to train a new generation of ninjas to prepare for victory in the war, spying on intelligence, testing each other's bottom lines, and assassinating the potential young generation in enemy villages. Every major village wants to make their country and village the biggest beneficiary in the war. The prejudices in people's hearts are like mountains, and there is no end in sight for the hatred. Now it is really difficult to achieve peace in the ninja world. Master Yufeng, watching Uchiha Makaze coming, the Umbu ninja who was on alert suddenly shouted. Quickly stepped forward to guide the direction. After some hesitation, we arrived at a simple Earth-style camp underground. Master Yufeng, the injured ninjas here are 7 Jonin and 23 Chunin. Look, a medical ninja in a white coat appeared in front of him. When he saw Uchiha Yufeng coming, his eyes lit up. Uchiha Yufeng nodded, and while listening to the medical ninja's report, he put on the clean white coat hanging on the wall. Wear your mask and wait until everything is ready. Which of these is the most serious? Uchiha Yufeng interrupted the man's words and got to the point. Master Yufeng, this one. Uchiha Yufeng followed the man and walked quickly, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. Teacher Zhenhong. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's voice, Yuhi Mahong, who was lying on the hospital bed, raised his eyes with difficulty. Yufeng, a weak voice came out, accompanied by a violent cough. Fetch water, Uchiha Yufeng said coldly to the medical ninja beside him. Yes, Master Yufeng. As soon as the words fell, several medical ninjas around him took action quickly. Uchiha put his hand on Yuhi Zhenhong's heart and checked his abdomen. Ms. Red, are you poisoned by the sand, shinobi ninja? Uchiha Yufeng's eyes flashed, and he murmured, Isn't Sunagakure village busy fighting Kimogakure village recently? Master Yufeng, the water is coming. Uchiha Yufeng recovered his thoughts and took a deep breath. Teacher Zhenhong, have a good sleep. You will be fine soon. After the words fell, Uchiha Yufeng inserted the anesthesia needle on the side into Yuhi Zhenhong's leg. The medicine took effect very quickly, and Yuri Zhenhong fainted. Chakra scalpel. Uchiha Yufeng cut open Yuhi Zhenhong's chest and quickly locked the position of the lungs. First, the toxins in the body are separated from the lungs through the technique of extraction. Then use sage jutsu to repair the damaged organs. After a set of procedures, because multiple organs are damaged, medical treatment is quite difficult and time-consuming. All right, Uchiha Yufeng breathed a long sigh of relief, and the medical ninja, who was wiping sweat on the side, quickly brought over the blank plate next to him. Medical equipment, such as needles and threads, were skillfully placed on it, and his eyes were raised. Next, another medical ninja beside him quickly led the way and ran towards the other injured ninja. Time flew by, and by the time we finished dealing with the injured ninjas in the room, it was already evening. Uchiha Yufeng took off his white medical coat and walked out of the base. I found a place where no one was watching me, lay down, and closed my eyes to rest. After a while, Uchiha Yufeng suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned. Get up and look toward the north. There seems to be strong chakra fluctuations over there. Could it be Sand Shinobi coming over? Uchiha Yufeng turned back and glanced at the location of the base. If it was Sand Shinobi, they must have come for the defensive circle. Uchiha Yufeng wouldn't worry about others, but the person in the base is his teacher, Yuhi Mako. At this time, the sunset is in a really red state and is not easily bumpy. Uchiha Yufeng was convinced and decided to go over and have a look first. What if it's not Sand Shinobi? Uchiha Yufeng moved his feet and disappeared quickly. After running for an hour, Uchiha Yufeng slowly stopped. Sensing the fight of the ninjas ahead, Uchiha Makaze hid in the darkness and slowly approached. Scorched style, steamed to death. A female ninja, wearing a long black dress, threw a burning fireball out of her hand. The fireball rushed to a Kirigakure ninja, and the terrifying high temperature instantly distorted the ninja's face. The moisture in his body was directly drained, and he fell to the ground like a mummy. The Kunoichi has a firm gaze, wears a forehead protector from Sand Shinobi village, and has 2 strands of orange hair hanging down on both sides of her face. A smart black robe wrapped around her slender figure. When she turned around, her smooth and white back was exposed. Judging from the body movements, it must be Grandmaster Taijutsu. There was a hint of confidence on the delicate face of the Kunoichi. This beautiful, smooth, and white back, it would be a pity not to have cupping. This ninja should be the Scorch-style blood successor limited ninja Hayakura from Sand Shinobi Village, right? Uchiha Yufeng was hiding in the dark, with a flash of thought in his eyes. If Yitsong leads a team to sneak attack on the border team, he may suffer a big loss if he cannot figure out Yitsong's blood inheritance limit ability. It's the Scorch-style ninja from Sand Shinobi Village. Withdraw. Kirigakure Jonin, who was leading the team opposite Yitsong, looked at the tragic death of his companions, glanced at Yitsong bitterly, and said unwillingly, "Want to leave?" Yitsong's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and threw out 7 or 8 kunai from the ninja bag on his waist. The cunning kunai immediately attracted the attention of the Kirigakure ninja. Behind the Kirigakure who were close to Yitsong, 3 or 4 fireballs suddenly appeared, flying towards the ninjas in the nearest Kirigakure villages. The Kirigakure ninja, who was trying to avoid kunai, was attacked by a silent fireball. The 4 Kirigakure ninjas were squeezed into mummies almost instantly. As screams rang out, they fell to the ground and died. The Kirigakure ninja, who led the team, had a serious look on his face and exchanged glances with several ninjas. They all began to form seals and used water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, water formation pillar. Many Kirigakure ninjas used it together and sprayed towards Yitsong. Yitsong bent his legs, quickly jumped to the big tree next to him, and controlled several fireballs to block him. Now, the leading Kirigakure ninja shouted, "Water-style, Kirigakure no jutsu." As he finished speaking, the water formed by the water-style just now began to slowly rise into mist, immediately blocking his sight. Oh, pretty smart. Yitsong glanced around and saw that the Kirigakure ninja had disappeared, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Yitsong formed a seal with his hands, accumulated strength, and opened his mouth to spit it out. This technique uses the strengthening of chakra, the breath exhaled from the mouth, and a certain size of strong wind. Even the smaller trees around it are blown down one after another, not to mention the fog in front of you. After a while, the fog dissipated, revealing the invisible ninja. Scorch-style steam to kill. Fireballs appeared one after another and were immediately thrown towards the exposed ninja. The screams sounded again. The Kirigakure team was wiped out. Uchiha Yufeng hid in the dark and saw all this. Suddenly, the fluctuation of chakra in the distance was sensed again. Most of them are chakra with thunder attribute, and they should be the ninjas of Hidden Cloud Village. A sneer appeared on Uchiha Yufeng's lips. Yitsong's combat power is really good. I just don't know if Kumo Ninja's ninja can handle it. He formed a seal with one hand and transformed into a ninja that looked like a cloud ninja. He took out a kunai from his pocket and threw it towards the smooth and beautiful back. Boo! Yitsong was already alert, but when he heard the sound of the sky breaking behind him, he immediately turned to one side to avoid the attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kumo ninja that Uchiha Yufeng transformed into immediately retreated. Kumo ninja? Yitsong was slightly confused. Why didn't he find him in that position just now? But looking at Uchiha Yufeng's back, he didn't have time to think and quickly chased after him. Uchiha Yufeng ran quickly towards the direction of Yunin village. The speed was just in the distance that Yitsong could catch up with, but almost caught up. Looking at Yitsong chasing after him with a determined look on his face, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but think of the information about Yitsong in the Hokage. Yitsong possesses the blood-inherited Scorch style created by the combination of Wind Attribute Chakra and Fire Attribute Chakra. During the foreign war of Sunagakure village, he became famous in the shinobi world by killing enemies, and was called the hero of Sunagakure village by the people of Sunagakure village. However, since the war between Sand Shinobi village and Awadikure village has reached a critical moment, Kirigakure village is regarded as a key threat by Sand Hidden village. The top management of the village sent Yitsong, who is regarded as an enemy of Kirigakure, to Kirigakure on a secret mission to quell the resentment of Kirigakure. Yitsong's death has eased the relationship between Sunagakure village and Kirigakure village to a certain extent, giving Sunagakure village a chance to breathe. Yitsong's death was also used by the top management of Sand Hidden Village to blame Iwagakure village. As a result, all the ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village shared the same hatred and went all out to fight against the attack launched by Iwagakure village. I remember being reincarnated by the dirty soil during the Fourth Ninja War. After meeting his disciple, he was complained that the teacher was already dead anyway, so you should continue to be remembered as your Sand Shinobi hero. Yufeng felt that if he were in Yitsong's perspective, the first thing he would do when he was reincarnated in the Deadland would be to kill this filial disciple so that she could serve him well in the paradise. If the heroes of Sand Shinobi Village kill the ninja team of Sand Shinobi Village and then expose the village's scandal, this operation will inevitably damage the morale of Sand Shinobi Village. It will probably cause a certain amount of panic. After all, the heroes of the village can be betrayed, let alone ordinary ninjas like them. It was Yitsong who died today, but he might be the one who died inexplicably after being betrayed by the village tomorrow. No one wants to be the second hero. If this continues, will it indirectly affect the direction of the war and lead to an early truce between Sand Shinobi Village and Konoha? This thought suddenly came to Uchiha Yufeng's mind, and a smile appeared on his face. It's very possible. It seems like this Yitsong needs to be put to good use. Yitsong, who was chasing after him, saw that the distance between him and Uchiha Yufeng was getting closer and closer. A smile appeared on his lips, and he shouted to Uchiha Yufeng, "Hey, you can't escape." Uchiha Yufeng ignored Yitsong and continued running. Seeing that the distance is getting closer, he is about to catch up with Uchiha. Uchiha Yufeng suddenly turned around and threw a few kunai with detonating talismans behind him. Bang! The violent explosion was accompanied by thick smoke, which covered Uchiha Yufeng's figure and disappeared. "Where are the people?" Yitsong frowned and quickly jumped to the big tree, looking around cautiously. After a while, a rustling sound was heard. Yitsong stared at the ninja's costume and was shocked. "Is it Kimo Ninja? Is this an ambush?" Before he could move, a sensory ninja suddenly looked in the direction of Yitsong. "Over there!" Yitsong knew that his position was exposed and jumped down quickly. "It's Sand Shinobi." The leader of the Cloud Ninja with a scar on his face turned cold when he saw Yitsong. Thinking about the ninja who was called Rasha from Sand Shinobi Village before and killed many Kimo ninja companions in the Easter battlefield, he immediately shouted, "Kill her!" As soon as the words fell, 3 ninjas carrying Tachi ran towards Yitsong in an instant. Yitsong was not slow and quickly took out a kunai from his knife bag. Bite! The sound of kunai and Tachi colliding was heard. Good strength. The Yunin opposite had not yet figured out the situation and was praising Yitsong as soon as he finished speaking. Yun Run groaned in pain and lowered his head to look at his stomach. A fireball with flaming light shot out from his stomach. With doubtful and frightened eyes, his consciousness slowly disappeared and he fell to the ground. "This is Scorch style. Everyone be careful." The leading ninja was taken aback, his face full of caution. Several Cloud Ninjas around looked at the Cloud Ninja, who fell to the ground and died, already shriveled up, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Lightning style, lightning strike. A Kimogakure Jonin quickly formed a seal, and a thunder and lightning condensed from the thunder attribute chakra immediately struck towards Yitsong. Yitsong looked calm and avoided it calmly. Scorch style, steam to kill. 3 or 4 fireballs appeared immediately and were controlled and thrown out like shurikens. Watch out for fireballs. The leading Yun ninja looked anxiously and immediately spoke to remind him. However, it was still a step too late. Although the 3 Cloud Ninjas dodged, they did not notice the fireball that spun around and attacked from behind. Being hit by the fireball, the terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated the water vapor in the body, turning into a shriveled corpse and falling to the ground. Hateful. Yun Run, who was leading the team, gritted his teeth bitterly, looked at Yitsong, and then at his teammates in the team. It was obvious that he had no way to deal with this Scorch-style ninja. Hurry up and send a signal for help. Let those 2 come over. The ninja leading the team looked embarrassed, looked at a sentient ninja, and said, "Yes." As soon as the words fell, this person disappeared from sight in an instant. Yi-Song searched among the crowd, but still could not find the sentient ninja who had just left. "Stop looking for it." A cold snort came out of the mouth of the leading ninja, and the thunder attribute chakra condensed in his hand suddenly slapped the ground. Lightning-style ground walking. The thunder attribute chakra quickly moved towards Yi-Song along the land. Yi-Song withdrew his gaze and wanted to run towards the tree on the side. As soon as he moved his legs, a ninja holding a knife jumped down from the sky. "Huh!" Yi-Song raised his hand casually and sent the kunai forward and struck Yi-Song's kunai with great force. Yagura, who misjudged his strength, was instantly knocked back and looked at the lightning-style ninjutsu that was getting closer and closer. Yi-Song quickly controlled the fireball to recall it and block in front. Under the violent impact, smoke and dust filled the air, blocking the view. A cloud ninja suddenly screamed and fell straight down. From his belly, a fireball shot out again. This damn Scorch-style ninja. He's so tough. As the number of cloud ninjas became less and less, everyone's emotions were about to reach the edge of collapse. "I can't fight again, and I can't run anymore." He finally had an advantage in physical skills, but he still had to pay attention to where the fireball was hidden at all times. The fireball hides silently in the dark, making it even more difficult to guard against. "Okay, are you okay?" During the stalemate, a thicker voice came from a distance. Hearing this voice, the low morale suddenly recovered. "Sir, we are here." A man whose whole body was covered by lightning appeared in everyone's sight. He has light yellow hair, a very strong build, wears a Kumo Ninja Village forehead protector, and has a green shuriken-style logo tattooed on his shoulders. The dark skin flashed with electric light, and the aura was terrifying. The Scorch-style ninja of Sand Shinobi Village, Hayakura? Is she the only one? Glancing at the dead Jonin, AI looked at Yi-Song with a pair of copper bell-like eyes with a frightening expression. Yi-Song was very vigilant and looked at the fierce AI. The kunai in his hand tightened, and his heart sank. "I'm a bit unlucky today. I seem to have met a difficult guy. Scorch-style ninja, I will defeat you as fast as possible." AI Lung glanced at Yi-Song and suddenly ran away. Yi-Song quickly controlled the fireball and threw it in the direction AI came from. In the Thunder Attribute Chakra mode, AI is as fast as lightning and can easily avoid fireballs. In Yi-Song's pupils, AI's figure quickly enlarged. Yi-Song's body couldn't keep up with the opponent's terrifying speed. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The lightning-style chakra state gathered all over his body, and he rushed towards Yi-Song quickly, hitting his neck with a powerful wrist. At this critical moment, a stream of water suddenly shot out from the shadow of the grass towards AI. This sudden attack came without warning. Even AI himself was shocked by the sudden attack and broke into a cold sweat. But fortunately, AI is no longer a fledgling boy. His own strength is strong, but through the baptism of war with the elite ninjas of Konoha Village and San Shinobi Village, his combat experience has improved to a higher level. In addition, now in the lightning-style chakra mode, the body's reaction ability increases dramatically. Looking at Yi-Song, who was so close, AI's mind was extremely clear. Clear your mind instantly. Although it was a pity that he was about to kill this Scorch-style ninja, who was very threatening to Kumo Ninja with one strike. But it's really not worth it to exchange your own life for the life of the Scorch-style ninja in front of you. He forcibly retracted the wrist attack and jumped to one side. The water wiped his clothes, but AI dodged it. The slender water flow continued unabated, like a sharp blade that instantly cut through the big tree behind AI. This shocked AI. Although ninjutsu was powerful, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the choice he had just made. Looking at the power of this water-style ninjutsu, even in the current lightning-style chakra mode, even if it hits it, it will be seriously injured. Who? AI turned around, paying full attention to the changes around him, and then another stream of water shot towards AI from the darkness again. "Found you!" AI's eyes flashed, and he locked the position where water style was used. The thunder attribute chakra on his body was even more intense. The speed suddenly increased, and after dodging another blow from water style, he rushed directly towards the figure who had just activated ninjutsu and was hiding in the dark. AI was confident that with his speed, no one could escape in such a short time. When he saw that the person secretly playing water style was Uchiha Yufeng, who had made him suffer before, AI's expression changed, and then he felt happy again. Thunder plow hot knife. AI turned into blue lightning and hit Uchiha Maka's neck with an elbow. I can finally take revenge. Bang! Shadow Clone was unable to maintain its shape due to the huge impact and turned into smoke, disappearing in place. Shadow Clone technique. On the other side, Yi-Tsung felt a breeze behind him and suddenly felt someone gently patted his back. Yi-Tsung quickly turned his head, and what caught his eye was an overly young boy, looking at him with a smile, looking at the tenderness on the young man's face. At this age, he is only as old as his disciple Wan. Could it be that this young man attracted Yin AI's attention just now? At this age, how could he come behind him without anyone noticing? Is there any blood inheritance limit related to speed? Also, who is the boy? Yi-Tsung's heart was full of doubts, and he was on full alert. In the front, there is the powerful AI from Cloud Shinobi, and in the back, there is a strange boy. It seems that I am at a dead end. Without me, you would have been beaten to death by that reckless man just now. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yi-Tsung in front of him and said softly, "It's you again? Uchiha's brat." AI quickly rushed over. His eyes locked directly on Uchiha Yufeng, and then moved his eyes downward, not looking into Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Veins popped up on AI's forehead, obviously thinking of the humiliation of being controlled by Sharingan before, and he felt very dissatisfied. Uchiha. Yi-Tsung was shocked. Uchiha. Isn't this a famous family in Konoha? There is Kumogakure in front, Konoha behind. Today I'm afraid I'm doomed. It was very difficult for me to fight against this Kumo ninja AI, and now here comes another Uchiha boy. To be able to get this quasi-Reikage to take him so seriously, I'm afraid this young man's strength is not simple. Yi-Tsung didn't dare to think about it anymore, and the idea of retreat came into his mind. But can I really retreat? If I stop this reckless man, can you kill all the remaining Kumo ninjas? Uchiha Yufeng spoke lightly. Able. Yi-Tsung looked at the only 5 cloud ninjas left behind AI, gritted his teeth, and said, "Anyway, I can't survive. If I can really kill these cloud ninjas before I die, even if it means death, it is worth it." Yi-Tsung thought so in his heart. "Then I'll hang on to him, and you go take action." As soon as these words came out, the two of them did not wait for action. A blue chakra covered the figure, and AI, who had dark skin and a murderous look on his face, had already reached in front of him, elbowed Uchiha Yufeng, and shouted angrily, "Uchiha brat, stop looking down on others." The corner of Uchiha Yufeng's mouth curled up with some sarcasm. Just as he was about to be hit, his figure disappeared instantly. Boom! The remaining force hit the tree behind Uchiha Yufeng, and the terrifying impact directly penetrated the big tree, where the 3 of them were hugging each other. "You reckless Yin Run. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. We have time. We can play slowly. Last time you asked me to reveal my strength in advance. I haven't settled the accounts with you yet." Uchiha's voice came from a big tree. AI frowned. What's going on at this speed? AI has already learned his lesson from previous battles. As long as you're not controlled by Uchiha Boy Jinjutsu, even if it is a pitch-black strange flame, you can dodge it with the lightning-style chakra mode, turn on at all times, and win for sure. Recently, I have become proficient in fighting without looking at each other's eyes. I thought I had a chance to win. Why is this little Uchiha hiding something? If he had this speed, he wouldn't have used that weird pupil technique that was very harmful to the body last time. Good boy, you actually have something hidden. AI turned towards Uchiha Yufeng and said with a cold snort, "Whether you hide or not has nothing to do with you, a reckless man like you. However, if you continue to fight with me, none of your companions will survive. AI's eyes widened in anger, and he looked back. Scorch-style ninja Yakura has already controlled the fireball to rush towards the closest Jonin. Sand Shinobi and Konoha have joined forces. What a shame! B******************** D. At this moment, a tongue-twisting rap came out. Then a huge octopus leg suddenly appeared and hit the unsuspecting Yi Song hard. The controlled fireball was knocked away by Yi Song, lost its target, slowly became smaller, and then disappeared into the air. Puff! Yi Song fell to the ground and found it difficult to breathe. He climbed up with difficulty and looked warily at the young man, wearing sunglasses, who suddenly appeared. Compare. AI looked back at the approaching Killer Bee, shouted, and then took a stance. The chakra all over the body surges violently and turns into lightning on the body, stimulating the activation of one's own cells. Seeing AI's movements, Killer Bee stopped his exaggerated movements and looked along AI's line of sight. It is none other than the Scorch-style ninja, Yi Song. AI. Hearing Killer Bee call his name, he knew he was ready. The thunder and lightning all over his body became more intense, and his figure flashed directly towards the Scorch-style ninja Yi Song. Excellent thunder, plow hot knife. The two of them moved forward one behind the other, their speed reaching the limit. Feeling that the auras of the two people were getting closer and closer, Yi Song vomited another mouthful of blood under the pressure of the two people, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. Unable to move at all, seeing that the two people were approaching Yi Song, Uchiha Yufeng's figure disappeared instantly and appeared behind Yi Song out of thin air. Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Yufeng grabbed Yi Song's shoulder and disappeared instantly. Seeing this, the two people quickly stopped their movements. Looking around cautiously, Killer Bee was the first to sense the position of Uchiha Yufeng and turned to point south. There! AI didn't hesitate at all and immediately ran in the direction pointed to. Before it could pass, a water dragon flew up instantly, condensed and formed in the air, blocking AI's front. Little water style. Uchiha Little Devil. Let me see how you run away today. AI was originally only afraid of Sharingan and the Black Flames, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Yufeng would use water style to stop him. AI couldn't help but secretly say something innocent. Then he wanted to step forward to resist Uchiha Yufeng's Water Dragon Bullet technique and pursue Uchiha Yufeng and Yi Song. Suddenly, the huge water dragon was instantly covered by black lightning. Looking at the pitch-black lightning, AI thought of the pitch-black flame that Uchiha Yufeng used before. He frowned. Could it be black lightning comparable to the black flame before? The terrifying thunder and lightning water dragon rushed towards AI. AI didn't think much and quickly jumped away. The terrifying water-style water dragon bombs were poured down directly, covering a wide range and causing huge destructive power. The rumbling sound was deafening. The terrifying water flow spreads around with jet-black lightning, which further increases the power of this technique. Killer Bee and AI quickly retreated with a few injured companions and found two safe places to stay. Uchiha Yufeng turned back to AI and raised an eyebrow with a sneer. He grabbed Yi Song's shoulder and disappeared into the forest after a few ups and downs. Damn, Uchiha brat. AI's eyes were red with anger at Uchiha Yufeng's actions, and veins popped out on his forehead. Watching the two people leave calmly, he did not dare to step forward. He turned around and punched the tree next to him, and the roar spread far away. In a cave, Uchiha Yufeng put down the seriously injured Yi Song. Hey, are you still awake? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yi Song with a pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. Yi Song glanced at Uchiha Yufeng, put his hands on the ground, and wanted to step back a little. As a result, the tearing pain from the wound on her chest came, causing her to tremble all over and fall to the ground again. The blood on the clothes was even more red. If you want to live, don't move. Uchiha Yufeng sensed the surroundings, noticed Yi Song's movements, frowned, and said coldly, "The most fundamental reason why Uchiha Yufeng wants to save Hayakura is that Hayakura is now the hero of Sand Shinobi Village and will be betrayed by the village in exchange for profits in the future. Only when such a hero is alive and wields his sword towards his village, the most fatal blow to the ninja morale of the village will be. What's the situation in Sand Shinobi Village now? Are you still looking for your Kazekage? Uchiha Yufeng was relieved after confirming from his previous perception that there was no cloud shinobi chasing him. He looked at Yitsong and asked softly, "You can never get any information about our village from my mouth." There was a hint of sarcasm on Uchiha Yufeng's face. "It seems that you don't want to cooperate, so I have to use it to make you cooperate obediently." After the words fell, in Yitsong's suspicious eyes, Uchiha Yufeng's dark pupils were instantly replaced by blood red, and the three Magatama were slightly rotating in the pupils. Yitsong's eyes gradually became dull. "Is your village still fighting against the Kimo ninja?" "Yes, not only the Kimo ninjas, but also the Mist ninjas and IWA ninjas. There have been conflicts recently." "So fast. Have you already started preparing to take action against Sand Shinobi? Are you still looking for your Kazekage?" "No more searching. Several elders have already begun to push their own people to go to the front line. We chose Kazekage based on his strength and contribution." Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yi Tsang's body. "Who recommended you?" "It was recommended by Chiyo-sama, including me and Raza." "Raza? Isn't this Gaara's father, the fourth-generation Kazekage? Has Luo Sha achieved any results recently?" On the northern battlefield, he severely defeated the Kimo Ninja and IWA Ninja teams, and single-handedly blocked the Kimo Ninja's attack. Uchiha Yufeng's heart moved. Raza specializes in studying Jinchuriki and has the ability to control placer gold, the record of a Shikaku who has suppressed the village's rampage many times. Moreover, Yitsong said just now that he was recommended by Chiyo. Chiyo's identity can be said to be a figure like Optimus Prime in Sand Shinobi Village. People like Luo Sha have a high degree of attention. Once he gains power on the battlefield, Kazekage's position is basically secure. After getting the answer he wanted, Uchiha Maka's unlocked Sharingan's Jinjutsu. "What did you do to me?" Yitsong's consciousness slowly returned, and he felt dizzy. He looked at Uchiha, who was not far away, and asked in a cold voice. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Yitsong calmly, walked to the entrance of the cave, cleared a clean place with a kunai, and sat down. After a long time, it gradually became dark. Uchiha Maka's did not wait for the Sand Shinobi ninja coming here. "Uchiha kid, why don't you speak?" Yitsong's voice came from the cave, and this time his voice was full of weakness. Uchiha Yufeng stood up and came to Yitsong. Waiting for Sand Shinobi is probably enough. It seemed that she had to do the treatment herself now. Otherwise, she might not be able to survive tonight. "Why are you still using Shadow Clone?" Yitsong stared at Uchiha Yufeng blankly, his eyes a little blurry. The reaction seems to be less sensitive than before. "Shadow Clone?" Uchiha Yufeng reacted immediately. Was the injury too serious, and there was a double image in his eyes? "Want to live?" Yitsong didn't respond. "Don't let me betray the village. Quickly, kill me." Yitsong bit his lips tightly and spoke with difficulty. Uchiha Yufeng walked calmly in front of Yitsong, raised his hands, and chakra instantly covered him. Chakra scalpel. With a slight stroke on Yitsong's chest, the clothes were instantly cut open. There was a hideous wound on it, about the length of an adult's hand. When the clothes were cut open, Uchiha wiped away the clots that had formed, and blood started to appear from the wound again. "What are you doing?" Yitsong endured the severe pain, frowned and breathed heavily, staring at Uchiha Yufeng. Quietly, he took out the kunai hidden under his body, and out of sight of Uchiha Maka's, used the last strength of his body to stab Uchiha Maka's in the head. Noisy! Uchiha Yufeng pointed a little at Yakura's arm and directly cut off her muscles. The kunai that had just assassinated Uchiha Yufeng fell from his hand and fell to the ground. Uchiha Yufeng was sure that this Kunoichi's vision was really blurred and she couldn't see anything. If he hadn't stopped the knife just now, it would have been inserted into himself. Uchiha did not use any anesthesia on her. He used a chakra scalpel to cut off the necrotic flesh, held it down with a hemostatic pack, and then used sage jutsu to repair the damaged internal organs. It took about an hour for it to be completely over. Looking at Yi Tsang, who had fallen asleep peacefully and was fine, Uchiha Yufeng slowly stood up. A few traps were set up outside the cave, and after hiding the entrance, they ran towards Konoha's camp. Master Yufeng. By the time we arrived at the campground, it was already late at night. The ninjas who were watching at night saw Uchiha Yufeng and immediately came over to greet him. Uchiha Yufeng nodded to it and went directly to the medical room. After checking Yuri's injuries, I felt relieved. Teacher Jinhong, you can resume action tomorrow. Hearing that he could take action, Yuhi Jinhong's face was filled with relief. You kid, you grew up so fast. I heard that you were specially approved to become a Jonin. Yuhi Jinhong sat up and said with a smile, there are relatively few medical ninjas at this stage, so I was simply pushed to become a medical Jonin. If it were an ordinary combat Jonin, I would still be far from enough. Yuhi Jinhong smiled, but did not reveal Uchiha Yufeng's little thoughts. Since I taught you in separate classes, I've known that you have a lot of hidden cards. However, it would be better to hide more trump cards. At least you can live longer. Uchiha Yufeng heard something in Yuhi Jinhong's words and was thoughtful. Yuhi Mahong immediately leaned into Uchiha Yufeng's ear and whispered, the village should soon receive the news that the entire northern battlefield has been defeated. Total defeat? Uchiha Yufeng's pupil shrank. Wait, northern battlefield? Isn't this where Orochimaru went with the Root organization? I heard that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans suffered heavy losses, with almost no one alive. Uchiha Yufeng fell silent. How could Orochimaru and Danzo, the old bastards and so many masters from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans be defeated so quickly? Who is the enemy? Can he kill so many masters? Uchiha Yufeng's eyes looked a little strange. A team of about 300 people from a Wagakure village. 300 people? The size of this ninja team? The Wagakure village. Is this the time to enter? The sky was getting brighter, and Yi Tsang slowly woke up in the cave. Feel the changes in your body and seem to have recovered? Yi Tsang slowly used his arms to support half of his body and sat up. The severe discomfort in his chest made Yi Tsang feel dizzy and nauseated. After he calmed down, he looked down. In a panic, he quickly fumbled for a bundle of fishing line from the knife bag and carefully sewed the large open clothes in front with the fishing line. Did that kid save me? Yi Tsang touched his somewhat heated face, and the figure of Uchiha Yufeng appeared in his mind. As a ninja of Konoha, and the two villages are still hostile, why should he save himself? Yi Tsang couldn't understand. Feeling the grumbling sound of hunger coming from my stomach, I slowly stood up against the cave wall. You should find something to eat first. Looking at the empty ninja bag, Yi Tsang stood still, panting after just taking a few steps. Yesterday, that Kimonin was able to use octopus legs. I'm afraid he was the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from Kimonin village, right? Thinking of the octopus legs that turned into beasts yesterday, I felt strong. Half of my life is gone. Yi Tsang couldn't help but complain. Kumo ninja, these lunatics. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave, and Yi Tsang Qiang endured the pain of his body. He leaned on the dark part of the cave and remained motionless. It didn't take long. The footsteps are getting closer. Scorch style steam to kill. He mobilized the little chakra in his body, condensed the fireball again, and threw it towards the visitor. Water style water barrier. There was a squeaking sound, and the condensed fireball just now was destroyed by a steady stream of water style. It seems that he has recovered well, and can now use ninjutsu. Uchiha's voice came from the doorway. Yi Tsang relaxed his guard, lowered his head, stopped resisting, and walked out of the darkness. Standing in the center, looking at Uchiha Yufeng. What do you want? Yi Tsang looked at the young man in front of him who could not see his purpose, and finally lost his composure and asked, Not very good. I was just surprised by your actions yesterday to protect the village even though you were ready to die. Uchiha Yufeng said with a smile, took out a small bottle from his arms, and threw it over. These are Bing Liang pills and blood-boosting pills. Yi-song didn't hesitate, opened the bottle, and poured it out. Yakura looked back at Uchiha Mikaz. Are you going to poison me? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. If it was poisoned, I wouldn't have saved you yesterday. Hearing this, Yi-song felt a little relieved. This man, who went to so much trouble, definitely didn't do it to poison himself. Although I don't know what Uchiha Yufeng's intentions are, I do know that Uchiha Yufeng must be plotting something behind his back. A Konoha ninja, who would desperately save a ninja from an enemy village on the battlefield, unless there are other more important things or tasks. Thinking of this, Yi-song directly ate the Bing Liang pills and blood-boosting pills in his hands. Not long after, I felt that my body had some strength. Are you almost recovered? Where is your sand shinobi camp? I'll take you back. Yi-song glanced over and stared at Uchiha Yufeng. You want to get the camp we stationed on the border from me, Dream? Uchiha Yufeng's face was calm and not affected at all. Is it worth it for you to work so hard for Sunagake, your village? Yi-song looked at Uchiha Yufeng and took a deep breath. Worth. Sand Shinobi Village has been my emotional support since I was a child. Although it is full of yellow sand and the conditions are difficult, it is my home after all. There are people who want me to protect. There are students who respect me. There are also friends who died in the past who entrusted me to become Kazakage's dream. There seemed to be a glimmer of light in Yi-song's eyes. Ba bang bang. Uchiha Yufeng stood there and applauded Yi-song. It's good, but have you thought that you will die in the village's calculation? The village's plan? Yi-song brushed his hair on his forehead, his eyes doubtful. A village is also a group composed of individuals. If one day, one of them wants to sacrifice you in exchange for so-called benefits, will you agree? A confident smile returned to Yi-song's face. No, everyone in Sunagake, your village, is my family. How could I be sacrificed for a truce? Furthermore, if individuals form a group, they cannot protect each other. So what is the point of talking about a group? What is the point of such a village? I believe that we people in Sand Shinobi will not do such a thing as betraying a ninja. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Yi-song strangely. Is this the so-called setting a flag, a certain death situation? Your people are coming. Uchiha Yufeng sensed the fluctuation of chakra in the distance and looked at Yi-song. Yi-song hummed. His face lit up, but his heart felt a little empty for no reason. Uchiha Yufeng walked up to him and looked at Yi-song's complexion. Okay, now that you're almost done, I won't stay here for long. We'll see you again by fate. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the place. After about half an hour, Yi-song sent out a signal to contact Sand Shinobi. Not long after, Sand Shinobi's team arrived here. Lord Yi-song, are you still alive? Yi-song smiled and said humbly. He looked at a sentient ninja. Map. Pen. The perceptive ninja quickly took out the map from his ninja bag. Yi-song quickly scanned the map and circled several places. Send a message to the village. Jinchuriki and Quasarakage AI from Cloud Hidden Village were active in this area a day ago. The surrounding Sand Shinobi was suddenly shocked. The reputations of Kimo ninjas Jinchuriki Killer Bee and AI have become so popular recently that they have penetrated many of the ninja elites of Sand Shinobi Village. Yes, Master Yi-song. The sensing ninja carefully put away the map and turned to leave. Yi-song thought of Uchiha Yufeng, who had saved him before, and immediately called out to the ninja. By the way, are there any boys as old as Maki and Konoha who are active on the border? Juan is Yi-song's disciple. Hearing this, all Sand Shinobi looked at each other. Back to Mr. Yi-song. We don't know who you are asking. Looking at everyone's blank looks, Yi-song took a deep breath and waved his hands. Retreat to camp first. Yes, everyone agreed, and the two female medical ninjas came to the front and helped Yi-song to walk outside. Lord Yi-song, on your back. Yi-song stopped and frowned slightly. What's wrong? There's a word for wind on the back. After the kunoichi finished speaking, she gently pointed at the word wind with her finger. Character? Yi-song recalled his experience during this period. The only person who touched his back was that Konoha, Uchiha boy. Could it be him? But what kind of bad taste is this, riding on one's own back? Yakura looked at the kunoichi from before. Can be wiped off? The kunoichi took a clean cloth, dipped it in water, and wiped it. Shaked his head. Lord Yakura, this seems to be a mark similar to sealing techniques. It cannot be erased at all. What? It can't be wiped off? Yitsong immediately turned his head and looked at the female medical ninja, his eyes flickering. Yes. The kunoichi lowered her head, complaining in her heart about her own uselessness. Forget it. Let's go back to the camp first. We'll talk about the mark later when we get back. Yitsong took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice. After the words fell, the group of people left. After a while, Uchiha Yufeng's figure appeared in the cave. The mark of Flying Thunder God will not disappear unless I remove it myself. Looking at the Sand Shinobi team going away, Uchiha Yufeng had a smile on his face. In order to end the war as soon as possible, I think I have to turn into the wind and blow the windmill of destiny. The windmill of destiny begins to spin. If you ask the village hero to die, you must be prepared for the hero's counterattack. Sand Shinobi Village, don't let me down. Uchiha Yufeng rushed back to the camp and checked the injured ninja one by one. Then he was called over by Yuhi Jinhong. Do you have any other tasks recently? Uchiha Yufeng was a little confused and looked at Yuhi Jinhong. Yuhi Mahong felt Uchiha Yufeng's gaze and groaned. Recently, I always feel that there are a lot of doubts about the last sneak attack by Kirigakure. How to say? Uchiha Yufeng groaned and waited for the next step. The Hidden Mist Village is lurking on the border. We have always known this information, but it was the responsibility of the northern battlefield. As Konoha's first defensive barrier, its mission is to defend against the invasion of foreign ninjas and will not take the initiative to launch an attack. Hearing this, a flash of thought flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Teacher, what you mean is that this sudden attack by the ninjas of Kirigakure village is related to the complete defeat of the northern battlefield? Yuhi Jinhong sighed and nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, as Konoha's defense stronghold, how could we be so completely exposed? And Shiri Jinhong paused and thought of a possibility. The people on the northern battlefield also know the specific location of the stronghold here. Uchiha Yufeng continued to speak. On the northern battlefield, all that can be known is Orochimaru, the root organization where Danzo is. What Mr. Jinhong means is that this time he revealed the location of the stronghold and was attacked by the ninjas from Kirigakure village. Was it they who leaked the secret? If it were the two of them, their purpose would definitely not be so simple. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes lit up. He got up and went to the medical room, where he found the casualty records of various ninjas stationed here. 5 Jonin died, 2 from the Hyuga clan, 1 from the Aburame clan, 1 from the Akamichi clan, and 1 from the Sartobi clan. The dead ones are just right. They are all members of Konoha's big families. Moreover, the bodies can't be found. Uchiha Yufeng murmured, then threw down the book and returned to the medical room. It seems that there is something wrong with this Kirigakure raid. By the way, Mr. Red, are you familiar with the 5 Jonin who died? Yuhi Jinhong hummed. They're all old companions stationed at the defensive stronghold, so we are naturally familiar with them. Do you know where their bodies are? Yuhi Jinhong shook her head. Uchiha Yufeng was silent. It seemed that the body had probably been secretly taken away by people from the root organization. Looking at Yuri Jinhong, thinking about his previous poisoning, she couldn't help but ask. By the way, Teacher Jinhong, when I came here besides you, Teacher, there were several other ninjas who were poisoned by Sand Shinobi Village's unique poison. Besides the Mist Ninja, could there be Sand Shinobi? No. Only the ninjas of Kirigakure Village have not found the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village. As for the poison they were poisoned, we can't tell. This kind of specially prepared poison should be difficult for ordinary ninjas to obtain. Could it be that someone from Kirigakure Village has already contacted the senior management of Sand Shinobi Village? Uchiha Yufeng secretly wrote down the matter. Teacher, please have a good rest. I think you will be almost fine before this evening. Yuri's blushing face had a touch of relief. Thank you for your hard work, Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng smiled at him, stopped talking, and walked outside. Just when I went out, I looked at one of Umbu's subordinates. "Come with me." Uchiha Yufeng took the person to an unoccupied room, turned around, and started asking questions. "Are there any casualties among our Umbu people this time?" Back to Captain Yufeng. "There are indeed 2 people who encountered unexpected events on the way here and lost their lives." "Where's the body?" The man was silent for a moment. "They were taken away by people from the Root organization. They said it was all for Konoha village. They happened to return to the village with a mission to report, so their bodies were brought back to Konoha for a good burial. It's root tissue again, but it was buried alive. It probably went into the laboratory, and not even a fingernail could be taken away." However, Uchiha Yufeng did not expect that the Root organization would be so greedy this time. Even Umbu's body was taken over by them. Could it be that some kind of experiment has reached a critical juncture? When will our mission end? The rescue mission has been completed. If you want to return to the village, you can go back at any time after you make the decision. Uchiha Yufeng lowered his head and thought for a moment before giving him an order. "In order to take care of our comrades stationed here, we are not in a hurry to go back. Go back and wait for the notice. When you want to leave, I will tell you." The man nodded respectfully and left. Uchiha Yufeng turned around and went to the medical room again. After arranging everything, he left the camp and disappeared into the forest. 3 days later, the central area of Sand-Hidden Village was filled with people. Everyone looked at the most eye-catching high platform, their eyes full of admiration and excitement. Iwagakure took advantage of the moment when we started a war with Konoha to join forces with Kyumogakure to attack Sunagakure. At this critical moment, under the leadership of Lord Raza, we successfully blocked the joint attack by the 2 major villages. This is a firm step for our Sand Shinobi village to defeat Konoha in the future. If you choose Kazekage today, it must be Lord Raza. A little fan of Luo Sha looked at Luo Sha standing on the high platform and said excitedly. Following the lead of the little fangirl, many ninjas around them agreed. "Yeah, I didn't expect Lord Raza to be so strong. If he can become our Kage, he will definitely be able to lead our Sand Shinobi village to become the strongest village in the future." This time, not only Raza-sama, but also Hayakura-sama repelled the ninja team from Kirigakure village to attack, giving our Sand Shinobi village a chance to succeed. If it were me, I would vote for Hayakura-sama. The ninjas in the crowd looked excited and looked at the hero of Sand Shinobi village standing on the high platform with admiration. After a while, a ninja came to the stage and said loudly, "Elders, please vote." When they heard the voting started, everyone in the audience couldn't help but silently shut their mouths. One by one, the senior officials of Sand Shinobi village came to the high platform and put their names in the prepared boxes. "Chiyo-sama, please announce the candidate for Kazekage." Chiyo walked out of the group of elders, opened the box, looked at the name of only one person in the box, and looked back at the humble young man. The position of Kazekage has actually been decided by the elders 3 days ago. Today is just a formality. "Rasha." After the words fell, Luo Sha stepped forward. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding elders, he took the hat belonging to Kazekage and put it on his head. Luo Sha walked to the high platform, and everyone in the audience cheered loudly. Jinin of Sunagakure village, the wind incarnation of Uchiha, is hidden in the crowd, listening to the surrounding people praising Raza and feeling regretful about losing Kazekage. Uchiha Yufeng nodded slightly. For Yitsong to be as famous as Luo Sha, this may not necessarily be a good thing. I remember that in Hokage, Yitsong received a secret mission from Kazekage before going to join the ninjas of Kirigakure village. However, whether this is Luo Sha's method or the method of other elders, Uchiha Yufeng is unknown. Luo Sha stood on the high platform, and after giving a speech about his feelings as a Kazekage, he turned the topic to the current situation. "We successfully prevented the conspiracy of Yanin village and Yunin village, which brings our village another step towards victory. For the victory in this battle, I want to thank one person, and that is the hero of our Sand Shinobi village." Behind Luo Sha, Yitsong came over. Yi Tsong casually glanced at the ninjas under the high platform, immediately saw his disciple roll, and nodded. When he was about to look back, he caught a glimpse of a black-haired ninja next to Juan smiling at him, and was slightly startled. Why does this boy behave so much like the Uchiha brat from Konoha? That's our Scorch-style ninja from Sand Shinobi Village, Hayakura. As Luo Sha finished speaking, there were dense cheers and excited sounds from the crowd below the stage. Maru, where's the black-haired ninja next to you? After the fourth-generation Kazekage succession ceremony and awards were completed, Yi Tsong's figure quickly came down from the high platform and came to his disciple Wan. Teacher, which one are you talking about? There was a flash of confusion in Wan's eyes. I don't seem to remember that there is such a black-haired ninja next to me. Looking at Wan, he didn't look like he was lying. Yi Tsong frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice, "Did you catch Jinjutsu?" Then he raised his head and looked around. Black hair, I found you." Looking at the familiar black-haired ninjas back in front of him who was about to leave, Yi Tsong's eyes lit up. Dropping the scroll, he immediately dashed towards the ninja's location. Just when he was about to catch up, the ninja in front became faster. Seeing this change, Yi Tsong felt relieved for no reason. "It's really you." The two of them walked one behind the other until they reached a deserted place in the corner of the village and then stopped. Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Yi Tsong and took off the hat on his head. "It seems you are recovering well." Uchiha Makaz smiled and spoke. However, Yi Tsong took a step forward and placed the kunai prepared in his hand directly on Uchiha Yufeng's neck. "Tell me, why did you, Konoha ninja, come to our Sunagakure village? Also, how did you get in? Is there someone inside Konoha in the village?" Looking at the series of questions, Uchiha Yufeng spoke calmly. "Miss Yi Tsong, I'm here to save you." "Save me?" Yi Tsong sneered. "Do you think I will believe you?" "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Uchiha Yufeng did not dwell too much on this issue, because now Sunagakure village is already facing a four-way flowering situation. There is not much time left for Yi Tsong. "Actually, I'm really looking forward to seeing what your expression will be like when you let the village betray you." Yi Tsong snorted coldly and glanced at Uchiha Yufeng with disdain. "I trust the village, and the village will never betray me. The village is like my home, and the people in it are my family members. How could a family member do something that hurts their family members?" Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. "You didn't say you were the hero of Sand Shinobi Village. I thought you were Hina, who just graduated from the ninja school. You are so naive. You look like you have never seen the world." Fallacy. What kind of family cannot hurt family members? Some people can be slaughtered directly by their own clan. So what does your stranger family mean? Furthermore, in the eyes of those people, you may not be considered a family member. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's indifferent attitude, Yi Tsong felt as if he had punched cotton. "What are you here for? If you don't tell me, I will report you to the elders in Kazekage." Uchiha Yufeng stretched out his hand and pushed the kunai away from his neck with his fingers. Yi Tsong stared at Uchiha Yufeng seriously and put it down cooperatively. "I'm really here to save you." Yi Tsong snorted coldly. "Walk." Yi Tsong grabbed Uchiha Yufeng's arm and dragged him outside. After running for about 20 minutes, I seem to have reached the edge of Sand Shinobi Village. If you go out from here, you will be out of Sand Shinobi Village. You should leave quickly. After Yi Tsong finished speaking, don't look away. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. Didn't he say that he would hand himself over to the body of elders? Why? Don't you want to leave? After Yi Tsong finished speaking, he pushed Uchiha Yufeng. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands helplessly. "I'll leave right away." Unexpectedly, Yi Tsong had such strong feelings for the village. But this is better. The stronger the feelings, the more intense the resistance will be when the situation is reversed and the truth is learned. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he climbed over the wall and walked out, disappearing into the desert in a short while. Looking at the place where Uchiha Yufeng disappeared, Yi Tsong withdrew his gaze. "I hope you don't come again." Then he turned around neatly and ran towards the village. About half an hour later, Yi Tsong returned here again, and it was still as empty as before. Are you really gone? Yitsong frowned slightly. It must be very difficult for him to lurk in the village. How can you tell him to leave, and he just leaves like that? Yitsong didn't know Uchiha Yufeng's plan and looked at the desolation around him. I wish I was overthinking it. After Yitsong was convinced that Uchiha Yufeng had left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turn around and leave. And the other side, Sunagakure village market. Because it involved a confidential mission assigned to him by Kazekage, the Yitsong family didn't even return and rushed directly to the outside of the village. Unknowingly, it was night. Yitsong has arrived at the agreed place. Looking at the thick fog around him, Yitsong was instinctively alert. After all, many of the ninjas in Kirigakure village are grandmasters of assassination techniques. This dense fog is naturally a protective color for assassinations. Scorch-style ninja, Lord Yakura, we're the ninjas of Kirigakure village, and we are here to welcome you. At the corner ahead, a ninja wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector walked out with a smile on his face. It's such an honor to meet you. While talking, he came to Yitsong. It's very foggy here. I guess we need a guide. Hearing the tone of this mist ninja's words, he was very sincere. Yitsong put down his guard and looked at the Kirigakure ninja in front of him seriously. Thank you for your hard work. It's just a small valley, so you shouldn't get lost. You are right. Your Excellency Yitsong, please. The Kirigakure ninja touched his head in embarrassment, then walked to the side of the road and made a greeting gesture to him. Yitsong hummed and walked in front. After taking only 2 steps, the Kirigakure ninja gave him a hard look. He took out his kunai and stabbed Yitsong directly in the back. Just then, a figure instantly appeared behind Yitsong, blocking the man's attack with a kunai. Yakura heard the sound of kunai clashing behind him. He immediately jumped away and turned around quickly. Looking at Kirigakure, who was gentle just now, he suddenly had a stern look on his face, and the direction where the kunai in his hand was stabbing was exactly where he was standing just now. A bad premonition suddenly occurred in my heart. What are you doing? Yitsong glared and looked at the mist ninja just now. Let you also taste the pain felt by those companions who were killed by Sand Shinobi Village. The Kirigakure ninja showed his murderous intentions. After speaking, he jumped back and shouted coldly to the top. Put! The shurikens fell one by one like raindrops. Looking at the 2 people shrouded in kunai, a flash of joy flashed in the eyes of this mist ninja. Although there is an extra boy in the plan this time, there are some variables. But he never thought that the 2 of them could survive such an intensive attack. Don't get me wrong. It's impossible to eliminate the resentment in our village. Your death is just a small comfort to us. Those guys from Sand Shinobi Village who called you out probably thought so too. While the man was chanting, he looked at the 2 people who had been tied into a sieve, and the look of madness on his face became even worse. It seems that he is paying homage to his companions who were killed by Yitsong. Suddenly, 2B********* G sounded. The 2 people in Yitsong who were enveloped just now turned into 2 wooden piles. This is a substitute technique? The Kirigakure ninja looked confused, and a kunai was already placed under his neck from deep behind. The figure of Uchiha Yufeng appeared from behind the Kirigakure ninja. Do you have anything else to say? Uchiha Yufeng, behind him, looked into the distance. A shadow clone of Uchiha Yufeng pulled the dejected Yigura out from one side. Damn Sand Shinobi. The controlled Kirigakure ninja felt the coldness of the kunai on his neck. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and murmured in a low voice. It seems that you still need time to digest this great gift jointly given to you by Sand Shinobi Village and Kirigakure Village. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yitsong and then slipped the kunai in his hand. The Kirigakure ninja, who had been aggressive, just now stared and fell down. Who? The mist ninja, who was ambushing above, sensed the change in the situation below and quickly arrived in front of them. When they saw Jonin from their mist ninja village falling to death, they went straight towards Uchiha Mikaze and Hayakura to kill them. Water style, water breaks the wave. Forming a seal with one hand, a slender stream of water spit out from Uchiha Yufeng's mouth. The powerful water flow, like a bamboo stick piercing a meatball, cut the 5 Kirigakure ninjas from their chests in the blink of an eye. He was bleeding profusely and fell to the ground dead. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the ninjas of Mist Ninja Village. Water style is so strong. Withdraw. One of them, Jonin, took the lead. After finishing his words, he directly used the Kirigakure no Jutsu to prepare to escape. There was heavy fog in the valley. If you use wind escape, you must use it to blow away all the water mist in the entire valley in order to find the location of the Mist Ninja. The secret technique of water style, 1,000 killings of water soaring. The Uchiha wind chakra spurted out, instantly turning the water mist 10 meters around into thousands of pieces and immediately shot forward. The extremely fast and highly transparent Qianbon scratched the bodies of 7 or 8 ninjas almost instantly, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Ice escaped. Feeling the increasingly heavy mist in the valley, Uchiha quickly formed the seal of Yufeng. Send your hands forward. The water mist in the air in front instantly condensed into ice in the blink of an eye. The ninjas of the Mist Ninja showed their figures, and some of their feet were covered with ice. The wounds of the injured ninjas were frozen with ice, freezing into their bones. Their movements were stiff, and their whole bodies were shaking. Are you an Ice Escape Blood Successor Limited Ninja? A ninja said in horror, his voice trembling obviously. Uchiha Yufeng quickly formed a seal, and the ice spikes formed in the air under the control of Uchiha Yufeng, stabbed towards the Kirigakure ninja who showed his figure. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village turned into real blood mist ninjas in the blink of an eye. One after another fell to the ground, walking toward death in fear. Looking at Yi Tsong, who was still in a daze, Uchiha Yufeng walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder. Are you still alive? Yi Tsong looked at Uchiha Yufeng with dull eyes. Have you known this for a long time? Yi Tsong thought about the strange words Uchiha Yufeng said to him before, as well as the relationship between the village and individuals demonstrated. Yi Tsong's eyes became more complicated. Staring at Uchiha Yufeng, he asked with a trembling voice, I only found out about this morning. After all, this matter was agreed upon by the senior management of Sand Shinobi Village in the morning. Could it be said that he had no predictions? Yi Tsong's face was pale, and his chest was heaving. Why what? Yi Tsong seemed to be asking Uchiha Yufeng, but also seemed to be asking himself. His eyes were filled with anger, and sad tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing the tears, Uchiha Yufeng nodded imperceptibly. If you can cry, you can vent your emotions. It doesn't look like the situation is too bad. Yi Tsong suddenly got a kunai in his hand and ran towards the fallen ninjas in Kirigakure Village. He faced several dead ninjas and pierced their bodies with kunai crazily. Because I had been frozen by ice before, there was no such bloody scene. Yi Tsong vented his anger and collapsed on the ground, his eyes empty. Uchiha Yufeng did not disturb him, and stood quietly playing with kunai in his hand. Not long after, Yi Tsong took a deep breath and stood up. The crazy look just now has faded. I want revenge. As long as you let me take revenge, I will listen to you in anything. Yi Tsong's eyes were filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Revenge? No problem. But not now. Isn't it possible to deal with Kirigakure Village? Yi Tsong suddenly turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yufeng, with an extra pleading in his angry eyes. Mist Hidden Village? No problem. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he pointed to the west. Over there should be the ninja team from Kirigakure Village. Before he finished speaking, Yi Tsong suddenly ran towards the west, and the orange hair on both sides of his forehead was blown by the wind. Uchiha Yufeng didn't speak and quickly followed. Half an hour passed. The Kirigakure ninja, leading the team, sensed a particularly quiet surrounding and noticed something unusual. Can't help but stop. Scorch style, steam to kill. 3 fireballs were controlled at the same time, quietly attacking from behind. The fireball touched the ninja, and with a scream, the 3 of them were drained of water and fell to the ground like mummies. Is this Scorch style? It's Sand Shinobi. Everyone be careful. Jonin, the leader, saw the miserable state of his companions and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, one of the ninjas who reacted a little slower was suddenly hit by the fireball. The screams sounded again. Water style, water barrier. The leading ninja immediately formed a seal and used water style. Although the fireball was extinguished, the injured ninja died due to the erosion of the fireball. Hateful. The Jonin of the Mist ninja cursed angrily, and a kunai stabbed from behind. Puff. He put all his attention on the fireball, but he didn't expect to be plotted by kunai in the end. The detonating talisman on the kunai ignited the starting point of the fire, and suddenly there was an explosion. The 3 nearby ninjas were also blown away at this time. The last 5 remaining Kirigakure ninjas were also taken away by the silently controlled fireball. The neat Kirigakure team just now was completely wiped out in a matter of seconds. Itsong jumped down from a nearby tree, half kneeling and breathing heavily. It was obvious that he had just manipulated fireballs, one after another without interruption. For her, the consumption is also quite large. Looking at the corpses of Kirigakure ninjas on the ground, Itsong, who thought he could take revenge, would feel better. But now, I still feel stuck in my heart. Village. Hero. Looking at Itsong, who was in trouble again, Uchiha Yufeng thought for a while. Walking in front of Itsong, he hit Itsong's neck with a knife. My toolman cannot fall down like this. I will need you to give Sand Shinobi Village a fatal blow to end the war. Itsong's body swayed, and he closed his eyes and was about to fall down. Uchiha Yufeng's figure instantly came behind Itsong and used his legs to resist Itsong's continued falling. As for now, you still have to let Sand Shinobi Village ferment your heroic deeds. Other side, Sand Shinobi Village Kazakage office. Luo Sha has already made detailed plans for the battle against Yanin Village, such as Itsong's death. At this time, the confidential mission should have ended. In Kazakage's office, Luo Sha stood up. Looking at the clouds on the horizon, he sighed quietly. For the sake of the village, I have to sacrifice you. Go with peace of mind. You will always be the hero of our Sand Shinobi Village. 3 days passed quietly. After finding a small town to settle down in Yitsong and agreeing on a secret code between the two, Uchiha Yufeng returned to the camp alone. Master Yufeng, this is from Master Hokage. Uchiha Yufeng was playing with the antidote in the medical room when an Umbu ninja came and handed the scroll over. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the scroll, put on the table. Seeing that Uchiha Mikaze was busy, the Umbu ninja put it aside respectfully and retreated. After finishing what he was doing, Uchiha Yufeng came over and opened the scroll. Looking at the contents of the scroll, the pupils in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes suddenly shrank. The Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder have officially declared war. This is not a war with the Kingdom of Wind, but with the Kingdom of Fire. In just a few days, Yanin Village and Yunin Village joined forces to invade the Country of Fire. In several surrounding ninja villages, many frontline battlefields previously deployed were almost completely defeated at this time. At the end of the scroll, there is a special note that the existing Umbu medical team is on standby. Wait for Jonin to arrive and go to the front line to do medical logistics. Uchiha Yufeng put down the scroll, sat on the chair, and rubbed his aching eyes. The Iwagakure village had previously sent people to secretly assassinate Sand Shinobi Village ninjas, which seemed like cover. Their real target is the Fire Nation. Thinking back to when I was in Sand Shinobi Village, I listened to the crazy speech given by the newly succeeded 4th generation Kazakage Raza. The IWA Ninja Village invaded the village at every turn. He wants to ignite the war in the village towards Yanin Village. It seems that he knows that Yanin Village's target is not him. Even if they're just some scattered Yanin Village teams. This Luo Sha was originally used to boost his political performance by using Yanin Village to confront him when he first came to power. Squeak! The door of the medical room was opened, and Yuhi Jinhong's figure appeared in front of her. Scroll. Have you read it? Looking at the scroll on the table, Yuri Jinhong spoke with a solemn face. Look, Yanin village joins the war and joins forces with Yunin village to invade our country of fire. Yuhi Jinhong nodded. He took out another scroll from his arms. There is news from the village, asking our Jonin who is stationed here to return to the village. Looking at the scroll, Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Teacher Jinhong, I am now the squad leader of Umbu. I'm on standby here. I estimate that Jonin will come over and join me soon. Aren't you going back? Shiri Jinhong looked serious and said in a deep voice. How can you stay here? You still. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's calm eyes, Yuhizan blushed and swallowed the words on her lips. She was silent for a moment and took a deep breath. You just said that Jonin will come to follow you soon. Do you know who will lead the team? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. It's not written on the scroll. I think that Jonin, who can be dispatched at such a critical moment, must be the backbone of the village and has extraordinary strength. Yuhi Jinhong's eyes became firmer. I will report to the village now, and I will stay here to complete the mission with you. After hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng felt warm in his heart. Knowing that Yuhi Mahong was worried about him, Uchiha Yufeng smiled at him. Teacher, don't worry. My strength is not what it used to be. Even without those Jonin, I will be fine. Yuhi Jinhong glared over. You mean I'm just going to hold you back by staying? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Teacher, I didn't mean that. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he came to Yuhi Mahong. Teacher, you're injured and cannot do strenuous exercise now. If you really go to the battlefield, the condition will inevitably worsen again, and by then the new and old injuries combined will be very fatal. Now it just so happens that the village asks you to go back and let the new Jonin come to guard the defense line, so you can go back and take a good rest. Uchiha Yufeng said, taking out a kunai with a special mark from his arms. Teacher, look at this. After saying that, Uchiha raised his hand and threw the kunai towards the wall on one side. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Yufeng disappeared and appeared in front of kunai. Seeing that kunai was about to be nailed to the wall, he grabbed him. Uchiha Makaze jumped down from midair. Teacher, can you see clearly? Yuhi Jinhong's eyes were confused at first, then shocked. This is the Flying Thunder God's technique? Master Hokage actually passed on this forbidden technique to you. Uchiha Yufeng scratched his head. Although this third generation made itself the captain of Umbu's medical team, it would not be so generous as to show itself forbidden magic. However, the reason Yuhi Jinhong gave herself is really good. That's right, but this matter is a secret. Teacher, please don't tell me. Even if the third Hokage asks about it, teacher will have to pretend not to know. Yuhi Jinhong's face was obviously relieved, and she laughed. Understand. Your teacher and I are a veteran Jonin. How could I not know this rule? This is a secret. Watching Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Jinhong becomes more and more satisfied. He couldn't help but reached out and patted Uchiha Yufeng's shoulder. I feel more relieved that you have the Flying Thunder God by your side, but you have to promise the teacher that if you really go to the battlefield, you won't force yourself. You are just a medical ninja now. You're not a ninja who leads the charge into battle. Do you understand? With seriousness in Yuhima's eyes, she said to Uchiha Yufeng with sincerity. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Zhongjua, I'm familiar with this matter. Teacher, don't worry. Yuhi Jinhong's face showed satisfaction. Just now, did the teacher care about me? Zihi Jinhong's face froze. You brat, why should I worry about you? I'm afraid that if you die on the battlefield, Hong will be sad. Yuhi Jinhong snorted coldly and walked outside. She took just 2 steps and paused for a moment. I won't bother you anymore. We should start back to the village tomorrow. By the way, you have to remember that no matter what, you must return to the village alive. After Yuhi Mahong said that, she quickly left the medical room. Looking at the door of the medical room, Uchiha Yufeng laughed sincerely. After a long time, Uchiha Yufeng withdrew his gaze, took out a few kunai from his arms, and began to make. 3 days later, outside the calm infirmary, rapid footsteps could be heard. Wind control. A head of striking yellow hair appeared in Uchiha Yufeng's field of vision. Minato-senpai. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the visitor's gentle and sunny face and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Don't wait to ask any more questions. Behind Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Noara Lin, and Uchiha Obito appeared one after another. Hey, Yufeng, I didn't expect that. Uchiha Obito rushed to Uchiha Yufeng with a proud look on his face. Looking at the somewhat nervous Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Yufeng's head was full of question marks. This Obito, he always talks in front of his face. Could it be that Sharingan is not activated and the lumbar disc herniation is activated in advance? Minato laughed awkwardly. Noara Lin on the side looked at Obito's childish behavior, covered her face, and quietly approached Uchiha Yufeng. Vest. Chunin vest. After hearing Noara Lin's prompt, Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Obito, and then he understood. I've been doing this for a long time just to show off to myself. Oh, it turns out to be Uchiha Obito Chunin. What's the matter? Uchiha Obito naturally saw Noara Rin's actions just now. I didn't dare to blame Lin. I could only say helplessly. Lin, why did you say it? Childish. Hatake Kakashi on the side looked at Uchiha Obito, rolled his eyes, and whispered. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito did not dare to speak loudly to Noara Rin, but he had no scruples about Kakashi and turned to glare at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't tolerate him and stared back. Okay. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was not quite right, Noara Lin, the intermediary, skillfully stepped forward and eased the tension between the two. Seeing Noara Rin appear, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly and looked away. It looks like a big winning C*****K. Yufeng, I made you laugh. Minato touched his hair and said apologetically to Uchiha Mikaze. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Senior Minato, do you have any mission here this time? Hearing the word mission, Namikaze Minato's face became more serious. He took out a scroll from his pocket. Support the Konoha Defense Forces led by Misura Hamaki. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the three people around Minato. Will they also go on this mission? Namikaze Minato led the three Kakashi people, and Uchiha Yufeng led Umbu's 5 medical ninjas, running quickly on the border. The further we walked, the more desolate we became, with yellow sand everywhere. Uchiha Yufeng is worried. Senior Minato, is this your only mission when you come here this time? Uchiha Yufeng asked again. Minato answered patiently while running. Yufeng, the mission given to me by Lord Third Hokage this time is to go to the front line to provide support. I have not received any other missions. After hearing Minato's repeated assurances, Uchiha Yufeng was convinced that this mission should not involve that matter. Iwagakure's sneak attack, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito. A message quickly popped into Uchiha Yufeng's mind. That was the most important battle among the 3 wars. In the battle with Iwagakure, the Battle of Canopy Bridge cut off the supply line of Iwagakure. However, after repeated inquiries between himself and Namikaze Minato, the answer he got was that there was no such task. Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything hadn't started yet. Yufeng, you have asked Teacher Minato several times. What do you want to say? Uchiha Obito on the side looked at Uchiha Yufeng strangely and couldn't help but wonder. When did Uchiha Yufeng become so nagging? Jonin is talking. Chunin, please stop interrupting. Uchiha Yufeng glared at Uchiha Obito angrily. If it weren't for you, why would I have asked so many times? Uchiha Obito was suddenly stunned by Uchiha Yufeng, and Uchiha Obito was confused for a moment. What's wrong with Uchiha Yufeng? I just asked him a kind question, but why did he seem to be angry? Uchiha Obito raised the goggles in front of his eyes and looked at Noara Rin with doubtful eyes for answers. Noara Rin didn't know why, but she shook her head at Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Minato saw Uchiha Obito looking worried and glanced at Uchiha Obito thoughtfully. We're almost there. Hatake Kakashi was very silent along the way. He took out the map in his arms, looked at the surrounding environment, and spoke casually. Namikaze Minato, as the commander Jonin this time immediately stopped everyone. He lowered his gaze, stretched out his hand on the ground, and simply circled 2 circles. There are 32 ninjas ahead. No, 35 ninjas. They are in the northwest and due north. After finishing speaking, he took out his own special kunai from the ninja tool bag and divided it into 2 or 3 per person. Wait a minute. After we pass, you can throw this kunai towards the enemy. Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi, Noira-Rin, and Obito. Throw it towards the enemy in the north. After saying that, he looked at the Umbu ninjas led by Uchiha Yufeng. You head northwest. Seeing everyone nodding, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. Set off. The group of people set off again and ran towards the front. As the destination got closer and closer, explosions sounded. Namikaze Minato teleported to an injured ninja. Are you okay? Huh? Are you the support sent by the village? The ninja kept coughing and looked back with difficulty at the people behind Namikaze Minato. Why are so many people here? Are you here, Dai? A surprised voice came out of his mouth, and even a good-tempered person like Namikaze Minato showed a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Hear the noise here. The captain of the defense team stationed at the border of the Land of Fire, Misura Hazaki, quickly came here. When he saw Namikaze Minato, his eyes lit up. Then he angrily scolded the ninja who just spoke. Shut up. This is Namikaze Minato Jonin. Are there 35 ninjas ahead? Namikaze Minato swept around, fixed his eyes on the front, and asked Mimura Hazaki directly. Yes, it is the 35 Jonin of a Wagakure village. Mimura Hazaki pointed in the direction ahead, which was no different from what Namikaze Minato had sensed before. Good. Namikaze Minato untied the backpack behind him, looked back at the people behind him, took a deep breath, and shouted immediately. Throw! Uchiha Yufeng and others were already prepared, and directly followed the previous plan to throw out the kunai. With Uchiha's exquisite technique of throwing away kunai from the wind, the 2 rock ninjas were directly injured. Captain, is he reliable at such a young age? A chunin who was scolded by Misura Hazaki just now said in a low voice. Keep your eyes wide open and take a good look at the yellow, flashing battle. You can see the outcome in the blink of an eye. Yellow flash? The man was suddenly startled. He might not be able to recall Namikaze Minato at the moment, but the name of Yellow Flash was well known to him. He is the Yellow Flash. Before he could finish speaking, Minato, who had determined his position and put down his backpack, disappeared in an instant. At this moment, this place in front of me, it's the yellow flashing space. The figure flickered and moved so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Only a yellow figure could be vaguely seen, shuttling through the crowd like lightning. Between breaths, Namikaze Minato's figure returned to its original position. The battlefield ahead was surprisingly quiet, and then figures fell down one by one. It is indeed a yellow flash. The Konoha ninjas on the side were stunned. In the blink of an eye, 35 Jonin died here. The impact this flying thunder god had on their hearts was undoubtedly huge. No wonder enemy ninjas on the battlefield would abandon their missions when they saw Namikaze Minato. Minato-sensei, so awesome. In Minato's class, Noira-Rin was the first to come to her senses and murmured. Kakashi took a long time to look back, his eyes lowered. Obviously, he was also shocked. On the side is Uchiha Obito, whose mouth is wide enough to stuff a duck egg in. After a long time, Uchiha Obito came back to his senses and gave Namikaze Minato a thumbs up with a silly smile. Minato-sensei, still so awesome, so shocking. Next to the 3 of them, Uchiha Yufeng looked thoughtful. Others couldn't see clearly what Namikaze Minato did just now. He took a closer look because Sharingan and himself knew how to fly the Thunder God. Namikaze Minato seems to be a little faster than his current flying Thunder God technique. As expected of Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash that makes enemies run away. Okay, get ready to clean up the battlefield. Namikaze Minato calmed down his somewhat rapid breathing, put his signature gentle smile on his face again, and said to the Kakashi trio, Yes, Minato-sensei. Namikaze Minato then walked up to Uchiha Mikaze. The wounded here are left to you. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Yes, Minato-senpai. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the survivors of Konoha around him. Inspect casualties immediately and make a casualty report. Most of the injured ninjas had skin injuries, so priority was given to stopping the bleeding. If anyone is seriously injured and cannot be cured for the time being, report directly to me. Yes, Captain. The medical ninja, following Uchiha Mifeng, responded. They spread out and headed towards the injured ninjas around them. A moment of effort. An Anbu came to him in an instant. Sir, 3 Jonin are seriously injured and urgent treatment cannot be delayed. Uchiha Yufeng withdrew his gaze and fell on Anbu. Lead the way. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Ever since Namikaze Minato killed the team of 35 Owagakure Jonin, the place seemed to have calmed down. Even the Sand Shinobi village and the Kumogakure village ninja team, which had been harassing the border before, have been silent recently. In the medical room, an Anbu came here. Captain Yufeng, a message came from the village that it is temporarily safe here. We can go back and take orders. Uchiha Yufeng put away the kunai that he was playing without a boredom. He took the scroll handed over by Anbu. New. The Anbu ninja nodded and left here. Uchiha Yufeng opened the scroll, glanced at it, and threw it casually on the table. Are you finally going back? Uchiha Mikaze murmured. Not a moment later, 3 people from the Minato class arrived here. Yufeng, have you received the news? We may have to go back. Uchiha Obito spoke first. He saw the scroll on Uchiha Yufeng's table and stuck his head out to read it. Noera Lin on the side quickly grabbed him. This is the mission scroll, Obito. Upon hearing the mission scroll, Uchiha Obito shrank his neck and touched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng smiled casually. It's okay. This scroll was sent by Anbu just now. The content is similar to what Obito said just now. Kakashi stepped forward and picked up the scroll on the table without any courtesy. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito also moved towards Kakashi. After seeing the above content, he happily said to Uchiha Yufeng, Yufeng, go back to the village? It just so happens that we can come together. Uchiha Yufeng just wanted to refuse. After all, Anbu has its own system and rules. In addition, Yi Tsang, who was placed in a border village by himself, has not been to visit recently. This time a mission is over, so he can stop by and have a look. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and met Kakashi's eyes. Lying trough. My Sasuke fragment. Haven't heard it in a long time. Why did it suddenly fall? The bond created by Uchiha Sasuke among the people in front of him is Kakashi. It seems that the cooldown for obtaining the Sasuke card fragments has been refreshed. Aren't you going to go back? Kakashi asked, confused. Go back. Come with you. Uchiha Yufeng agreed directly. What things are important to have fragments? On Anbu's side, he is the team leader performing tasks outside and has the final say. It doesn't matter what the rules are. Isn't there a saying that says so? Rules are meant to be broken. In addition, there is no problem with visual inspection at Yitsong. Being thrown out by the village as a bargaining chip was the window period after the incident. It must take time to digest and digest properly, so it should not be disturbed. Someone is coming. Hearing the voice of Uchiha Yufeng, Anbu gate of opening outside, quickly come in. You inform our people at the defense base in advance, and we will return to the village together after Minato-senpai and I and others have passed. After hearing the order, Anbu's ninja nodded. Yes, Captain. Watching Uchiha Yufeng wave his hand, then turn around and left quickly. Yufeng, why are you so majestic here, Anbu? Uchiha Obito felt the aura of a superior person when Uchiha Yufeng ordered his subordinates just now, and his breathing became much lighter unconsciously. After Anbu left, he whispered to Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng is the captain of Anbu. The Anbu personnel who come this time will follow Yufeng's arrangements. Noera Lin thought for a while and couldn't help but explain to Obito. So that's it. Uchiha Obito withdrew his envious gaze from Uchiha Yufeng. Is Yu-Feng here? Minato Namikaze's voice came from the door. Minato-sensei, Yu-Feng is here. Hearing Obito's voice from inside, Namikaze Minato walked in. Yu-Feng, do you want to go back with us? Together. Hearing Uchiha Maka's words, Namikaze Minato's face became more smiley. Then Mr. Yu-Feng, please take care of me on the way. Lord Yu-Feng? Uchiha Yu-Feng heard this familiar name and looked at Namikaze Minato strangely. If he hadn't used the Flying Thunder God technique before, Uchiha Yu-Feng felt that the Minato in front of him was transformed by Orochimaru's transformation technique. 3 days later, the Minato team and the Umbu team, led by Uchiha Makaze, returned to Konoha village. Come to the Hokage office. Namikaze Minato reported the progress of this mission step by step. Although the third Hokage on the side looked serious, the vaguely raised corners of his mouth could tell that he was satisfied with Namikaze Minato's mission. Minato, and the team you led, thank you for your hard work. After accepting the task, he affirmed the contribution of Namikaze Minato's team, and then gave the three of them a shot of chicken blood. Only then did the Feng Shuemin team leave. This is the mission scroll. Uchiha Yu-Feng stepped forward and handed over the mission scroll. After opening third Hokage, I looked at it carefully. Did any accidents happen on the way? Yes. When I went there, I encountered some obstacles. Uchiha Yu-Feng said bluntly that the previous battle with those at the route itself was within the jurisdiction of Konoha village. There was no way that third Hokage didn't know about such a huge movement. Who is it? A ninja at the route. Third Hokage frowned when he heard the word route. It seems they are becoming less and less ignorant of the rules. The third Hokage murmured in a low voice, and after humming to Uchiha Yu-Feng, he stopped talking and continued to look at the scroll. This is... When the third Hokage looked at the column recording the casualty statistics, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. Seemingly realizing that Uchiha Yu-Feng was still there, he coughed twice. Yu-Feng, you have been busy at the border for so long recently. The task has been completed. I will give you a few days off. You can have a good rest. Uchiha Yu-Feng understood that third Hokage wanted to leave on his own and bowed his head in agreement. Yes. Then he walked out of Hokage's office. Looking at the back of Uchiha Yu-Feng leaving, third Hokage had a touch of gloom and melancholy on his face. Could it be that Danzo and Orochimaru? When the conversation stopped, the only sounds left in the Hokage's office were the clicking of cigarettes and the slight sighs of the third Hokage. In the Uchiha tribe, none of the Uchiha Yu-Feng family returned. Walking straight towards Uchiha Fugaka's house. On the way back this time, the fragments exploded by Hatake Kakashi were quite good, and 5 pieces had already fallen. This is a good start. Uchiha Makaze just turned the corner and happened to bump into Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto is now in his early 20s, wearing conservative black home clothes, but he still can't stop Mikoto's graceful figure. Although Uchiha Itachi was born, her figure was not out of shape. A pair of gentle and beautiful eyes, a delicate and flawless face, now add a little sadness, making it even more fascinating. Sister Mikoto, long time no see. Hearing the name of Sister Mikoto, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Yu-Feng, looking a little dazed. Seeing her best friend like this, Uzumaki Kushina still didn't know the identity of the boy Uchiha in front of her. Are you Uchiha Makaze? Uzumaki Kushina spoke first, strode forward, and looked at Uchiha Yu-Feng. He nodded thoughtfully, turned to look at Uchiha Mikoto, and said seriously, Mikoto, haven't you been very sad because of this kid recently? We happen to meet each other today. Please give him a proper apology. I will bear witness to you two siblings. Apologize? Uchiha Yu-Feng and Uchiha Mikoto were both stunned. Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto stepped forward, grabbed Uzumaki Kushina's hand, and said coquettishly, What's wrong? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Mikoto's behavior with some confusion. Didn't you say last time that between the family and him, you choose? Uchiha Mikoto's face turned red, and he reached out to cover Kushina Uzumaki's mouth. Whoa! Uzumaki Kushina glared at Uchiha Makoto in protest. "Makoto-san." Uchiha Yufeng suddenly spoke, and the two of them stopped for a moment, then looked at Uchiha Yufeng. "Is it because of what happened before? If so, don't worry about it, Sister Makoto. I know you can't help it, so I don't take it to heart." Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha Yufeng blankly. A touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. By the way, Sister Makoto, I haven't seen Itachi for a long time. How is he doing lately? Has he grown taller and eaten more? Hearing that Uchiha Makoto was so concerned about Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Makoto smiled at Uchiha Makoto and walked forward with a gentle look on his face. "Itachi is being watched by the nanny at home right now. I happened to buy some vegetables. You just come home with me, and I'll make you the sushi you like." Uzumaki Kushina looked at the two people getting together affectionately, like siblings. Standing there, a touch of warmth appeared on his face. Suddenly, I thought of myself. Didn't you hold hands with Makoto just now? Why did this kid become an outsider when he came here? Uzumaki Kushina thought so in her heart. "Kushina." A cheerful voice sounded from the front of the street. "Minato." Seeing Minato coming, Uzumaki Kushina rushed over quickly. "Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Could it be that you were stimulated by something?" Namake's Minato didn't expect that Uzumaki Kushina would react so suddenly. Didn't they just meet her just now? Fine. Uzumaki Kushina left Minato Namake's arms with a touch of happiness on her face. "Makoto, Yufeng." Namake's Minato smiled, looked at Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Mikaze in front, and greeted them gently. "Minato, Yufeng is coming over at noon today. Do you and Kushina want to come over for dinner too?" Hearing this, Namake's Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina took Minato Namake's arm and said with a smile to Uchiha Makoto, "No, Makoto, Minato just came back from outside today, and I still have a lot to say to him." "Oh well." Uchiha Makoto felt a little regretful and nodded. After a few people said goodbye, they separated. Uchiha Yufeng followed Uchiha Makoto and came home. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the sound of milk and milk coming from the room inside. The nanny at home took Uchiha Itachi out. Uchiha Itachi's little face had a hint of unfinished expression, and when he saw Uchiha Makoto, he shouted in a vague voice, "Mom, Mom!" Uchiha Makoto put the vegetables he bought in front of the door and walked up to take it from Uchiha Itachi. The faces of one big and one small came together, very happy. "Itachi can talk now." The nanny on the side put the dishes in the kitchen and left. Uchiha Yufeng stepped forward, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and asked in surprise, "Well, I can call Mom and Dad now." As if hearing what his parents said, Itachi looked at Uchiha Yufeng with an innocent look on his face and moved his little mouth slightly. "Dad!" Hearing this voice, Uchiha Makoto's fair face suddenly turned red. "This is Uncle Itachi. Follow me and call Uncle." Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth, seeming to find the word unfamiliar and babbling for a long time. Finally, with Makoto's expectant eyes, he called out a familiar word. "Dad!" Uchiha Makoto blushed to the base of his ears. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl directly into the cracks in the ground. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku is not at home otherwise. "Sister Makoto, you're making things difficult for Itachi. He is still young and has just learned to call Mom and Dad. He will have to take his time in calling other names in the future." Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's embarrassed look, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but help him out. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto looked up embarrassedly and put Itachi in the stroller. "Yufeng, I made you laugh." Uchiha Makoto calmed down and spoke gently to Uchiha. "You sit here for a while, and I'll cook." After saying that, he went into the kitchen, and soon the nanny brought out the prepared meals. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was looking at him curiously, pulled out a children's toy from in front of him, and teased Uchiha Itachi. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +3. Uchiha Yufeng saw that Uchiha Makoto was still busy in the kitchen, couldn't help getting up and came to the kitchen and said helplessly, Sister Makoto, I'm the only one who can't eat so much. Okay, it'll be ready soon. There are 2 more. Uchiha Makoto gently pushed Uchiha Yufeng out of the kitchen and continued working. Waited for nearly 10 minutes. Uchiha Makoto just finished his work and came to sit down with the last dish. Yufeng, these are your favorite foods. Eat more. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Makoto. From the slight curve of his mouth, it could be seen that Uchiha Makoto was very happy. Yes. Uchiha Yufeng smiled at it. I'm starting. Uchiha Makoto watched Uchiha Yufeng move his chopsticks, put the prepared food into his mouth, and waited for Uchiha Yufeng's evaluation. Tasty. Hearing that it was delicious, Uchiha Makoto had a gentle smile on his face. Sister Makoto, you eat too. Uchiha Makoto looked at her as if she had no intention of eating, picked up a piece of fish, and put in Uchiha Makoto's bowl. Uchiha Makoto smiled softly, then moved his chopsticks to eat the fish in the bowl. Uchiha Yufeng picked up the fish. After having enough soup and rice, Uchiha Yufeng stood up and stretched, looking at the energetic Uchiha Itachi who was tossing in the stroller. Uchiha Itachi inadvertently looked up and felt Uchiha Yufeng's gaze. I looked over, eyes full of curiosity. Uchiha Yufeng placed several toys around him in front of Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. Instead of grabbing the toy that was handed to him, he grabbed the vest pocket on Uchiha Yufeng's chest. Weasel! Uchiha Makoto saw Uchiha Itachi's actions, and his face was stern. Hearing Makoto's voice, his little hand froze, and he carefully retracted it. However, a pair of eyes secretly looked at Uchiha Yufeng curiously. Seeing this, Uchiha took out a small special shuriken from his pocket. Itachi, you are still young. You can only use the shuriken when you grow up. Uchiha Yufeng took a wooden toy next to him in his hand and used the sharp edge of the shuriken to cut out a shuriken shape in a moment. After polishing the sharp spots with sandpaper, he handed it to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, do you like it? After Uchiha Itachi took it, he danced excitedly. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +5. Looking at the little Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As expected of Uchiha Sasuke's brother, he dropped so many pieces at once. What an enviable bond of brotherhood. Half a year passed quietly, and Konoha village was peaceful. He was not affected by the war outside at all. If the news of the death of Konoha ninjas one after another had not reached the village, Uchiha Yufeng would have felt that there was no war and everything was peaceful outside. In the past 6 months, outside the village, on the frontal battlefield, with Tsunade's return, she also serves as the commander-in-chief and directs operations at the border. The originally bad situation was effectively contained. Coupled with the hard work of a large number of outstanding ninjas, such as Namikaze Minato, the disadvantage turned into an advantage. In fact, it was mainly Namikaze Minato who made the greatest contribution. Yellow Flash, the captain of Konoha Mobile Support Team, is famous in the ninja world. Faced with major ninja villages declaring war one after another, Konoha managed to stabilize the situation. In the past 6 months, in addition to the combat ninjas, the logistics and medical classes, led by Tsunade, have achieved the most outstanding results. With Tsunade taking the lead, Konoha's overall medical ninja level has skyrocketed. Without the protection of these medical ninjas, the number of ninja casualties reported back to the village would probably be 10 times more. Within the village, Umbu, where Uchiha Yufeng is located, does not have many tasks assigned to it. Because of its excellent medical ability, he works part-time as the deputy director of Konoha Hospital. This period of time is quite leisurely. After work, I went to see Hong and Shien to talk about their relationship and give them some advice on Jinjutsu swordsmanship and so on. I often go to the orphanage. Of course, Uchiha Maka's focus is still on Uchiha Sasuke's obtaining card fragments. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Makoto, Kakashi, and others squeezed her hard. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't go home very often because he goes to Fugaku's house too frequently. During this time, I had to rush home every day, and I didn't know what I was worried about. Every time Uchiha Fugaku saw Yufeng, His face turned gloomy and green, as if he was constipated and uncomfortable. But overall, we get along very harmoniously. Half a year has passed, and the Sasuke fragments that can be dropped through Uchiha Yufeng's efforts have basically been collected. Looking at the fragments of Uchiha, Sasuke, Susanoo, the number has reached 96, Uchiha Yufeng knows. There is still one person missing, which is enough to make up for the missing 4 pieces. That is Orochimaru, who is doing scientific research on the border. Captain Yufeng, an Umbu ninja, suddenly came to Uchiha Yufeng's house and spoke respectfully. Isn't today a day off? Why are you here? Summoned by Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, Uchiha suddenly stood up and fixed his eyes on Umbu's ninja. I know, I'll be there right away. Looking at the Umbu ninja's dull look, he didn't ask any questions. It seemed like he didn't know anything. Uchiha Yufeng nodded in agreement. The Umbu ninja bowed respectfully and disappeared. Uchiha Yufeng simply tidied up the house, put on Umbu's clothes, and ran out quickly. I'm so sorry. I won't make this mistake again next time. A rough voice came from afar with pleading. Uchiha Yufeng looked back, and the conspicuous green appeared in his field of vision. She has short black hair parted in the middle, green tights, and unforgettable thick eyebrows. This is Matt Dai, Kai Daddy. In a small alley, Matt Dai knelt in front of 2 ninjas with a guilty look on his face. The 2 ninjas in front of them had disgust in their eyes. One of them looked at Met Kai and sneered. You won't do it again? That's what you said the last time you went on a mission. But in the end, you still made the same mistake. How much time wasted by a D-level mission? I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. After hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng understood the general outline of the matter, glanced coldly, and was about to leave. Why are you causing trouble? Why don't you do something practical? Let's do this. Give me your salary for the last 10 missions, and I will consider taking you on a mission next time. Matt Dai was stunned. Isn't this mission completed? Moreover, I did it all, and you're all watching. Why should I compensate you? After the last mission is over, aren't you all going to pass it? It was the last time, and you made the same mistake again this time. How much does a D-level mission cost? It's much more expensive than that if you waste our time. Mate hesitated, knelt on the ground, and took out his pocket. That's all there is left. That's it. Even a barbecue is not enough. You're playing tricks on us. Seeing the cowardly look on Methe's face, the 2 of them took advantage of it, folded a nearby branch, and were about to attack Mitaka. Uchiha Yufeng paused, looked here again, and then disappeared instantly. Bang! The 2 ninjas felt their eyes blurred. A figure jumped in front of the 2 people, and then a huge force hit their chests. Ahem! The 2 of them flew out with stars in their eyes. As soon as they recovered, they were ready to curse. When they saw Uchiha Yufeng's Umbu costume, the 2 of them closed their mouths knowingly. Roll! When they heard the word go, the 2 of them rolled around, clutching their chests, and quickly apologized and disappeared into the street. Thank you, Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng helped him up, and Matt Dai quickly thanked him. Uncle, you are so kind. They are obviously here to extort money from you. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Matt Dai's eyes flashed with despair. Yes, I know. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. Then why did he keep whispering like this just now? Metadai saw the confusion in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes and opened his mouth to explain. Kai has become a Chunin. As Kai's father, I don't want to embarrass Kai. So I worked hard to take on the mission. Maybe I was a little tired, and I often lost my mind while doing the mission, so I caused some trouble to my companions. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng was silent. It turns out it's the father's pride that's at work. Uncle, don't worry. No matter what, you will always be the most dazzling one in Kai's heart. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's affirmation, Matt Dai's eyes lit up. Really? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Matt Dai, who had regained his confidence, and smiled. Uncle, Kai is your pride. How can you not be Kai's pride? After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he said goodbye and left. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's retreating figure, Matt Dai's eyes were full of determination. Kai is so lucky to be recognized by his genius companions. Kai is now a Chunin. It's time to teach him the technique. In Hokage's office, he watched Uchiha Yufeng coming. The third Hokage put down the writing scroll in his hand and looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng, I asked you to come here today as a secret mission for you. After the third Hokage finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, came to the windowsill, and looked out the window at Konoha village. The Kingdom of Thunder has been unable to attack the Kingdom of Wind for half a year, so a large number of ninjas were mobilized from the Cloud Ninja Village to enter the Kingdom of Wind. Unexpectedly, the intelligence leaked and was known to the spies of the Earth Kingdom lurking in Yun Ninja Village. Iwagakure took this opportunity and dispatched tens of thousands of ninjas to sneak attack on Yun Ninja Village. Having said this, Third Hokage was silent for a moment, and a glint of light flowed from his eyes. But according to the news sent by the ninjas sent outside by the village, Iwagakure took advantage of the fact that the main force of Kumogakure was outside, and while conducting a sneak attack, they also launched a plan to invade our country of fire. Iwagakure village? Planned to invade the Fire Nation? Could it be? The pupils in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes shrank. Is it finally coming? The next day, outside Konoha village, the three members of the Minato team and the Umbu medical logistics team, led by Uchiha Mikaze, were waiting. A panicked figure ran over from Konoha village. Obito, you are late again today. A rare look of seriousness appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. Forget it if it were normal times. Now the entire Umbu team is waiting for Uchiha Obito. This is no longer a matter of personal laziness. Uchiha Obito touched his head in embarrassment. Teacher Minato, I'm really sorry. I was delayed in helping an old lady cross the street today. Noara Lin on the side also glared at Obito. Obito, your chances of meeting an old lady are a bit too high. Hitaki Kakashi stood aside, rarely arguing with Uchiha Obito, but his eyes occasionally showed dissatisfaction, obviously not as calm as he appeared. Senior Minato, everyone is here, let's go. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's voice, Uchiha Obito looked grateful, quickly walked up to Uchiha Mikaze. Yufeng, thank you. You're welcome. It's just for the sake of peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Yufengro looked at Uchiha Obito thoughtfully, making Obito a little confused. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, does it have anything to do with myself? Uchiha Obito muttered, and came to the three of Namikaze Minato. Minato-sensei, I will definitely not be late next time. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato nodded helplessly. Kakashi on the side was looking at Uchiha Obito. Obito, do you believe what you said? Uchiha Obito's face turned red, and he stared at Kakashi without retorting. After all, I have said this before. Set off. As Minato Namikaze's voice fell, everyone started running towards a defensive stronghold they passed last time. Because they were a support team and carried very little supplies, they arrived at the defensive stronghold in just half a day. Senior Minato, can you please tell me about the mission of Minato's class? As soon as they arrived, Uchiha called Minato Namikaze aside and asked seriously. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, with a warm smile on his face. There's nothing I can't say. I'm going to support the front line. Kakashi, Obito, and Lin are going to cut off an important supply line in Iwagakure. Kanabi Bridge? Upon hearing this location, Namikaze Minato's smile faded. Yufeng, do you also know about this mission? Uchiha Yufeng sighed and did not answer directly. I want to be with Kakashi and Obito. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was a little confused. Yufeng, Mr. Hokage asked you to come to the border this time. There should be other more important tasks, right? I can do it. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were very firm. Minato Namikaze patted Uchiha Mikaze's shoulder. Yufeng, Kakashi, and the others have also grown a lot. When we came here this time, Kakashi had been specially approved as a Jonin by Lord Hokage, and he was qualified to lead the team. You don't have to worry at all. No need to worry at all? I don't worry about ghosts anymore. This is the beginning of all evil. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, Minato-senpai, let me act with them. Looking at Uchiha's determined look, Namikaze Minato pondered for a moment, and a touch of tenderness appeared on his face again. Okay, but Mr. Yufeng must ensure that he completes his mission. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. No problem. Namikaze Minato responded. I'll ask Kakashi to notify you when we leave. Are you going to do it tonight? Namikaze Minato shook his head. I'm afraid I'll have to spend the night here tonight. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng's heart moved. I know. After saying that, Uchiha Yufeng left. Looking at Uchiha Maka's back, Namikaze Minato was thoughtful. Why is Yufeng so concerned about this mission? Is there something wrong with this mission? Namikaze Minato took out the mission scroll from his arms and read it carefully. Thinking back on the mission given to me by the third Hokage, if something really goes wrong. A flash of worry flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes, and then he closed the scroll. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and looked solemn. It seems that I have to hurry up, and I will be back before their mission ends. Night falls. Inside the stronghold, a ninja wearing umbu quickly ran towards the distance. The next day, outside the stronghold, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin gathered together. Lin, where is Yufeng? Noara Lin thought for a while. The Mr. Umbu who just said that Yufeng went out last night and hasn't come back yet. Before he left, he said, let us wait. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was stunned, and then understood Uchiha Yufeng's approach. A look of concern flashed across his face. He must have gone to complete his mission. Such high-intensity back and forth and rescue of the wounded will definitely be too much for the body. Why does Yufeng take this matter so seriously? Namikaze Minato didn't understand. Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, directly found a clean grassland to sit down and put the eye drops he brought with him into his eyes. Okay then, it's so windy here. I wore goggles and sand got into my eyes. Hatake Kakashi looked at the sun, ignored Obito, and walked to Namikaze Minato. Teacher, do we still have time? However, wait until Minato opens his mouth. Obito on the side came closer and said unhappily to Kakashi, we agreed to Yufeng to act together yesterday. Kakashi, are you so anxious? Kakashi looked over. I hate people who break the rules. Those who break the rules will be called scum among ninjas. Right, Minato-sensei. Namikaze Minato laughed dryly. Uchiha Obito was a little annoyed when he heard the rules. Don't you have the feeling of tenderness in your heart? There are always rules and regulations. It's so annoying. Uchiha Obito stood up and stared at Kakashi. The important thing is self-control. Seeing that the two were quarreling again, Noara Lin quickly came to them. You two, stop arguing. We are on the same team. Kakashi glanced at Noara Rin and sighed. Lin, you dote on Obito too much. Today is my first mission as Jonin, and I don't want to just take it lightly. Hearing the word Jonin, Uchiha Obito, who had just been unhappy with Kakashi, suddenly snorted coldly. It's amazing to be Jonin. Hatake Kakashi turned his head and said sarcastically, I don't want you to tell me. Uchiha Obito stretched out his hand and pointed his gaze firmly at Kakashi. I am Uchiha Obito of the Uchiha clan. I will also become a Jonin, and I will definitely surpass you in the future. Just wait for me, Sharingan, to open my eyes. Hatake Kakashi sneered. The Uchiha clan are all elites, right? Just like Yufeng. They are very powerful even without relying on Sharingan. I wonder what about you, Obito? What did you say? Uchiha Obito was a little anxious. Seeing that the relationship between the two had deteriorated again, Noara Lin hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Obito. Really? You two? Stop making trouble. Namikaze Minato looked at the three of them and sighed secretly. Their team is really worrying. Yufeng, it's all up to you to cooperate with the team and improve team relations. Seeing the two people at war with each other, Namikaze Minato coughed and changed the subject. While Yufeng hasn't arrived yet, let me explain this mission to you first. Namikaze Minato stepped forward and came between the three of them. It happened to block the sight of Kakashi and Uchiha Obito looking at each other. Namikaze Minato told the mission of destroying the god of Mubi Bridge this time, and then looked at Kakashi. Konoha is now facing the problem of insufficient combat effectiveness. Kakashi will be like me from now on, taking his place as Jonin. This time I will be separated from you. I will go to the frontline battlefield and serve as your feint attack. You'll have a better chance if you go to the enemy's rear. Uchiha Obito thought of Uchiha Yufeng. Then Uchiha Mikaze is going to the front line with the teacher? No, Lord Yufeng will act with the three of you this time. Kakashi and Yufeng are two jonin, but considering that Yufeng-kun is a medical ninja and the nature of this mission is biased towards infiltration, a battle may be unavoidable, so the command will be given to Kakashi this time. Namikaze Minato comforted Uchiha Obito. Don't worry, Obito. I'll rush over to join you after I finish taking care of the things on the frontline battlefield. You must be careful in everything. Yes, teacher. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked solemn. Namikaze Minato smiled and looked up into the distance. Coming. After the words fell, the three of them looked in the direction of Namikaze Minato. Not long after, Uchiha Yufeng's figure appeared in front of the four people. Yufeng, why are you so slow? Uchiha Obito stepped forward and couldn't help complaining. On the way you came here, you also met an old woman. I helped her cross the road, so you were late. It took Uchiha Obito a moment to come to his senses and pointed at Uchiha Yufeng. Where did this old lady from the Barren Mountains come from? Yufeng, are you mocking me on purpose? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. Uchiha Midakaze calmed down her rapid breathing and looked at Namikaze Minato. My mission is accomplished. Namikaze Minato keenly smelled the smell of blood coming from Uchiha Mikaze and asked worriedly, Master Yufeng, did you encounter any obstacles when you came here? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. No, Uchiha didn't tell the truth. In fact, when I came back, I met a Kirigakure Jonin team of nearly 30 people, and ninjutsu was placed far away from him. It always felt like he was trying to contain himself, which made Uchiha Yufeng very wary. The team that appeared in the Hidden Mist Village seemed to have come out of nowhere. Minato Senpai, have you told them about the mission? Namikaze Minato nodded, and then took out a scroll from his arms. Passed it to Uchiha Yufeng. This is the map for this mission. I have already given it to Kakashi and the others. Everyone is here. Let me explain your mission again. Sneak behind the enemy, destroy the bridge used to transport supply resources, block the enemy's support function, and then leave immediately. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and looked solemn. The border is not far ahead. After that, we will split up. The mission begins. After saying this, Namikaze Minato stretched out his right hand. Noera Lin's eyes were full of seriousness, and she quickly put her hand on it, followed by Obito, Kakashi, and finally Uchiha. Yes, a group of 5 people moved quickly on their backs, taking about an hour. Kakashi, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Then he stopped and knelt on the ground, pointing with his finger. Alone. After Namikaze Minato was confirmed, he then looked at the 4 people around him. Everyone, be careful. There are 20 enemies. Among them, it should be Shadow Clone. Kakashi, who has just become a Jonin, wants to show off his skills, but his eyes are cold. Teacher, I want to rush over and try. After saying that, he looked at Uchiha Yufeng behind him. Yufeng, please help cover me. Looking at Kakashi, Namikaze Minato said seriously. Kakashi, don't worry. As expected, you are still suitable for support. Kakashi's expression remained normal. He put his hands together and began to form seals. Teacher, didn't you say you want me to be the captain this time? The seal is completed, and the light of lightning flashes in the hand. I want to try this ninjutsu. After saying that, I didn't forget to take a look at Uchiha Yufeng. Chidori. Lightning-style chakra gathers in the palm to form a high-intensity electric current. The terrifying electric current is like a sharp blade and has extremely strong penetrating power. The sound is like the chirping of a bird, extremely harsh. What a powerful chakra. Noera Lin and Uchiha Obito were stunned. Up! Namikaze Minato wanted to stop him, but the words came to his mouth before he could say them out. Kakashi rushed forward quickly, and the strong current was like a knife cutting through tofu, directly cutting open the surrounding trees blocking the road. Whoosh whoosh. A series of kunai mixed with detonating charms were thrown out from the darkness. Just as he was about to hit Kakashi, who was running away, the clear sound of a ding rang out. Uchiha Yufeng's shuriken flew over accurately, changing the direction of the opponent's kunai and shuriken in midair and ejected to both sides of Kakashi. The sound of the detonating talisman rumbling on the ground sounded one after another. A smile flashed in Kakashi's eyes. The kunai just now allowed him to determine everyone's position. The man saw Kakashi rushing over and was about to show his head for a sneak attack. A precise shuriken was thrown over, and it hit his head out of position. The man was shocked. Before he could think about it, Chidori cut his body open and disappeared. A series of several shadow clone were broken by Kakashi's Chidori in the blink of an eye. Just then, the ground around Uchiha Yufeng suddenly shook slightly, and a palm stretched out directly from the soil. He grabbed Uchiha Maka's ankle. Uchiha Yufeng raised his foot and kicked the man directly on the head. Then it disappeared with a bang. "Everyone, be careful." Namake's Minato responded calmly and took out a kunai in his hand. He looked around quickly. "Don't be too proud, little brat." A ninja with a sword emerged from the darkness and rushed towards Kakashi quickly. Seeing this, Namake's Minato's eyes narrowed. Then the figure disappeared and flashed in front of Kakashi. The kunai pressed against the man's sword, and the moment he saved Kakashi, a flying thunder god technique stamped on the man's feet. The figure flashed again, appearing behind the IWA ninja, with a kunai pressed against his neck. A flash of panic flashed across the face of the Iwagakure ninja, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Ew, are you Konoha's Yellow Flash?" Our superior in Iwagakure said that as soon as we see him, we will run away immediately. I finally understand what this means today. Namake's Minato didn't wait for him to finish speaking, and with a swipe of the kunai in his hand, the figure instantly fell to the ground. On Kakashi's side, Noera Lin quickly stepped forward and used medical ninjutsu to help treat his arm. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Kakashi. "If you don't have Sharingan, use this technique sparingly." After Namake's Minato came back, he looked at Kakashi seriously. "Kakashi, Yufeng is right. When you attack with this technique, even if you focus on one point, it can indeed increase the destructive power and speed. But as long as you run towards the opponent quickly, the strong lightning will make you passive because you can't see the opponent's counterattack clearly." Uchiha looked at Kakashi, who was deep in thought. He said to Noera Rin, "Lin, let me do it." Noera Lin looked away worriedly and nodded to Uchiha Midike's. Uchiha Yufeng stepped forward and a green chakra surged out. Kakashi's injured area has improved visibly. Mifu's medical ninjutsu is so powerful. Noera Rin looked at Uchiha Maka's medical ninjutsu with envy and couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Obito on the side had a dim look in his eyes. Not only fighting, but also healing. I seem to be like a burden, unable to react at all. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Yufeng secretly, with a complicated expression in his eyes. Why, as a member of the glorious Uchiha clan, is there such a big gap between myself and them? After a while, Kakashi's injury was healed. Namake's Minato looked at the four people and made a decision. "Okay, we've arrived at the border. It's time to separate. You must protect yourselves when performing tasks. I will try my best to finish the battle on the front line and rush back. Wait for me," Namake's Minato said with a smile. At night, I found a clean cave to rest temporarily. Uchiha Yufeng sat outside the cave, looking at the bright moonlight. This time, whether the Jonin team in the Mist Ninja Village was a coincidence or the old Sinister hiding in the dark did it intentionally, this troubled Uchiha Yufeng very much. If it was the old man's plan, Uchiha Yufeng didn't know what variables there were in this mission. Wind control. At this moment, a small voice came over. Uchiha Yufeng turned around, and Uchiha Obito came to him with an embarrassed look on his face. "If you don't want to sleep, why do you come to my place?" After hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Uchiha Obito didn't show any anger on his face and looked at Uchiha Yufeng seriously. "Yufeng, how does Sharingan's blood inheritance limit open?" Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng was slightly startled. What kind of stimulation did you get? As soon as Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he thought of Kakashi's actions during the day. Oh, is it because of Kakashi? Yes. He is worthy of being a mortal enemy and a close friend. As long as Kakashi progresses, Uchiha Obito doesn't want to fall behind. Uchiha Obito's face was calm, and he sat down next to Uchiha Yufeng. I was obviously born into the Uchiha clan, which is called the Elite. I'm indeed a lowly person. I admit that Kakashi is a powerful companion, but I am just unwilling to do so. Uchiha Yufeng hummed. Kakashi is the son of Konoha White Fang's genius ninja Hatake Sakomo. In front of Hatake Sakomo, even the legendary Sannin is not enough. He grew up watching such a genius ninja in his childhood. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha, who we are so proud of, what achievements have he achieved in recent years? Obito, do you remember when we went to Kakashi's house before? Uchiha Obito nodded. Remember, the reason why he became taciturn and obsessed with rules is because Hatake Sakomo. Listening to Hatake Sakomo, Uchiha Obito raised his head and spoke. I heard this is a hero who died in the line of duty because he protected the village. Kakashi never said that before. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. What you heard is actually not true. Actually, Hatake Sakomo's death was not like this. He ended his own life because he was slandered by others. Looking at Uchiha Obito, who was shocked, Uchiha Yufeng continued. Probably during a mission a few years ago, Hatake Sakomo sneaked into the enemy camp as the captain, where he had two choices: continue the mission or save his companions. Obito, if it were you, how would you choose? Uchiha Obito recovered from his shock, thought for a moment, and spoke firmly. I choose my companion. According to the rules of the village, it is not allowed to give up the mission, but Hatake Sakomo resolutely chose his companions and interrupted the mission. Upon hearing this choice, Uchiha Obito had a look of awe and excitement on his face. But, hearing this, Uchiha Obito's heart sank. It was precisely because of the interruption of the mission that the village suffered a lot of losses. Many people slandered him. The same was true for his companions, who were rescued by abandoning the mission and were eventually violently killed by the internet. Internet violence? Well, it's similar to being killed by the gossip and lack of understanding around you. Kakashi has never been the same since then, always obsessed with fixed rules and rules. After hearing this, Uchiha Obito slowly lowered his head. Please understand your best friend better, Obito. Uchiha Yufeng patted Obito's shoulder, and then used Earth Style to make a simple bed. Go to bed early. By the way, if you want to open Sharingan, you must first protect your eyes, such as going to bed early and getting up early. After saying that, Uchiha Yufeng lay on it and closed his eyes. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, Uchiha Obito was silent for a moment before leaving. A night of silence. Uchiha Yufeng yawned, and when he stood up, he saw Uchiha Obito putting eye drops into his eyes and shaking his head slightly. Obito needs to protect more than just his eyes. Kakashi, Yufeng's medical ninjutsu, is so powerful. I'm back to normal in just one night. Noara Lin checked Kakashi's injured arm yesterday and expressed surprise. Why, Lin, you want to learn? I'll teach you. After hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Noara Lin immediately turned around and looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a smile. Is that okay? Of course. After all, Lin is also the leader of my medical ninjutsu industry. Speaking of the foreman, the two looked at each other and smiled as they recalled the embarrassing incident that happened when they went to Konoha Hospital. From now on, we will go deep into the enemy camp. Yesterday's enemy probably happened to come out to spy on someone. Next, we will turn into a team competition. Remember to be careful then. After Kakashi took off the bandage, he looked at the Yufeng trio and reminded them. Yes, Captain, Uchiha Obito said with a serious face. Kakashi and Noara Rin were stunned and looked at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's eyes dodge, but his body is upright. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng smiled slightly. It seems that what I said yesterday had an effect. Captain Kakashi, can we go? Uchiha Mikaz smiled and spoke. Kakashi obviously heard Uchiha Yufeng's teasing meaning and rolled his eyes at him. Walk. After Kakashi finished speaking, the four of them quickly headed deeper into the forest. After running for about an hour, I stopped to rest, investigate the surrounding movements, and take a simple rest. Uchiha Yufeng suddenly raised his head and looked into the grass. This is a familiar place. I remember that in the Hokage, there seemed to be two Iwagakure ninjas sneaking up on me. He was taken away by Rin. Later, because the two of them saved Rin, Obito died, and his eyes were removed and given to Kakashi as a Jonin gift. Uchiha Yufeng remembers this scene clearly. Kakashi, who was walking in front, felt the strangeness of the surrounding environment and paused. The two people behind him reacted quickly, and Obito formed a seal with his hands, ready to go. Whoosh whoosh. In the surrounding bamboo forest, sharpened pieces of wood were coming towards the four of them. Obito, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand and pointed upward. Uchiha Obito's mouth bulged. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball, which was as tall as a person, rushed directly to the wood running towards the sky. The wood deflected in midair and landed in front of the four people. Click! A piece of wood in front of him made a crisp sound. A figure suddenly appeared, jumped up, and killed Kakashi. Just as the ninja in front attracted attention, an invisible ninja quietly touched behind Uchiha Midake's and Noera Rin. He hammered directly towards the neck, obviously hoping to knock him out and beat him back to extract information. Bang bang. The two figures turned into a luxurious wooden pile. Replacement technique? When? One no. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp kunai was pressed against the ninja's neck. Behind the Iwagakure ninja, the figure of Uchiha Mikaz appeared. Feeling that his companion had been taken down, the ninja in front was distracted and was scratched on the shoulder by Kakashi. The Iwagakure ninja jumped away quickly and looked at Kakashi with a horrified look on his face. With his silver hair and that silver chakra knife, are you the White Fang of Konoha? This is my father's relic. The ninja was obviously relieved to hear that it was not the White Fang. Oh, it turns out to be White Fang's child. Then there's no need to be afraid. The sound of a sharp kunai piercing the body sounded, and Uchiha quickly eliminated the Iwagakure ninja, who sneaked up on himself and Lin. Before the Iwagakure ninja, who spoke before, could form a seal, Uchiha Yufeng instantly appeared in front of him. Without even reacting, he was kicked into the puddle. Ice escape freeze. Uchiha rides the wind and steps on the water, forming a seal with one hand. Waves of cold air appeared from Uchiha Yufeng's body, and the water's surface quickly froze. Just as the ninja in the water was about to use ninjutsu, he was enveloped in the cold air, frozen in a daze, and suffocated to death. After a while, Uchiha put the bodies of the two in front of several people. The Ronin sword appeared in his hand and performed a new round of finishing blows. Seeing the two people who could no longer die, Uchiha Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. I've been waiting for you to be asterisk, 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 and finally, it's what you two have been waiting for. So cool. By changing the plot and saving Obito from death, does this count as saving the ninja world in advance? Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's strange behavior, the three of them looked at each other with different eyes. Yufeng, what's wrong with you? Noera Lin, who was next to Uchiha Mikaz, looked at Uchiha Mikaz and finally couldn't help but stepped forward to ask first. It's okay. I just killed the enemy ninja. I'm happy. Hearing this reason, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Yufeng strangely and looked at the ice cubes on the water. What's going on with this ice cube? Ice escape. You're gifted and self-taught. I can't teach you anything. Give up. Uchiha Yufeng did not answer Kakashi directly and breathed a sigh of relief after sheathing the knife. Cool. Noera Rin looked at Kakashi and then turned to look at Uchiha Obito. The three of them looked confused. As if aware of the looks in the three people's eyes, Uchiha took a deep breath. I'm all working hard for the peace of the ninja world. You don't understand. You don't need to understand. Let's continue the mission. After saying that, Uchiha walked forward first. Hey, I'm the captain. Kakashi snorted and quickly caught up. Noera Lin met Uchiha Obito's questioning gaze and spread her hands. Then he quickly chased after him. Even Uchiha Obito was also infected by Uchiha Yufeng, and an imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. Stop! Uchiha Yufeng had just walked for a long time when he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Kakashi observed for a long time, but he didn't seem to notice anything and couldn't help but ask. It's okay. There are 50 ninjas coming here quickly. 50. Uchiha Obito was so frightened that he almost dropped the goggles on his head. To be precise, it should be 58. A conservative estimate, 20 of them Jonin. Kakashi's expression changed, including his ability to sense Uchiha's powerful wind. Because until now, Kakashi has not sensed that there are ninjas. 20 Jonin, and upon hearing Jonin, Uchiha Obito glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi is a newly promoted Jonin, and now there are 20 ninjas like Kakashi opposite. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito shuddered. Are you scared? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito with dead fish eyes. How could I be afraid? Kakashi's eyes fell on Uchiha Obito's legs. Aren't you afraid of what you are shaking? Uchiha Obito was a little annoyed by what Kakashi said. I'm just a little tired from running. I just need to take a rest. Uchiha Yufeng turned his head to look east and spoke. It seems that there are more than just that. There are also nearly 30 ninjas rushing towards this direction from the east. They should be Kirigakure's ninjas. What? The three of them were shocked. Yufeng, could your perception be wrong? Uchiha Obito's face was full of fear, and Noera Lin's pretty face was full of worry. Coming. Uchiha Yufeng showed up with a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan and ignored the 3 of them. A Ronin sword instantly appeared in his hand, and he rushed over quickly. He's really a kid from Konoha. He's so brave, he actually sneaked into my Wagakure headquarters and killed him. When the ninjas of Yinin village saw these 4 brats, their faces were full of ferocity. The 5 ninjas directly faced Uchiha Yufeng with the swords in their hands. One of the ninjas took Uchiha's sword. The collision between knives and knives brought up some sparks. Seeing this opportunity, the remaining 4 ninjas slashed directly at the vital points of Uchiha Yufeng's body. Lightning-style Chidori flow, thunder and lightning appeared on Uchiha Yufeng's body. The 4 people were suddenly struck by the lightning. Their arms were suddenly paralyzed, and their movements froze in place. Uchiha Yufeng retracted her sword, pointed the blade outward, and rotated in place. 5 people had their chests slashed by blades and were instantly killed on the spot. Water-style, water breaks the wave. Uchiha Yufeng didn't stop at all. He took the opportunity to form a seal with one hand, and a long and thin stream of water immediately spit out from his mouth. The 7 ninjas in front of him were skewered like candied haws. 58 ninjas killed 12 people in the blink of an eye. Use ninjutsu. Seeing how fierce Uchiha was in the wind, everyone was afraid, and one of the leaders, Jonin, couldn't help but said, Earth-style, split the earth and turn the palm. The remaining ninjas of a Wagakure village all used it on Uchiha Mikasa. The ground beneath his feet was instantly torn apart, and Uchiha's power continued unabated. Jumping high, 5 big white snakes sprang out from his sleeves. Like a hanging rope, Uchiha Yufeng approaches quickly. Latent shadow, snake hands. As soon as they got close to the ninja's cuffs, 5 more white snakes flew out, and the fast and precise snakes bit the 5 ninjas of a Wagakure village. There were screams one after another. Uchiha Yufeng threw the white snake again. With fire. A ninja looked at Uchiha Yufeng with fear, and when he was about to speak to remind him, his eyes were dull. As if his strength had been drained from his body, he immediately fell to his knees and fell asleep. Sharingan, is he from the Uchiha clan? A ninja from a Wagakure village spoke in horror, and as soon as he finished speaking, he met Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. For a moment, his eyes glazed over and he fell to his knees. It's Sharingan, don't look into their eyes. Before he could finish speaking, a short sword chopped him to the ground. I am coming. Kakashi also came to the battlefield, with short sword in hand and thunder, a tribute chakra condensed on the blade. Just protect Lin and the others. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were as calm as water, as if he was talking about an ordinary trivial matter. I think, Uchiha Yufeng looked back. I have my own plans for this matter. When Uchiha Mikaz just fought, there was an ordinary chunin from a Wagakure village, but Uchiha Mikaz didn't pay attention to him at first. But when he released ninjutsu with his teammates just now, Uchiha Yufeng felt a special and strong vitality. This made Uchiha Yufeng wary. If I hadn't had the second-generation Senju, Tobarama card, and my super perceptive ability, I probably wouldn't have been able to discover it. 50 ninjas come again? Within Uchiha Yufeng's perception, 30 more Jonin were running towards this side. It seems that they're all Jonin ninjas from a Wagakure. Is this a hornet's nest? Uchiha Mikaz is very sober. There's only one possibility in this situation, and that is that the positions of the 4 of them have been exposed. But since I started the infiltration mission, I found that most of my ninjas were dead, and it was impossible for anyone to pass on the news. If we rule out the possibility that the enemy discovered it, could be Danzo? No. Although Danzo is a dog, he is still loyal to the village. Selling teammates at this time is obviously irrational. Not from the village. Then there's only one possibility. Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Uchiha Obito. I'm afraid it's some old cunts in the underground who are causing trouble. Uchiha Yufeng understood that it was too late to retreat now. Within the range of perception, the ninjas of Kirigakure village who had already retreated had prepared an ambush. Therefore, the road is basically blocked now. In this case, we can only blow up the bridge openly. Uchiha Yufeng bit her finger and slapped it on the ground. Psychicism. A huge purple python appeared, with black Madara stripes on its body, and a pair of evil vertical pupils as big as a lantern. Who summoned me to come out? Do you know the rules? When she glanced sideways up her head, and a strange figure appeared in front of her. Sharingan? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Looking at the scarlet Sharingan, all the snakes were shocked by the specialness and weirdness emanating from the evil eye power. This eye power seems to be much stronger than that of ordinary Uchiha people. Uchiha boy, let me help you find 100 living people as sacrifices for me. Uchiha Yufeng pointed forward. There are more than 100 people in front of you, so take care of yourself. Looking along where Uchiha Yufeng was pointing, Wan Shi's bloodthirsty eyes flashed with excitement, and she spat out a long letter. The taste of blood, very delicious. Wan Shi's huge body suddenly burrowed into the ground. 20 meters away, among the Yanin crowd, the ground was broken open, and thousands of snakes emerged from the soil. The huge momentum instantly overturned more than 30 rock ninjas. What is this? A psychic beast? Why is it so huge? A member of a Wagakure watched the 10,000 snakes swallow up 5 ninjas in an instant, with horror in their eyes. With the vibration here, the ninjas stationed nearby in the entire Yanin village also quickly came here. When they saw the terrifying and huge body of Wan Shi, all the rock ninjas were stunned for an instant. Is this a snake? It's so big, how can I kill it? This looks like the psychic beast of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. An older ninja looked at Wan Shi and exclaimed, "It's the psychic beast, known as the 3 ninjas in the ninja world." It's right. A rock ninja next to him swallowed and spoke with difficulty. What answered them was the bloody mouth of 10,000 snakes. Stop him with ninjutsu. A jonin from a Wagakure suddenly spoke. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, Turin gun. The hundreds of ninjas who came for support all attacked Wan Shi and killed them. Coupled with the huge body of the snake itself, it is impossible to avoid it. After a burst of smoke and dust, everyone looked at the shadow of the huge, stiff snake in the shadow and felt happy in their hearts. But when the smoke and dust dispersed, there was only an empty shell, and everyone was stunned. Is this molting? The words have not yet fallen. Suddenly, 10,000 snakes sprang out from under the feet of a Wagakure's ninjas. With one mouthful, 17 or 8 more ninjas were swallowed. It's so delicious. His eyes were like lanterns of snakes, and their eyes were even more bloodthirsty. Withdraw! The remaining ninjas in Awagakure village were full of fear, and Jonin, the leader, gave the order directly. However, it was already too late. They couldn't compare to Wan Shi's speed. He watched his companions being swallowed up by 10,000 snakes one after another. Killing Iwagakure ninja is like chopping melons and vegetables. Kakashi, Noera Rin, and Obito, standing in the distance, were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. This is a wind-controlling psychic beast. Why is it so exaggerated? Uchiha Obito watched from a distance as Wan Shi arrogantly ate the ninjas of a Wagakure village like snacks and murmured in a daze. This should be one of Konoha's 3 snakes, Master Orochimaru's psychic beast. Kakashi heard the screams and other sounds of the ninjas in the surrounding Wagakure village, and watched the snakes kill the IWA Nin at will and swallowed hard. Master Orochimaru? How could Yu Feng summon Master Orochimaru's psychic beast? But, having said that, such a large psychic beast with such strong combat power is really a war machine. Uchiha Obito's desire for strength is even more intense. I didn't expect Yu Feng to be able to channel such a psychic beast. It's really amazing. Noera Lin withdrew her gaze enviously, collected her emotions before speaking. While the 3 were discussing, once she had already eliminated most of the rock ninjas. Uchiha boy, I'm very satisfied this time. Next time you summon me, I can ask you less for sacrifices. Uchiha Yu Feng stood motionless on Wan Shi's head and pointed forward. Continue. Wan Shi was stunned for a moment, then roared angrily like thunder. Uchiha boy, you're playing tricks on me. Where's the person? Uchiha Yu Feng frowned slightly as he listened to what he said. There's a group of about 50 ninjas in this direction. Go on your own. Uchiha Yu Feng pointed to the positions of the Iwagakure village strongholds closest to the Canopy Bridge and then jumped down along the body of the snake. Real. Uchiha Yu Feng didn't reply to him once she thought for a while. Then I will believe you once. If you dare to tease me like that guy Orochimaru, you will be finished. After Wan Shi finished speaking, he ran directly towards the Yanin village camp. All right, let's start blowing up the supply lines too. Uchiha Yu Feng jumped down from the 10,000 snakes. Looking at the 3 people in the distance, his eyes were still on Wan Shi, and he couldn't help but remind him. Yu Feng, you have been killed by everyone in Yanin village. Does it matter whether the logistic supply line is destroyed or not? Is it important? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Yu Feng and said with a wry smile. Kakashi unexpectedly did not refute this time. Uchiha Yu Feng complained. He is indeed a pervert. Seeing the 2 people speaking in unison, Noera Lin on the side put a smile on her face and apologized helplessly to Uchiha Midike's. Uchiha Yu Feng took out the map from his arms and said to the 3 people approaching, It's just a temporary retreat. As long as ninjas are sent over later, we can reorganize manpower and establish a stronghold. However, if the supply line is destroyed, the stronghold cannot be re-established in a short time. This is the real solution to the problem. The Canopy Bridge is not far away. Let's go. The 3 of them nodded, saying that they had just complained, and the task still had to be completed. Kakashi turned around first and rushed out quickly. Uchiha Obito followed closely, followed by Noera Lin. Uchiha and Yu Feng hung at the end of the team to be on the safe side. Watching the snakes go away, Uchiha Yu Feng watched the surroundings vigilantly. From now on, I haven't sensed that special energy. Has he already left? Uchiha Yu Feng looked away. When the 4 of them arrived at Canopy Bridge, there was not even a single Iwagakure around. Wan Shi's efficiency is quite good. This is the place, right? Uchiha Yu Feng pointed to the bridge in front and looked at the 3 people. After Noera Lin confirmed, she nodded heavily at Uchiha Midike's. Okay, leave it to me. Uchiha Yu Feng bit his finger and used the medium again. Bah! A huge eagle flapped its wings and instantly appeared in everyone's sight. The eagle looked at Uchiha Yu Feng's unfamiliar appearance with some confusion. But from the perception just now, he also knew that it was Uchiha Yu Feng who summoned him. Take me there. Eagle nodded humanely. Looking at the sky, he stretched out his sharp claws and took the lead in fluttering his wings and flying up. Uchiha Yufeng grabbed it, tied all the materials used in the explosion to the claws of the psychic beast, and then grabbed the materials himself. Within a few breaths, we reached the bridge, placed the prepared detonating charms and a series of explosive and flammable items throughout the bridge, placing them inside and out. Bah! With the chirping of an eagle, Uchiha Yufeng left the bridge and returned to Kakashi and Noira Lin Uchiha Bito. Uchiha uses the wind to unlock the psychic, and the psychic beast turns into smoke and disappears. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Canopy Bridge, made a seal with one hand, and said softly, "Burst!" A violent explosion sound and soaring flames drowned the Canopy Bridge almost instantly. 10 minutes later, looking at the destroyed bridge that was completely inoperable, Kakashi and the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Is our mission completed like this? Uchiha Bito, who was full of soy sauce throughout the whole process, looked at the destroyed Canopy Bridge, looking a little dazed. Okay, the mission is completed and you can go back. Uchiha Yufeng withdrew his gaze and just took 2 steps back, head up towards the front. Coming. After a while, a yellow figure rushed to the crowd in a flash. I seem to be late. Master Yufeng, your psychic beast should be 10,000 snakes, right? On the way back to the defense base, Namake's Minato asked Uchiha Makaze curiously. Yes. Hearing Uchiha Makaze's admission, Namake's Minato couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Mr. Yufeng has already been to that place. It's really amazing. That place, of course, is the Holy Land Lonely Cave. Where? Uchiha Bito on the side looked confused and couldn't help asking. It is said that Sannin was famous in the ninja world back then, and the most representative ones were their respective psychic beasts. Namake's Minato then started Popular Science with Uchiha Bito, Kakashi, and Lin. The origin of Sannin's psychic beast was also revealed. After all, Namake's Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. He has also learned the psychic technique of Mount Myaboku, and he has a relatively good understanding of the 3 holy places. So, Yufeng learned the psychic technique from Orochimaru. Uchiha Bito looked at Uchiha Yufeng curiously. No, Orochimaru-sama will not teach it to me. It was a coincidence when I accidentally entered a place during my last mission. Uchiha Yufeng smiled and made up a random reason. Hearing this, Namake's Minato nodded. The situation that Yufeng mentioned does exist. I remember that Mr. Jiraiya mentioned that he also encountered Toad Sage when he accidentally entered Mount Myaboku. Upon hearing this explanation, a flash of understanding flashed in the eyes of Uchiha Bito and the others. I have decided that I will learn this kind of psychic technique in the future and channel such a huge and powerful psychic beast. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Bito with firm belief. In Hokage, Uchiha Bito later did use a huge and powerful psychic beast, and the psychic beast was the tailed beast. Psychic beasts are actually the best ones that suit you. Namake's Minato thought for a while, touched Uchiha Bito's head, and said with a smile, "As long as the psychic beast is helpful to you, you can sign a contract." Uchiha Bito seemed to understand, but thinking about Wan Shi's actions today made Uchiha Bito even more fascinated. "Teacher, have you completed your task?" Noira Rin looked at Namake's Minato worriedly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Namake's Minato. All enemies have been eliminated. Hearing Namake's Minato speak in an understatement, Kakashi and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking about the flying thunder god jutsu that Namake's Minato had performed before. "Minato-sensei, you are worthy of being the yellow flash in the ninja world. So awesome. So, our tasks on both sides have been successfully completed. Great." Uchiha Bito said happily with a hint of happiness on his face. "What does this have to do with you? What did you do? Crybaby." Kakashi on the side looked at Uchiha Bito, rolled his eyes, and mocked. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Bito immediately glared at Kakashi. "Kakashi, Do you have the guts to compete with me? Hearing this, Kakashi spread his hands. Don't want. Are you scared? Uchiha Obito snorted and his eyes lit up. You have challenged me many times before, but you have never won. Let's wait until you improve your strength. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito suddenly became angry. Kakashi, one day I will surpass you. Seeing Uchiha Obito looking at Kakashi with fighting spirit, Noara Lin, who was about to come up to break up the fight, stopped in place. Looking at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, there was a smile in his eyes. The relationship between the two seems to have improved a lot. Thinking of this, Noara Lin couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Mikaze hanging behind the team. Is it because Yu Feng joined? The defense stronghold is ahead. Let's rest there today and return to the village tomorrow. Namikaze Minato looked at the status of the four people, then looked at the sky, and said softly, Yes. Not long after, the five people arrived at the defensive stronghold and went back to rest. Uchiha Yu Feng was lying on the bed, thinking about this mission with a smile on his lips. Throughout the history of the Hokage, the Battle of Canopy Bridge has been called the source of all evil. This creates a chain reaction from Obito's physical death. Today, I have prevented the tragedy in the original work from happening. However, after all, there's still some variables. First, there are the number of opposing ninjas faced and the fleeting special energy perceived on the battlefield. This makes Uchiha like the wind on his back. If that old scumbag in the underground had taken action, I'm afraid he wouldn't give up on this matter so easily. When I was in Konoha village before, one of the important reasons why I tried my best not to use Sharingan's ability was because of his existence. Although he is no longer in Konoha, he knows the people of Konoha very well. Otherwise, Uchiha Obito, who has great potential, would not have been found. No matter what, the Minato squad must be saved anyway. As for future troubles, let's talk about it later. In short, when the soldiers come, cover them with water and earth and sleep. A night of silence. The next day, the prepared Watergate team was just about to leave the camp. A ninja hawk flew over from a distance and landed next to Namikaze Minato. Is this a ninja eagle raised in Konoha? Uchiha Yu Feng, who was standing in the camp, suddenly raised his head and his eyes focused. Namikaze Minato looked solemn, took the bamboo tube from a ninja eagle's leg, took out the information inside, and unfolded it immediately. It seems that I can accompany you back. A large number of Iwagakure ninjas have invaded the western battlefield. I have to rush there. Namikaze Minato looked at the three of them apologetically. It's okay, Minato-sensei. It's not far from the village. We just need to go back and kill Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito said quickly, Minato-sensei, be careful. Noara Lin spoke worriedly. Namikaze Minato smiled, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, when you return to the village this time, you will report the mission to Master Third Hokage. Kakashi nodded seriously. In that case, let's separate. Namikaze Minato was not being pretentious. After all, the border of the Land of Fire was already very dangerous. If he arrived even 1 minute late, he would probably suffer heavy losses. Disperse. As the sound of Namikaze Minato fell, they were divided into two teams, one heading west and one heading east, leaving the base. Uchiha Mikaze walked out of the camp and looked in the direction of Namikaze Minato. Minato Namikaze shouldn't be called Yellow Flash. He should be called Yellow Rescue Team. Good guy, I really caught someone. If this battlefield had been away from Namikaze Minato, we would probably have been defeated long ago. Uchiha Yu Feng couldn't help but complain and turned back to look in the direction where Uchiha Obito Kakashi and Lin left. We're not far from Konoha village, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Uchiha Yu Feng shook his head. Won't. After all, even if you want to cause trouble, you still need enemy ninjas as a prerequisite. This is Konoha's defense stronghold. It is the village's first line of defense. If there are really ninjas sneaking in to assassinate Kakashi and the others, it will be very late with the support of so many Konoha ninjas around. Hope everything goes well. Suddenly, a ninja wearing a root costume and a mask came from distance. Master Yufeng, Master Danzo asked me to give this to you. Danzo, Uchiha Yufeng frowned. Looking at the scroll handed over by the ninja at the root, his eyes flickered. At this time, Danzo sent a message to himself. I always feel that this old thief is uneasy and has good intentions. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at it and took it. The root ninja didn't stop and left quickly. A long while passed. Uchiha just opened the scroll. There are no sealing techniques this time, nor any assassinating ninjutsu. The northern battlefield encountered a sneak attack by Sand Shinobi's main force. The combat troops suffered heavy casualties. The logistics team was scattered, and the stronghold was destroyed by Sand Shinobi. The commander-in-chief, Tsunade, suffered from hemophobia, and Orochimaru took over temporarily, leading all remaining teams to move their bases. The northern battlefield is in urgent need of medical ninja support. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the news. His eyes instantly transformed into a six-pointed star, Mangekyo Sharingan, and the scroll in his hand was almost crushed. Chakra surged under his feet, and he ran towards the northern battlefield alone. Who has nothing to do but unlock Tsunade's art? Thinking of Tsunade suffering from hemophobia, on a battlefield full of dangers, she was almost like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Uchiha Yufeng was so anxious that his foot speed became even faster. Tsunade, you have to hold on and wait for me. In a simple camp, Tsunade was half kneeling on the ground, looking at her jade-white hands in horror, her whole body trembling. Tsunade-sama, the female medical ninja, suddenly broke in and looked at Tsunade, who was in a state of fear, at a loss. 3 days ago, Tsunade-sama was leading a group of ninjas to treat ninjas with high spirits. Why did she suddenly change her appearance today? It seems very afraid of blood. This scene made the medical ninja feel ridiculous. Tsunade-sama, known as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, is actually afraid of blood? If it's normal, that's it. It was precisely at the critical moment when the main force of Sand Hidden Village attacked the base camp. All this happened so fast that there was no time to react. Tsunade-sama is not feeling well right now. There is blood on your body. Get out quickly. Kato Shizen smelled the blood on the kunoichi's body and raised her head suddenly. He looked at the person coming and shouted directly, "Yes, yes, yes." The kunoichi came to her senses and quickly retreated. Tsunade-sama. Kato Shizen, next to Tsunade, looked at Tsunade's appearance. Her eyes filled with tears, and she shouted heartbroken, "Shizen, take me out of here." Tsunade's trembling voice came intermittently. When Kato Shizen heard this, she nodded heavily. "Okay, Tsunade-sama." Kato Shizen supported Tsunade and walked towards the outside of the camp. After taking only a few steps, he was stopped by someone. "Tsunade, don't make trouble unreasonably. This is a critical period of the war. You are the commander-in-chief now. How can you leave so easily?" Shimura Danzo, who was leaning on crutches, came out of the darkness, glanced at Tsunade, and his attitude was a bit tough. "Danzo-sama, Tsunade-sama can no longer treat people, and..." Kato Shizen looked at Danzo with tears in her eyes and couldn't help but explain for Tsunade. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Danzo. "I know you're hemophobic, but you can't leave now. If you leave, you won't be able to save the northern battlefield." But Kato Shizen looked at Tsunade's painful look in front of her and wanted to fight for Tsunade to leave. "Forget it, Shizen." Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressed the strong discomfort in her heart, and whispered. Hearing this, Kato Shizen sighed silently. He helped Tsunade back to the camp. Danzo waved his hand. 2 elite ninjas from the root came to Danzo. "Protect Tsunade well." Yes, the 2 people immediately disappeared and hid outside Tsunade's camp. "Danzo-sama, I didn't expect you to have contact with the top management of Sand Shinobi Village." A hoarse voice sounded. Orochimaru's gloomy figure walked out. Danzo glanced at Orochimaru with his one eye and snorted coldly. "Are you, like Tsunade, also suspicious that I did it?" A smile flashed across Orochimaru's pale face. "Isn't it?" Danzo was silent for a moment. Although I am somewhat obsessed with the position of Hokage, I have never done anything to harm Konoha in order to achieve my goal. Danzo took 2 steps forward and looked at the place where Tsunade and Kato Shizen disappeared. Ha! Orochimaru sneered and directly revealed Danzo's background. Previously, the masters of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan came to support. The Hyuga clan was sent by Danzo-sama to fight against the ninjas of Kirigakure village who secretly infiltrated our country of fire. However, the masters of the Uchiha clan died in the group before they even went to the battlefield. Master Zhang's hands. Orochimaru, you don't understand Uchiha. Uchiha are a naturally evil people, and I can't help myself when I do this. Besides, aren't those ninjas used for your experiments? Danzo glanced at Orochimaru, paused, and continued. Master Tobirama said that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has an innate defect. Every clan member who activates the Sharingan will basically experience transformation and extreme personality. In order to prevent the next Madara from appearing, we have to deal with it like this. After Danzo finished speaking, he pondered for a moment. I always feel something fishy about Tsunade. I know that Tsunade has hemophobia. I was worried that Tsunade would fall into fear because of the blood when she came to the battlefield. This will in turn affect the direction of the war. When she was sent here by Hiruzen, I secretly observed Tsunade. At that time, she showed no signs of hemophobia, and she had no pain or panic about blood. After several days of observation, it was finally determined that Tsunade's memory was temporarily modified by Sharingan, a powerful hypnosis technique. As expected of Danzo-sama, he has such a thorough understanding of Sharingan's abilities. Speaking of Sharingan, Orochimaru glanced at his bandaged eyes and did not forget to laugh and taunt Danzo. Danzo knew Orochimaru's temperament and spoke for himself. This level of hypnosis Jinjutsu, the low level of Jinjutsu, makes it impossible to detect it, but who in the end unlocked it for her? Orochimaru's cold gaze became more thoughtful. Can only Uchiha be able to perform this technique? Danzo thought for a moment. Apart from Uchiha's masters, the only person who can unlock this technique is someone who knows Uchiha's Sharingan ability very well. Orochimaru has no clue. Those Uchiha who came to participate in the war this time are now in a laboratory. Uchiha's Sharingan is powerful. Considering his relationship with Tsunade, he should have done this hypnosis Jinjutsu. If you come into contact with this hypnosis technique, Uchiha Yufeng should be on the front line with a Wagakure now. He has no time at all and will not open it for Tsunade. Danzo nodded, agreeing with Orochimaru's point of view. Danzo-sama, did you miss someone? Danzo's face darkened when he met Orochimaru's strange gaze. Orochimaru, that's enough. Danzo knew that Orochimaru was pointing suspicion at him again. Although Danzo is not a member of the Uchiha clan, Danzo has a good understanding of the Uchiha clan's pupil arts, and his Jinjutsu skills are also good, especially Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Moreover, Orochimaru also knew that there was a Sharingan hidden in Danzo's other eye. I said before that I didn't do this at all. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Suddenly, 3 root ninjas came towards this side. Danzo looked at them and frowned. Why panic? Hearing Danzo's voice, the 3 of them seemed to have found their backbone. Danzo-sama, the main force of Sand Shinobi Village is attacking our stronghold. Upon hearing this, Danzo and Orochimaru looked at each other with cold eyes. Attacked? How do they know this place? Where are the Jonin defending in front? The root ninja in front swallowed. All 30 Jonin are dead. The opponent has gathered almost all the combat power of Sand Shinobi Village. It is estimated that. Estimated what? Danzo said coldly. We'll probably get here in 5 minutes. Danzo and Orochimaru looked at each other and could see something was wrong in each other's eyes. Whoosh! The root ninja behind took out a kunai and threw it directly at Danzo. Orochimaru on the side reacted quickly, raised his hand, and 2 small snakes emerged from his sleeves, biting the kunai in midair. Seeing that he was exposed, the root ninja turned around and jumped away, running towards the distance. Some people can't keep their temper. Danzo's eyes turned cold and he didn't wait to pursue him. On the big tree, not far away, there's a fire style towards this side. Danzo quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind escape, vacuum jade. The terrifying wind escape cut the trees along the way like a whirlwind, blowing fire style back immediately. Just when he was about to continue his attack, the man raised his head, and a pair of scarlet Sharingans appeared in his eyes. Who is that person, and why is there Sharingan? Danzo and Orochimaru were shocked. The ninja was not eager to fight and quickly retreated outside the camp. Danzo and Orochimaru looked at each other, one on the left and the other on the right, and quickly stepped forward to catch up. This is Sharingan. Could it be that he is responsible for everything that happened recently? The remaining root ninja will wait until the two leave. The same scarlet color flashed across his eyes, and his movements seemed a little stiff, heading straight towards the camp where Tsunade was.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.